Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. This is day 3 of 3-day painting workshop. It's the wildlife painting workshop. Glad you were able to join us. If you've been following along, I'm going to give a shout out to Joy Lynn. If you're out there, I hope you go ahead and tune in, and you can. I'm curious to see how your Bobcat's turning out, since we've all been struggling trying to get that one done. But what we're going to do today, how we're starting out today, is we're going to get back to the Great Blue Heron, and we're going to take it to completion, and then we're going to jump back on the Bobcat and take it to completion. But that's going to take us a little bit more time. So we're going to try to work hard and work through this one. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. I hope everybody slept well, is rested, well fed, and ready to work. Just some really fun news. The Great Blue Heron piece that you're all painting, I just got word last night that this piece was accepted for the Artists for Conservation 2022 art show in Vancouver. So that one's heading to Vancouver, and then it will get to travel, like several of my pieces have. It will get to travel to different museums in the world and be exhibited. So you say hello and goodbye to this piece, because I won't see it for probably another year after it gets shipped off. So that's really exciting, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this, this show yet again. And for those who don't know, what Artists for Conservation is, an international organization of basically wildlife and nature artists. And we're able to create awareness for wildlife and the conservation efforts that go towards wildlife and the natural environment. And we do that through awareness, teaching, and we're able to sell part of the take part of the proceeds of the sale of certain pieces, and it can go to different wildlife conservation efforts. So I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. So yes, I've already started looking online for tickets to Vancouver. So I'm going to try to go this year. I went the first year I was in, and then the second year I didn't go. Then of course COVID came, and then didn't go to those shows. So I kind of want to go. I want to go this time. So I'm looking into getting into that. That's September. I believe it's the 23rd through the 25th. It's the end of September, and maybe you can tell us, is that a good time of the year to go, Joanne?
Best time of the year.
Yes. So it's the best time of the year to go. So I'm looking forward to trying to get out there again, and I'll have to talk to your mom. Talk to your mom. So yes, so that is on the horizon there. Let's see, what other, yes, this is the last day, folks, and we have a lot of work to do. So we're going to go ahead and jump in. We're just going to go ahead and jump right in. So, hello, bird. It's been a while. I thought we were going to see you yesterday. And I heard some folks were starting with a brand new palette, but remember, you will be returning to the Bobcat, so don't totally remove all your Bobcat colors. But I am going to refreshen my palette.
Can you tell us what you want us to bring through?
Yeah, I'm going to call out all the colors that I'm going to be using. So I am, does anybody have raw sienna? Okay, who? Yes? No? Okay, good. I was thinking that was one of the colors I told you to get. Okay, I like you to get the raw umber out as well. Get your Van Dyke brown out.
I found some last night. Van Dyke
Good. Good. Put a little yellow ochre out. Yellow ochre. I'm going to put some King's Blue. I mean, I've got it, but I'm going to just refresh it a little bit. Ivory black, for sure. I feel like I have enough let's see, Indian yellow. I'm looking at the bill, and I'm seeing a lot of Indian yellow. I'm going to grab some of your napkins if you don't mind, Bonnie. How's your leg feeling today? Same. I'm sorry, sweetie. Make sure your titanium white is clean. It doesn't have a lot of other colors in it. Because, you know, sometimes that happens. So it's okay if you squirt some out in another area. You put it down. Put down some burnt sienna as well. Burnt sienna.
That will work too.
You need burnt sienna to make some of the grays. If you'll remember, we use burnt sienna and King's Blue. It makes a wonderful gray. Which one, honey? Oh, did you drop a cap? Okay. Well, everybody's getting their stuff out. I got mine. Yes, go ahead and put ultramarine blue down. Ultramarine blue. Raw sienna and burnt sienna. Yes, please. All right, let me tell you what I put down so nobody has to be confused. I put down raw sienna, ivory black. You're gonna, if you have Indian yellow, that would be awesome for the, I'm looking at the bill and the legs. I have yellow ochre down. I put a little bit more of Van Dyke brown. If you have raw umber, burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, and King's Blue. And titanium white, make sure your titanium white is clean so it's not got all goopy colors in it, you know, because sometimes we get goopy. I know, I get goopy sometimes. Maybe I should just speak for myself. I'm a goopy girl. Well, what can I say? That's my son. He is telling me to share this on Facebook, everybody. So I am going to. And see, I wouldn't. Normally, I should have been able to feel it like vibrate, but I must have a numb butt. I will. King's Blue, ultramarine blue for the gray, and you'll need burnt sienna. Burnt sienna makes a good gray. There we go. Shared away. All right. Folks, I'm going to start with the head and work my way down. That's and so I want to start with some smaller brushes. Now, a nice pointed round would be lovely. I'm going to start with one of the brushes that I had left in my backpack for God knows how long. It happens to be a number 1 pointed round Shiraz, but if you just have a nice pointed Shiraz, I'm probably starting a little small, but I'm going to start with a bill because I want to move through this piece so we can get back to our Bobcat too. So just a smaller round. If you have control, I just want to be able to I let the point of the brush, with a pointed round, you should be able to let the tip of the brush, don't put a lot of pressure on it if you're trying to get into a little tight place. Just make sure you put the load of your paint right on the tip, so when you drag it out, you've got it right on the tip at the pointy part of the bill, and drag it out towards the face of the bird, okay? All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip it in oil first. I'm going to take a little bit of the, there we go. I took a little bit of the Indian yellow, and I mixed a little titanium white in there. And this should be dry, so if I need to, this is perfect. Because I'm right-handed, I can lean on this and it's dry over here. So I'm not going to mess this up. So I start at the very end of the bill, and I can put more pressure as I go into the, I'm going to be lightening this up. And I'm going to step in front of my camera for just a minute. Now sometimes you're going to have a little bit of that fine charcoal mix in with your paint, but I kind of think it's rather serendipitous that it does when it does that. Now, you have a lower mandible and an upper mandible of the bill, okay? So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go with a little bit of burnt sienna now into my Indian yellow, and go right underneath and do the lower mandible. I'm looking at my picture. Look at your reference, folks. Now, if you make a mess, you have a paint scraper. So you can neaten up anything that you might need to neaten up a little bit. So I'm working off an iPad. So I'm zooming in on just the bill here on my iPad. So you can see I've zoomed in on my bird's face here. With this same brush, now I'm going to, if it's too yellow, what could I use to tone it down? Yep. So I'm actually taking just a little bit of the natural tint on my brush. I'm going to see what happens here. Yeah, that's going to do it. The natural tint's lovely for this. Yes, I'm mixing it in, so I'm actually, it's becoming toned, meaning it's like adding gray. If it's too yellow, okay, so I took down that. Now, if you didn't have natural tint, you can use, if you need to mix a purple, and you have, you know, we had the, whether you have the alizarin crimson on your palette from yesterday, or in my case I had the magenta, and mix that with a little bit of your ultramarine blue. You can get a purple, and using a little bit of purple in with your yellow will bring it down, okay? Now the top of the bill is very light. So I'm going to take straight, I'm going to wash my brush out a little bit and just take straight titanium white on my little brush here. And I am going to go right above it. So there's a lot of blending that you can do right on the canvas. I mean, as far as color mixing and everything, you can do a lot right on your canvas. Now I'm going to take straight, well, yeah, I'm going to take straight, actually first I'm going to wipe off my brush, make sure it's clean. Burnt sienna. And run it right, oops, too much. Right underneath this bill a little bit here. And I'm actually where the lower mandible kind of creating almost like a lip, like the bird has a lip. And I'm going to make right above it where I see that lip. I'm darkening it down a little bit there too. Picked up a little tiny bit of the, yeah, a little bit of the natural tint, just kind of blending that in a little bit. And now the part of the bill, and I may be moving the eye a little bit, the eye may end up moving to this area. There's a lot of gray area where the bill joins the head. Where we getting there too. There's a little bit of a lighter, more of a sienna stripe here, and I'm just taking a little sienna. Remember, the bill is conical in shape, or so you try to give it as much form as you can. He has a nostril right here, and I may just take my my paint scraper and put the nostril in. It kind of looks like a little, if you look at your reference, almost looks like a flat S. Right there. And I'm not going to go black there. I'm just going to go a little, I'm going to take a little tiny bit of Van Dyke brown and just kind of suggest that. I don't need it to be black. And I'm just, that's his nostril. So remember I told you that we're going to make some interesting grays. I'm taking King's Blue and Burnt Sienna, and I'm doing what you're not supposed to do. I'm mixing right with my brush. So make sure when you're if you are being bad like me and you're using your brush to mix your color, try not to take it all the way, like so much paint, Penny, so much paint that it gets down into the fuel or the metal part of your brush, okay? Try to just, you know, or use your palette knife if you need control, but just use the tip of your brush. And I'm actually gonna mix a little green into that gray I just mixed up. And I just grabbed a little sap green. I think that's what it looks like to me. So I'm gonna come in this part of the face here. And I'm really studying my reference and looking, so here's the upper mandible here. This stops at the upper mandible. upper mandible being the top part of the bill. And I could see where I kind of have some color that I couldn't see because I didn't have this blown up. So there's going to be some white area, and it's funny because on my painting that I did of the bird, I did not include it. But I won't be changing it, I'm here to tell you.
You mix the scout green with the gray.
Yes, the gray that I made to make this part of the face here. Now I'm going to take some little bit of the Van Dyke brown, go right up close to that area. Now they almost have a menacing look, like they have a very, almost like how an eagle's eyebrow looks kind of scary. And that's because these birds are waiting, you know, they fish, just like a bald eagle fishes too. They have to have that furrowed brow to see past the glare. It helps them to see past the glare anyway. I'm going to just take a little tiny bit of burnt sienna with a little tiny bit of raw umber, and just a little, this part of the bill, I'm just kind of, I'm just looking at all the nuances and little bumps and unusual areas, if you will. Now, I'm going to take, and when you load your brush, I don't know if you can see how tiny a load that is. Like just the tip of my brush. Let's see if I can put it on the camera. It's just on the very, when you have black paint on a dark brush, it's hard to see. But it's just on the tip of the brush, okay? So there's an area through here where the upper mandible and the lower mandible kind of join. It's a little darker here. I'm just, you know, like I said, I'm going to try to take it to completion throughout the piece as I move through it. So I'm already looking for details, guys. I'm doing details. And I'm going to go underneath the same load, tiny, tiny load on the brush. Tiny, let's see if I can put it against the white paper towel. I don't know if you can see it. It's right on the very tippy tip. And I'm going in to make that eyebrow seem even more distinct. Because their eye, if you look at the picture, I don't want to when I come around and look, I should not see a perfectly round eyeball. It too is somewhat elliptical in that because it's a predatory bird, believe it or not, it preys on fish. Its eyes are located more central to its face, not as far off on the side of its head. So it's got to be able to focus forward past that very powerful bill. So its eyes are forward, and they will not look like round little dots on the side of the head. They're more elliptical. And I'm funny like that. Like I want to see that kind of stuff. All right, I might as well go ahead and put an eye in. Do you still have any of the cad yellow light from yesterday on your palette? Yes, good, because that's what I'm going for. Now I'm using the cad yellow light pure at first, but then I will be bringing it down a little bit. So I'm loading my brush again, trying to keep it pretty close to the end of the brush, and going with that elliptical, interesting shape. So you see this big bright yellow spot in the middle of the bird's face. And I'm going to take just a little dab of black, and I'm putting the pupil in. Now, I may switch to a smaller brush. I'm going to switch to one of my smaller brushes, and I am switching over to a number 2 Sable Series 99. It's pretty little. It's a short handle, and it's one of the Rosemary's miniature workbench series. I found that it's actually quite a lovely little brush. Again, I only load a tiny bit of paint. Let me see if does this help? Nah. I know this is blown out. Let's see if maybe that's but then that's in my eyes. Compromise. Okay. I'm going around the eye a little bit here. A little bit of the Van Dyke brown.
Good ivory black in the middle.
Yes. And you know what I realized? I don't even have my glasses on. Okay. No wonder I'm going like, what am I doing? What am I trying to do here? All right. I'm going to take a little bit of the raw umber and mix it in with my yellow here. And actually, I'm going to shorten my pupil up. I got it too big here. And I could use a paint scraper. And I'm going to go back in with some white. Yellow. I made my pupil too big. So I'm shrinking it up. So use your paint scrapers. This is one of those things you can start over if you need to, the eye, because everything else is dry. There we go. That's a little bit better. I'm going to take straight titanium white now, just on the tip of my brush, again, loading, and this will be easier to see since it's white paint. See how I just put that right on the very tip, like tiny mounts. And I'm putting it right on the top of the lightest, of this part of the eye, the yellow, because it's going to be lighter at that part of the eye. I put the white, I mixed the white right at the top part of the yellow part of the iris on the bird. So now I took a little bit of brown. Oops, it didn't even come out. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. And I'm making like the other little structure around the eyelid. Little detail. Now, I'm cleaning my brush just a little bit and picking up a little bit of white, and I'm lightening because I already have this white here. This wet here. I'm lightening some of this green area around the eye, and I'm going to leave it. Now, we've got all kinds of opportunity to make different kind of grays, and I'm looking at the bird's face, and I'm going back up to the top where I started making grays for this bird on the first day. Geez, doesn't that seem so long ago? Remember when we did this piece years ago? Seems like it. It seems like it was so long ago, but it was just a day before yesterday. And Van Dyke, burnt sienna to make a nice gray. Then you can use your white to lighten the value. So I'm just mixing a little white over here to the side on part of that paint. Take a sip. Surprised Joy Lynn's not with us today, but I imagine she's at church. She's probably being good, doing her thing. All right, I am going to move my paper towel over. Okay, so with the darker, I'm going to go with the lighter gray that I just made. If you look, because I just now noticed it on my piece, there is a light area right above this part of that eyebrow. And there's actually a light area up here, which I don't have on my bird, on this painting, that I just now am looking at.
Did you use that gray for that?
Yes, the lightest gray that I just made. So I basically took the King's Blue and burnt sienna, mixed it together, and got a medium tone gray. And now I took just titanium white and mixed it in like a part of that, because I need to have those colors. I need to have both colors. So I'm going to use my stroke a little rough here. It's funny because I didn't even see it on this bird, on this one, and it's not in there. I switched back over just to the #1 rosemary pointed round. It's the Shiraz, just because it's a little bit bigger, but you can use your tiny brush if you want to. But I switched over. Now, as far as the brushes, when I call out the brushes, I'm telling you what I'm using. But if you're more comfortable, like if I prefer, me personally, to use the largest brush I can get away with. But if you feel like you have way more control with a small brush, I'm okay with it as long as it doesn't slow you down. So if you're sitting there lurking in a big area with a little brush, yeah, you're gonna need a bigger brush. But you know, when I call, like in some areas like this, you might need that smaller brush. So I'm just looking at my piece here. Okay, I'm gonna make that blue-gray again over the head. So it's got a lot more ultramarine than, so I'm taking ultramarine blue and a little bit of the Payne's gray. Ultramarine blue and burnt sienna. More, I'm going to try to turn this light a little bit towards the palette, a little bit. It's more like more ultramarine blue, and so maybe like 2/3 ultramarine blue, 1/3 burnt sienna. Now we do have the color we started with up here on the head. I'm going to see what this does. And I'm using a feathery stroke up towards that white part I just put. And I'm really watching my, yeah, this is good. This is a good color, y'all. It's ultramarine blue and burnt sienna. 2 parts ultramarine, 1 part burnt sienna. He's got just a little bit. I'm taking it right to the end there. Now, anytime you want to come up and look, please feel free to come up and look. Now, I'm going to bring this down. I'm really studying my reference, y'all. Keep your eye, make sure you always have, you can have your reference. If you have a picture available, hold it in your hot little hands. Because then you can't not look at it.
That ultramarine mixes right with that white with that.
It's pretty though, right? It looks good. Now, we have the little floop-de-doop, for lack of a better word, but the crest feathers. We have a cockatiel at home, and he's got a floop-de-doop too. And but I'm sure there's like a more impressive word for that crest feather. Maybe it's just that. You can use one of your, if you have a brandy new, never been used, super sharp dagger, you can use that. Since it's such a small thing, I'm just actually going to use a very small liner brush. I'm using a number 1 Pure Sable Series 88. It's more of a liner because of the length of the actual hair. But this is a sable here, and I'm just going to go ahead and create my floop-de-doop. I like floop-de-doop. I think that's a good word. Now, it's an interesting thing. When Jerry came in this morning, she had a series of 7 questions for me. And in those questions, one of the questions was, do you use more oil towards the end of your painting? And the answer was yes, because that's when I'm generally doing the detail. So I usually don't get my little brushes out until I'm doing detail towards the end of a piece. And if I have to do really fine detail, like I will when I do the floop-de-doop or a crest feather, I need this to just roll nice and smoothly. And having the oil, and do you need oil, Lapika? Oh, okay, you got some. Okay, so I'm just making sure everybody's got what they need. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do my little crest feather here. And how you do it, it doesn't have to be exactly like you have in the picture. And then you lift up a little bit. Just lift up a tiny bit so that the end of your is a little bit smaller. It is the same color we did. It's the burnt sienna, 1 part burnt sienna, 2 parts ultramarine blue. And I wanted it to look like. What was the question?
Is this the kind of brush you're talking about?
What's it? Call it out.
Ivory rigger?
You can use your ivory rigger. Just use a very light hand. You can use that. A rigger is a nice little brush, and it's called a rigger, I think, because it's done for a lot of people who do boats and sailing. Paintings when people are doing the lines for all the rigging on a boat. I think that's where it got its name. I could be wrong. Simi Jackson, if you're listening to me, correct me. Write it in the comment section.
Is it good to put oil in the paint at this point? Does it flow better? Or?
That's what I just said. Yes. So if you're doing to flow, nice and easy, by putting a little bit of oil in the mix there. Now make sure your brush is not goopy. Make sure your brush is clean, and then reload your brush so you don't end up with a big goopy mess. And I'm happy with my little floop-de-doop. God bless you. So now I'm going to move on to other parts. I'm going to start moving into the feathers in this area. Now there is some highlights that's in the, first I'll do that, since I'm just going to take straight King's Blue, and since I have this little rigger out in my hand, I'm just going to use it. On the part here that's wet, you can see that there's some areas that it's like shiny.
Still with the same brush?
Yeah, just because it's out. You could use a bigger brush there. Actually, it does feel better if I had a bigger brush. I'm going to go back to the smaller sable that I was using, the Series 99 number 2. Being careful not to hit the floop-de-doop. So a lot of times, if I am using my brush to mix color, before I do the application, I wipe it off, whoop, just like that, and then go back in, load a little bit of color. I really recommend that you don't use your brush to mix, unless you're doing it on your canvas. It's kind of one of those do as I say, not as I do things, only because I know intuitively I'm going to wipe my brush off before I do the application. And also, you will save your brushes. You'll get a lot longer use out of your brushes if you don't, abuse them like I do.
Are you doing feathery strokes?
I am. I'm doing little short feathery strokes in this area of the head because I'm just trying to, I'm doing feathers. So, but I'll come back to some of that area, I think. I'm going to switch back to a larger brush. Oh, maybe I won't. Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna get this little bottom light part of his bill. It's actually almost like a turkey waddle covered with feathers. I kind of know what they're talking about. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our gray that we made, not the lightest gray, the mid-tone gray. And believe it or not, I'm going to add a little bit of raw umber to a little tiny section of it. Just a little bit. I want to brown it up just a tiny bit and make it a little darker.
And is that called as well?
I don't know what it's called. It's the bottom part. It's this part right here. Okay. So I'm going to go in the bottom, and it's actually going to be very close to the color, it's maybe too close to the color of the canvas. At least on mine it is. So I'm going to put a little bit more straight Van Dyke brown right in, and I'm mixing it in, okay, on the canvas. So I need it to be dark on the very lower part of this. And that's good. It's looking like I'm using little short strokes, y'all. Just like that. Anytime anybody wants to come by to see, please feel free. Now I am taking the lightest gray that I made, and it was, if you remember how we made the gray, we used King's Blue and burnt sienna mixed together. That was our mid-tone gray. To lighten up a section of that gray, I just mixed titanium white into that color. Now, for the browner color, I took the mid-tone that we just made and added a little Van Dyke brown or raw umber. Either one will work. Now I'm taking the lighter color and going right in here. Being careful not to blend all the way to the end. I'm going to clean my brush off because I want to be able to use this little sable brush and let it do its magic by doing just a little bit of a blend without over blending. It's funny, I might have actually moved mine too far forward. But that's okay. I may move this over. I'm just going to let my bird have that little. Yeah, there's a section in here. I'm going to have to move stuff around a little bit. I'm mixing a little bit of the raw umber with the raw sienna and going above this area where it kind of looks like he has little fat cheeks. And I'm actually going to have to bring this down a little bit. So I'm doing some of this detail here. Using oil too, folks. I'm using a little bit of oil. I could be using a much larger brush, but alas. I am actually going to move that section, that weird little wattle thing, over. Now, hopefully you're not going to, don't freak out, but I'm just extending it over and bringing it up this way. And now I'm going back with the light gray and extending it out a little bit. I had it too short. Okay. All right, we're going to leave that. Now I'm going to use a larger brush because this is going to make me nuts, and we have to save time, right? So I'm switching to the #1 pointed round, the Shiraz that I was using. And I'm going to go in with some of this light gray and start giving it some. There's one little hair on this that is sticking out that's going to make me crazy. And start layering up. And I'm doing a very short feathery stroke. Look, and I'm always looking at my reference, y'all. Normally I would have, the way I'm turned today, it would have been nice to have my reference here. So I keep looking over my shoulder. I'm adding oil to my brush, not necessarily to my paint, but oftentimes I'm adding it to my brush. I'm trying to get rid of that little hair that's kind of sticking out weird. Now always leave, you remember when we left off the other day, it's kind of a brownish color. You want to leave some of that brown, so don't overblend so that you can't see it. That's going to be your darker value underneath it. And I'm leaving this little delineation unpainted, this line right here. It is a good, sometimes it's hard to see on here, but if you want to come up and look, sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. And I'm just using a very short, feathery stroke. And I'm still just using the gray. It's the very light gray. So it looks white when you look at it this way, but it's really not. Okay. Of the feathers. I go in the direction that the feathers are. I'm going to try something. It may work, it may not work. Since I'm getting away from the front part of the face, and the feathers start to get a little bit longer. So I'm going to try, I may switch back, we'll see. I'm going to try the 1/4 inch ivory dagger. Now, does everybody have an ivory dagger? Yes, no? Yes? Okay. And the reason I like the dagger is because it's going to hold a lot of paint. It's going to allow me to finesse the longer strokes, okay? It's slanted like this. Okay. With titanium white. It's the lighter one. Now, I am dipping my brush, my 1/4 inch dagger in oil, and if you can, let me move my head out of the way. I'll pick up some of the paint, rub it over here in the oil section, and I just want the paint to be on the edge of the brush. Now, oh yeah. This is nice. Yeah, now we're cooking with oil. This is good. Now be sure you leave some of that nice creamy color behind. Don't overblend. Now I may actually start warming some of this up a little bit. It may be a little too light. And I'm gonna warm it up. So I'm gonna take I'm gonna take titanium white, yellow ochre, and a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Not a bad little color. So Van Dyke brown, titanium white, and yellow ochre. Okay, just made a really nice color for some of this lighter hairs in this part of it. I'm going to try it first. I may lighten it up. It may be just fine. Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. And again, I'm following the neck down. Remember, a light hand is helpful. This color is the, I'm sorry, it's yellow ochre, raw umber, and titanium white. And then use oil. Van Dyke brown. And I don't want to get too crazy here with all this. I want to actually I'm actually mixing just in a little bit of the mess that's on my brush with oil. I'm putting a little bit of burnt umber just to see, yeah, that's kind of nice too. Leaving it off the edge because it's pretty dark there. I don't want to make it too hairy. I just want it to have some. Okay. Now in here it is dark, and I've got it looking dark, and that's good. The dagger, the 1/4 inch dagger. And now I'm putting a little bit of, that looks like this. It's kind of slanted. Guess I could show you this way too. So it looks like this. Let me see. Maybe if I do this. See?
And where is that color on your palette that you just mixed?
Right here. I actually, and it's got a little bit of burnt umber in it. Now this is where I get crazy. You can do this too. I'm going to take my little painting and flip it. And the reason I am doing it is my hand works better in this direction. And since I'm following the way the feathers go, I don't want to. So I just like to throw people off, because, you know. Now, if you can, it's probably not a bad idea to flip your reference. Flip it so it makes sense to you. If you flip your painting, because I do this because my hand works better in this direction. If your hand works great in all directions, you do what works for you. I'm just trying to follow the contours of the bird's neck, in a way that's gonna. So I'm gonna flip it back. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's good. Now, I am going to I want to be able to show the remember, oil, a little bit of oil is going to help you get that look you're looking for. The little hairs. Okay. I'm going to switch my color to the top part here where it's lighter, to that creamier, lighter one that we started up here, and I'm going to come over here, although I think it's a little, yeah, it's not quite as warm. So I'm going to take that color, mix a little bit, just like I'm like a tiniest imaginable amount, and then I'm going to add of the natural tint. And then add titanium white.
To the gray.
Yeah. It is a gray, and this is what this kind of is. It's a lot of grays. All different kinds of grays. Just a little bit more yellow. I got it too flat. I think it's mixing in with some of the colors that I had. There we go. Let's see. Actually, I need some more titanium white. There we go. I keep saying there we go, and there, yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to back my picture out so I don't miss the big picture. We get so caught up in detail sometimes that we forget to look. Now, when we started this out, remember he had a very purpley, kind of pinky look to some of his feathers. I don't want to lose that aspect, so I'm going to actually mix a little bit of. I had the violet. Remember the color we mixed up here? Yeah, it's got that light purpley colors, and I'm actually pulling that into this. And see, sometimes this is where it starts to slow down, the process, for all the detail. I think we did use Purple Lake when we mixed this, and I'm guessing it's yellow ochre, Purple Lake, and then titanium white, and then I probably took it down with a little bit of umbers and stuff, but it's what we mixed the first day. Guess we could go back and roll that beautiful bean footage and find out what it actually was. I'm not really sure. How's that for an answer? Yeah. Obviously, Susan got that one. I'm gonna roll that. It's for bush beans. It was just Bush's baked beans. Roll that beautiful bean footage. So So I guess that means that Bush Beans just got a plug on my live stream today. You're welcome. Yes, you can just send that right to me. As long as I don't get some kind of like, yeah, cease and desist. Yeah, please, Sue, shut up. Just stop. Just stop, please. You're killing it. You're killing my beautiful bean footage.
And you mix that purpley color in with
Yeah, I'm just kind of,
on the top there.
yeah, a little bit right here. I'm just kind of pulling it down. I had it a little too warm, but I'm trying to go with what I have. I'm kind of, if the truth be known, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this, and kind of going in between both worlds here. Okay. There's a beautiful buffy color that I'm missing here, and I'm not quite getting it. And I think if I take this and add, I'm gonna try something. Yeah, that's pretty pink. I'm gonna add a little bit of burnt sienna and see if I can get this color. A little bit of yellow. Okay, I kind of do things intuitively, so I'm trying to mix the color so that I can tell you how I'm mixing it, but I don't have the color yet. So once I get it, I'll tell you what I did to get it. Okay, here we go. There's a neat little warm buffy color in here, and I wanted to get it, and so I actually took titanium white. Then I took just like a tiny bit of the magenta is what I have, but if you have alizarin crimson, that'll work. And then it got really pink. So then I added a little bit of yellow ochre to it and burnt sienna, and I was getting closer and closer. Basically, I wanted kind of a peachy, warmer color right here, and I got it. And then I, so it's got titanium white in it too. And then when it was I wanted to orange it up a little bit or peachy it up, I added a little bit of the cad yellow that I had out, and it worked. Now there might have been a simpler way of getting there, but that would have been easy. I can't have that. I just, I love you guys, but I have to kind of challenge you. All right, I'm gonna be good with that. Yeah, I just wanted this right here, and I'm looking, and I'm wanting to get as much detail as I can without going nuts here and spending too much time in one area.
Are you still using the dagger?
I am. Now, if you're not comfortable with a dagger and want to switch to a different brush, feel free. There is a kind of like a black cresty area on the very front of the neck, and I'm going to get that in. And I'm going to go back with that burnt sienna, 1 part burnt sienna, 2 parts ultramarine blue, and get it in, but I'm probably going to be in front of the camera. I have to be in front of the camera. Whoop! I'll come on this side. It's too blue. Let's get it. All right, let's see if that'll work. Yeah, it's better. They're fun, right?
It's a real different feel to me. It's hard to get used to that.
It is different. I'm going to just take a little tiny bit of black. And then I'm going to clean my brush out real well, since I'm over here on this side. I'm going in with my light gray. just a little bit. I'm just putting a little bit of these feathers in here. Okay, I'm going to be switching modes. I'm going to be getting ready to go into this wing area.
Before you do that, so in the front, you put a little bit of Bobcat.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to come around and just take a look, okay? I'm going to try not to spend much time. I won't be fixing everybody's piece, but I'll give you some advice, okay? And I'm sure you guys won't need any fixing. Okay. Yeah, you're going to want to soften it up a little bit though. But I like your eye, looks really pretty. This is looking very pretty. But here's what the thing, this is going to come around this way. So you can't go down, you have to come this way. That's why I flip it over. This is going in the right direction. You're just going to want it, that's a little too dark. Okay. So you're going to want to soften that up. It's a little too much contrast, but try to make your, like wherever this is, I'm not sure. This comes down, this has to come, like you missed the direction here. So this is one flowing thing.
Okay.
It's like an S, like a backwards S, okay?
Thank you.
And that, again, the same thing. We've got a little bit too much contrast here. And I know that everybody started off with a little bit of a different background color. I was going based on the color that I have on mine. So this is beautiful and you're going in the correct direction. You just got to make it a little less contrasty, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to fuss. I like this. This is very pretty. And you're going to we're going to lighten up some of the areas in the face.
Should I go back in here with more dagger, darker
Watch this.
strokes?
With oil. You can use the side a little bit.
Oh, to soften it.
Yeah, it's just a
Oh,
little
so
bit,
less-
a little bit too much contrast. And then you can probably, you got some good colors here. Let's see.
Soften this.
Yeah, just soften it a little bit. That's really the only thing. Nice. The eye could be bigger, but I think that that's the right idea. Where you were here in this transition here is a little rough. You can make that a little bit smoother, but that's looking good. All right, lady. All right, I like your head. I do like your head. What did we got going on here? Explain yourself.
Okay, this is the dog that I see here. And I haven't gotten all.
My advice would be, don't go in with that color. Tell you what I want you to do, I want you to go up and look at my piece on the, and you can see the transition a little bit is a little smoother. I'm not sure the color selection you've got, but it's a little too red. Yellow it up a little bit, use a little bit more yellow ochre in it, and see if that works for you. But go ahead and go up to the front. If you get a chance, go on up to the front and take a look. Because that's, I think, oh, sorry, honey. As she's in the middle of a really important part. Yes, that's looking nice. You've got a nice transition. A very nice transition. Don't lose your dark values. It's right here.
To come back in.
Yeah, you got to get your dark ones back in, but you're doing well.
Trying to get the right color.
There you go. I know. And I do recommend everybody go up to the front, look at the piece on the easel. If you're using my photo reference or the photo reference of the actual painting, it's a little bit darker than what the actual painting is. So please go up and check both the painting and the painting that I'm working on and the original painting, especially if you're working off the painting references. This looks really pretty. You're going to want to extend that lower mandible all the way back a little bit. It does go up, you're right. Yeah, it connects. And then you're a little too short a stroke or a little fatter. It's a little bit too fat, but it's okay. You're going in the direction and that's good. so I'm not gonna fuss. And this is a lot darker than that. So please go up and take a look. I know you have, and I appreciate that. So it really does help to look at it close. And I guess, was it you taking pictures? Because using the pictures off of here will help you stay on target, because it's difficult if you've got lots of different references. So you're going to start lightening up the reference in this area. I mean the feathers in this area, but you're on the right track. You're doing good, and you're okay. You're going to want to lighten this up in here so that you can see the difference between the cheeks and the. And so again, I'm going to ask you, Deanna, to go up and take a look, because then you'll understand better. But I think you're doing okay. These strokes, that's why I turn my piece, because they start to go around. So think of this like an S, okay? A backwards S, and the feathers all go. So where you're going too far down, it's going to start doing this. I know, I see. And then you're going to come around, but it's going to help you create the motion.
What I'm used to.
Yeah.
But
I don't use, I
how do
mean,
you use this?
the dagger?
Yes. I tried some here and it just,
Oh, you have is that Naples yellow?
it is.
So,
Oh, okay. Little strokes.
yeah. Just but then you're gonna go whoop, whoop. But it is, you're gonna really like it when you're doing these.
Okay.
That's really why I had you get this brush.
I've never used it before.
I
was
was watching someone else's video one day, and they said I couldn't do all this without the dagger brush. I'm like, huh? Dagger brush? I'm gonna have to get me one of those.
Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. Actually, you're doing really well with this one. Not that that's okay. You know what? You take some paint thinner and wipe it off later.
I see.
That's why I'm trying to have you work from here over, so that you can run your hand through this, and this shouldn't be wet, but it is. Your direction looks good. You're gonna go a lot lighter right through here, and you're going to keep your direction heading this way. So think of this like an S, and it will start going this way. We're going to be switching over to the wing area. You could take a paper towel now and see if you can get some of that off while it's still wet. Use a paper towel with a little paint thinner, and it should help.
How does that look now that you
Better, much better. You're doing good. Good job. Look at his eye. Looks like he's pissed off.
He looks pretty mad. I think I transferred that to him.
No, come on. No, good job. Good job with this transit. Hey, you know what? I got nothing to say to you. Just, you're going to lighten up here.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten down there yet.
But you're
I've
doing-
been up here the whole time. Good.
Good job. Okay. And you're also doing a good job.
I'm having trouble with this beat. It's not
It's okay.
curved enough.
It's actually probably, for your picture, it probably should be a little tiny bit longer.
Okay.
The lower mandible is going to be longer than the top. Yeah.
That's gonna be longer.
Yeah, well, it's going to come
Holy cow.
from this point. It's going to come to probably about here, but some of this part up here is going to be this color.
Okay, so can I just make a little marker?
Yeah.
Just gonna go clear here.
Yeah, at least. And you're going to take part of the what's this light color and make it the Naples yellow and burnt sienna. You're going to bring it up to it.
So this needs to curve up.
It means that you're going to take, let's see, some of this, some of this. Oops, 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 oops. It's that much. You're going to start to bring that up. And so you're going to clean that up here. And then you're going to bring the bill up a little bit on the side. But it's so not, it's such a minor thing. You're good. Trust me. You're doing great.
One other question, this eye area is kind of a hot mess.
I use the mid-tone gray
Okay.
And I will tell you to go up and take a look at my painting, because that's going to help more than anything else. Is that because it's interesting, in my original painting I missed the whole white section on the top, but if you go look at the painting that I'm working on, you'll see it. Oh, no it isn't. Your eye needs to be bigger, but that's no big deal, easily fixed.
The beak is ridiculous.
No, it's really not. Use more oil. This little S curve is a little bit more towards the front. The eye is going to go more like here.
How do I just
So you're going to see
Scrape it off.
this area here.
Just scrape it off?
You could scrape it off and just do this, that green color.
See, it's hard for me to hear. I'm ADD.
You-
No,
Oh.
it's my brain thing.
Yeah.
You're talking and not.
If next time, if you were closer to the front, would that be helpful?
No, I mean, it's just the.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of other sounds in here too. So, but no, I'm going to tell you, you're doing actually very well. Use a little bit more oil, a little less paint, and as you bring it around, just move the eye. Just take that off. You have your scraper. You could almost not even use the scraper. Just go in there with this light green paint. Put your eye there. Then the bill will make more sense to you, because it will be in the. See, at least you got your lower mandible proportions correct. You're going to move that little nostril up closer to the top. There you go. You'll be able to. And then there's no problem. If you're using this, hopefully you're using that more, because I noticed I left out this whole white section on the actual painting, the big painting that's going to Vancouver. So, oh well, it's going without a white front, but no, you're doing fine, honey. Do you have your dagger? And this is where you got to use your dagger in here to create.
I'm getting this black spot dried.
Okay.
So you have glue on your forehead.
Oh, good. Thank you for telling me, so I can make sure I get that off.
Okay. The long or the other one?
You could probably use this guy.
The shorter one?
And so when you get that on, you're going to want to just make sure you follow along the contours of the S.
Like I did with Savannah's fur.
Yes, just like that. Just like that.
Okay.
And a little tiny less blue. Just a little, you can gray that up just a little bit, and you can add a little burnt sienna in white if that's still wet, and see if you can mix it a little bit and see if that'll work.
If I like it how it is.
If you like it how it is, that's on you.
Okay.
Okay.
Said, nobody's gonna know. And then she said, I'm calling the press in Vancouver and alerting the media.
Yeah, right? I know Jeff will say, Jeff Schoon, the original photographer, is going to say, but you left out the white part on the forehead. It was my favorite part. And it's kind of funny now. I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, I totally left that out. Oh well. It's just like I did a painting recently of a dog, and I thought it was finished, and I thought it was all done. And then come find out that I left out the whole whisker tracks and everything. Yeah, I do have blue paint. There's a little King's Blue right there on my forehead.
You're huge.
Oh, yes, I am very much so. It's the times when you end up going to places like Food City or to the grocery store, and it's not just like a little bit of paint. It's like you find out you've got dioxazine purple in your hair, side of your face, and you walk around and you know, people look at you, they have conversations with you, and they probably just said, that's Sue. It's okay. She's an artist. She's supposed to be like that. She's been working today. Okay. Back to it. Yeah, the live stream is very quiet today. It's nice to know that people actually are going to church. Okay, so I'm going to start working on this part. There's a lot to that part. this whole wing, because I'm moving this way, so if I need to go like this and lean on my canvas, I'm not going to have a handful of wet paint.
You didn't do anything on his back yet.
I have not. I am not going to move that way, because if I need to go back, see what I don't want to mess my hand up. So much the way I move around a canvas has as much to do with what I'm painting and what's going to be touching there. What part? Right, I'm saying I'm going to work from the left to the right since I'm right-handed. I know I have some lefties here. Deanna's a lefty. So if it's better for you to work from, well, I guess it's going to be hard for you to work if I'm only working on a certain area, but I know you've probably dealt with this your whole life. So I'm trying to keep my hand clean, and that's why I'm working this way, because I can lean on my canvas. I'm sure you have your own methods of trying to keep your hand clean. Is there any other lefties here? Wow, just one? Normally when I do a workshop, I have several lefties. So that's kind of unusual. So that's interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to find the right brush here in a minute. It's funny, the...
Isn't this one that we're working on?
Yeah, we're going to work on this now. This is the area we're going to work on. And I'm just kind of looking at it, getting a little familiar. I'm trying to find the brush I want to use. I may get this one at first. Made too big. Okay, I think I'm going to go, I've got a lot of brushes here, folks. I'm going to do a number 2 Eclipse Long Filbert, not very big. And I'm going to start working into that wing, okay? Okay, yeah, no problem. So I had mixed my grays, and my grays over in this area seem to be a little bit warmer. So you remember where I mixed a little bit of the umber, either Van Dyke Brown. You can use the Van Dyke Brown or raw umber. There we go. I'm going to actually warm it up a little bit. I'm going to put a little bit of burnt umber. Yeah, that's a little bit better. There's a lot of... Yeah. Yep, as long as you're comfortable with it. I'm sorry? Yeah, burnt umber and or you can use Van Dyke Brown. The gray. Remember how we made the gray? King's Blue, burnt sienna. And then you decide if you how much white you're going to need. Yeah, yeah. I'm actually readjusting some of the shape of my wing. It's funny what you see when you look at it the next day. I'm not too far off. I'm going to go ahead and re-wet some of this area. And the nice thing is this particular brush, this filbert, is just kind of the right shape for a feather. You know, for individual feathers. And I'm going to just kind of wet this down and then start adding. And it's funny what you notice when you look at it again, that this area here has to wrap around. It's this color up here. I had my grays that I mixed, and I just took a section of it and added some browns to it to warm it up, just to. And like I said, this is kind of nice because this is one of those few times when I won't call you a pecker if you do it this way, because it almost looks like it's the feathers, the way you're putting them in. So there is a darker value, like one of the feathers coming down, and I'm taking some, since I've already got wet paint here, I can see that there's a line that comes straight down here. And I see another one right here. Grab some of that brown. Come on, Sue. And you can see just little edges of feathers. I can see a little edge of a feather. Wow, we got this little crowd. You know what? I will say, guys, most of my workshops, a lot of people like to come up and watch. So I always invite people to come up. I mean, I know sometimes you can come back and say, oh, I see what she did, and are able to apply it a little bit better. And that's good.
Which brush did you use for those feathers again? The white one?
I think I started off with just one of the number 99 series, and number 2,
Little ones.
the little sable. But then I switched, and I'm not necessarily happy with that yet. I'll probably go back but I know time is of the essence, and I'm just trying to, because I want to get this done. And so I'm kind of doing some shapes of what I think look like little feather shapes. All right. So you remember the ultramarine blue and burnt sienna color that we mixed? That nice gray that we used up on the head. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that here. Oop, I want it to be a little bluer. This kind of loops around this little area, and it kind of goes down like that. And if you look on that feather, it's almost like this is probably the secondary feathers, flight feathers, or coverlets. And I'll see these birds flying, and they're so awkward when you see them flying because their legs are usually trailing behind them. And I think it looks funny.
Yeah, they look like they're dragging their legs.
And they usually have their neck all kind of cocked in, so it looks like they're hunched over, and they have that massive wingspan, and they look kind of strange. I see like a pterodactyl. It's like watching a pterodactyl. I always say that about pelicans. I know, Susan, you just got back from a trip to the beach where you had. I saw your photos that you were taking of the pelicans.
Yeah,
I like pelicans.
I do too.
Yeah. One time we were at Clearwater Beach. Matt, do you remember this day? Well, we've been to Clearwater Beach a lot of times. So one day we got there kind of early because it may have been like a holiday weekend or something, and so we got to the beach early. And I saw this pelican just standing on the shore. All right, I'm grabbing a little bit of Purple Lake, folks, just a little bit to use in this wing area. I'm using it right on the edge, right here on the edge that I'll be mixing the burnt sienna into. So I'm looking at this bird, and I thought, this bird's not acting right. It's acting odd. And then I realized he was tangled up in fishing line. So I asked one of the lifeguards, can I borrow I need your raincoat. And he goes, no, we have to call animal control. We have to call animal control. I said, nah, there's nobody here. You're gonna stress this animal out more just get him your raincoat. And he went and got his raincoat. And I said, okay, I'm gonna catch him. You're just gonna hold him for a minute. And he was so nervous. This kid was so nervous. And we threw it over the bird. And I had to try to untangle, and somebody else on the beach gave us a knife, and I was able to cut him loose. And the whole time he said, we need to call animal control. We need to call animal control. I said, no, he'll be okay. Just let's see what he looks like here. And the bird kind of looked indignant, like, what have you done to me? And set him down, and he flew off. He was fine. It made me happy, but I'm glad we didn't call animal control because he would have gotten shipped off to some place to get, I don't know, it would have been a whole lot more of an ordeal than it would have been necessary.
You should have said, I am animal control.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know, no. But I think, I just didn't want to get bitten because that bill is pretty intimidating. But I always think when I see them flying, I think that must be what a pterodactyl looked like,
I love the way they dive on the water.
Oh, yeah. Now keep in mind, folks, this wing is below this part of his neck. And the way I have it right now, it does not appear to be that way. So I'm going to take some ivory black. And since I can keep my hand right here. I am going to make this dark here. It's immediately going to make it look like this wing is tucked underneath his neck and not vice versa, like it's above his neck.
Suzanne, where did you put the purple lake?
I put the purple lake right on the edge right here of where I'm putting the burnt sienna, where you see those little burnt sienna feathers. It just gives it it rolls into it nicely. Now I'm taking this ivory black and moving this in, and I'm not using it dark. Please don't like make this whole thing black. I'm just creating the shadows and the contrast right here where the top part of the wing is over the other feathers. And so if you need to study your feathers, study your feathers. You can take your ivory black and do the areas that you see are the dark, the negative space that the feathers create. Use a little bit of oil, not a lot of paint, just a little bit. So basically, it's almost like I'm drawing in the negative space, the shadows that the feathers create. Does that make sense? Okay, we've got some feathers that come this way now. Besides driving back, does anybody have any fun plans for tomorrow? No, who else going back tomorrow? Okay, so your fun plan is to drive back. I know what my fun plan is. I'm sleeping late. I am going to be sleeping late. And I'm going to, I don't know.
Of course, as soon as you say, I'm going to sleep late, you can't sleep.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. If nothing else, I'm staying in bed.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm going to put a couple more little stripes here. So I know this looks really strange what I'm doing, but I'm basically painting in the shadows of the feathers, or the delineation between all the feathers on the interior aspect of this wing. And I'm looking at where the dark values are. And all my students know this about me. Dark values, dark values, dark values. Now I'm going to mix raw umber or Van Dyke brown in with my black, just to liven it up a little bit. Otherwise it's pretty flat. Now I'm trying to be really careful, splitting hairs here if you will, about what is accurate and based on the drawing that I did that was done very quickly and not very accurate. I'm trying to make it okay accurate. How's that for an answer? It's passable. But I tend to be really, really tough when it comes to the accuracy of structure on wildlife, and form follows function in my book, and so if it's not right, it's totally wrong. But I'm trying to bridge the distance here. I'm looking. Now, one of the things I noticed is that the distal end of each feather on the interior aspect of the wing, this area, or the terminal end of a feather is lighter than as it goes up into the wing. So I'm going to take a little bit of this Van Dyke Brown, mix a little tiny bit of King's Blue in it, and start at the very light end of each feather and work my way in. Same here. Then I'm going to go straight with the dark brown.
What are you using again?
The brush,
No, the colors.
I'm using Van Dyke Brown, a combination of Van Dyke Brown, Ivory Black, or I'm using Van Dyke Brown, King's Blue.
There she is.
Let's see here. There's a big feather I'm missing here. It's all right, we're going to go with it. You see what I did there? So you missed it when I was doing the live demo at Twigs and Leaves, but Kevin came to see me.
Oh, yeah.
He did. Yeah, he says, oh, and I even had my picture taken with Kevin. And then for those folks who are hearing me talk about this and are wondering what I'm going to talk about, Kevin is is Lisa's husband, and Twigs and Leaves is one of the galleries that I show out of, and I was doing a live demo there, and I got to see him.
Is he a painter too?
Kevin? Would you call him a painter? Lisa? No. He's an enthusiast. His wife's a painter, so, you know. All right, so I'm just kind of, if you get a chance and you want to come up and see what I did, I'm not going to take a lot of time, because I know how much time we've got to get onto the other piece. And we're gonna finish this. Everything's getting done today, folks. It will get done today.
So did you say the distal end of the feather is a little bit lighter? I think that's
Yes. I'm kind of making up some of my feathers here because I've already missed one of the big ones that hangs down, but it's okay. It'll be fine. It'll translate. Ah, hey Joylyn. We were wondering where you were. Let's see, what time is it? Well, it's 10:50. I'm not sure where she lives. Where do you live, Joylyn? I was trying to figure out the time frame. If you were coming from a different place, maybe it was a little early. There we go. Do y'all know what I mean by the distal end, or the feather at the very end? You could say terminal end of the feather, but the part that's farthest from the actual body. So I'm just kind of lightening up some of this area. There we go. I'm not going to probably mess with that too much. Okay. How are we doing, folks? Okay. I'm going to go, now that I kind of have these feathers back in, I'm going to go back to this part of the wing and I'm going to lighten up quite a bit. Now, since I have, the values of these are very close. This is where I'm taking a little artistic liberty here. I'm going to lighten this. I want either the bird to be lighter or the background to be lighter. I can't have them this close to each other. So I'm going to go with a lighter wing. And I'm using the lightest gray that we made, which basically has a lot of titanium white in it. And again, I'm just going to start hitting some of those ends here of the feathers. Again, distal ends, or where the little feathers kind of overlap. Try not to go too impasto. Somebody gets to take this piece home today, and I don't want you to have to get wet in the car. And for folks who are watching online, one of the perks of going to my workshops is that I don't want to take this painting home, so one of my students has to. That's what it is. You could get to, somebody gets to go home with a original Suzanne Barrett Justis. And I say it's original. It's original, but there's how many copies out there now, guys, right? Everybody's going home with their own copy, plus somebody goes home with mine. Plus then the one that's going to Vancouver, and then there's the, so it goes on. Yes, we have a lot of these birds, but yes, I think you all know what I mean. Somebody's going to go home with this piece. I hope so. I hope they feel like it and not like, oh great, now I gotta go home with this. Yeah. Well, you're saying that now, but somebody's got to go home with the Bobcat too. But I'll sign them for you, and they'll be. I'll write something on the back too. Aha! And I'm just letting that blend a little bit, because now, remember where we put that purple lake? Now you can kind of see the edge of the shoulder of this swing here. And let's do a little bit of light in here. And I'll take the paint. So I know I have wet paint in here, and I'm just letting it blend a little bit. There we go. Okay. Whoopsie. Clean your brush, clean your brush. I'm taking a little bit of burnt sienna and just kind of moving it through here a little bit. Not too much. I get crazy. I start having fun with stuff and forget, oh yeah, we have another painting to do today. Because we will finish this one. We will finish this. I guess we'll be thinking about what we want to do for lunch. If we're going to bring lunch in today, Matt, I don't even think that they're not open on Sunday. I was going to say we're going to just get a pizza from Chef's, but Chef's does not open on Sunday. But I'm sure there is somebody who is, and we'll find it. Is it? Okay, we're going to put it. Okay, I'm going to leave that. Now I'm going to do this leg. As you can see, I'm just moving through the piece from this side to this side. Take a step back for a minute. I always got to look at my containers before I drink from them, because I never know for sure. Is it the soap container? Is it someone's Gamsol container?
Have you ever taken a sip of Gamsol? Because I thought about that, like when I reached for my coffee, like I could see myself just taking a sip.
Knock on wood, not yet. Now I have you know, as we know, we have sometimes in the studio, we sometimes have wine in the studio. Isn't that right, Ann and Reeves? So when that happens and you're painting and you have your wine glass, and sometimes it's red, and sometimes you want to just put your paintbrush in your wine glass. I know a lot of artists have done that with their coffee mugs. We tend to do it with wine, so, you know, you choose your poison, literally, right? I mean, it'll happen. And you know what, Susan, the truth is I may have already done it and don't even know it. So that might explain some stuff about me. If you're thinking, yeah, this woman's nuts. It must be all the Gamsol she ingests, but. Oh, law. Well, especially if you're using odorless paint thinner, right? And there isn't the smell that when you take it to your face. But, you know, back in the old days when we were using turpentine a lot, there was no question. That turpentine always dried my sinuses out. I mean, no, I can't use that. Okay, the legs. Legs are a funny thing. They're kind of awkward and ugly and weird on a bird. Actually, if I was to tell the truth, bird feet and legs are my one thing that I really don't like painting. There you go, I said it. Anybody who knows me knows I'm kind of weird about feet anyway, but bird feet are just kind of, so there you go. You think, oh, you're an animal science person, you're an animal person, so you obviously must you can embrace every aspect of the animal, except their feet. Okay, so I'm looking at this little foot, this leg. And I'm seeing a very toned down yellow ochre. I make sure my brush is clean because I tend to pick up other colors. I'm going to take yellow ochre. I'm going to take a little bit of the neutral tint. It's funny, the neutral tint obviously has a lot more blue in it because it does kind of green it up.
Just yellow or neutral tint?
Yeah, and then titanium white. And I'm just going to go ahead and start putting this little leg in here.
Kind of a muddy green color.
Yeah, well, it's baby poop. Good call. That's a good one. Yeah, remember those days. Oopsie. I'm using a number 2 long eclipse filbert, yes. Mm-hmm. That's okay. It's yellow ochre. It's yellow ochre and a little bit of natural tint and titanium white. Now don't jump in just because you mix it into the other wing, other leg. Now I'm going to extend mine up a little bit, and the reason I'm going to do it is I kind of want it to disappear into this black, okay? So I'm not going to run it back down into the color that I just did. I'm just going to bring it up and then leave it. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make it look like the leg just disappears up in there. Who said what? We good? Okay. Now I only stopped there because the rest of the leg is pretty gray. And it's kind of a brown gray. So remember the gray that we made up on top? No, I'm only going to do one because I'm going to work my way across simply because I don't want to wet. If I want to lean on something, I want something clean to lean onto. So I mixed that gray again, a darker gray. This time I just took the Van Dyke brown, ultramarine blue, and a little titanium, King's blue. And I'm just gonna come down here. If you need to use a little bit of oil because you're getting drag, go ahead and put some, because remember, this time we're working on the canvas, and you'd rarely experience drag on that panel, but you will on a canvas.
Sorry, any gray that you have on your palette here?
Well, what I did is I mixed ultramarine blue, Van Dyke brown, and King's blue. From the knee down, because the knee has a lot of yellow in it. And I'm going to start to make, you can see like little lines across this part of the yellow part, and it's kind of like scales. I'm going to ask a question, and I know everybody lives far away. Some do, some are close by. But if I were to do a live stream class where it was just where we got together and did color mixing and theory, is that something anybody would be interested in watching?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, but you're able to join me in person, but yes, you could do a live stream class as well. And it would be something that you can come back to later. But I'm just curious if that's something that if I posted it and there was like a fee to join a live stream for a class, unless you happen to be a member on my YouTube or Patreon. The reason I'm asking that is because I'm thinking, this is what I'm hearing from you guys, is that color mixing can be difficult for some. And I'm actually thinking that that's going to be something that I'm going to offer to anybody who's wanting to jump on and making that available. So it wouldn't be anything you would join in on. You wouldn't be in a classroom. You just watch it online. But you will be able, if it's a live stream, you'll be able to ask questions when it's happening. So I'm just going to throw that out there, that might be, definitely follow my YouTube channel and follow me on Insta and all those good places. And just keep in touch with me, and I'll try to say, hey, guess what? We're going to do this if you guys want to jump on. All right, it gets a little wider at the base of the foot, and I'm going to actually change my foot a little bit because I know I was trying to fit it in here. And that's one of my biggest bad things. If I tend to want to, I just kind of, like I said, I mentioned this earlier, I fly by the seat of my pants on most things. And the biggest problem I have with my art is that I don't always plan things out, which sounds like, wouldn't that be a plus? But not necessarily, because I oftentimes will run stuff off the canvas and then have to start over, and I do it a million times. And you know, a well planned out painting is generally going to be more successful. But you know, that would require planning on my part. We can't have that. So, but I'm just telling you that that's one of my bad problems. Okay, so I've got this leg kind of done, and I'm taking some of the lighter gray, the browner gray that we made, and I'm just going to kind of make these little scaly things. Now, if you really look, you know, the leg is round, so these shouldn't be straight across. They should be somewhat curved, and they get smaller as you get down on the, you know, I don't want you to sit there and worry about all the detail here, but I'm just explaining it as I go. You're, again, welcome to come up and look anytime. Okay, so there's kind of one leg. I'm going to go ahead and do something down here where the rock is, just so I have a place over here so it looks like the bird is on a rock or something. I'm just in this, and the brush you use for this, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm just grabbing one. Happens to be a number 6 short flat. And I'm going to make a rock color. That's kind of a loaded question. Go make a rock color. So I just took some burnt umber, some white, and I'm going to put a little ivory black. And suggest that this is where the rock is going. And I'm not going to make it I'm not worrying about it so much, guys, because I'll be adding some white and some blues to it. And I'm gonna, I'm not gonna fill the whole thing in. So it looks weird at first because I'm gonna mix some other colors in it. I'm gonna grab some of the titanium white, and I have some of this color already on my brush. So I'm going to kind of run it in here, right on top of what I just did. I don't always, because it's a rock, it's nice to use a flat for rocks because you can make little weird angles and what Deanna did was a good idea. If you're curious, because I know it's hard to see, what I did in my painting versus the way I'm doing it now is actually different. I'm just kind of giving this bird something to stand on. Yeah, and that's that's what I'm saying, the distal end of each feather just has a little bit of, since the feathers were wet, I just took a little tiny, like a smidge of King's Blue right there, and just made it very easy. Not a lot of color. So if you're looking at the picture, like Deanna just took a picture of the rock. It has a lot more like yellow ochre and just a little bit different colors than the one I'm using for this one. But it's okay. You make your rock however you want to make your rock. I do like using flats for things like rocks because I can just make that flat, chunky. Gee whiz, when the thing cuts out, it gets really quiet in here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. And if you, just for the sake of artistic license here, I'm just going to suggest that there's a little line of water or something here. And that'll be where I put the signature. Okay, I got to do this foot. The foot. Okay, so I'm going to grab kind of some of the, oops, I guess that's not working anymore. Where did I do with my, okay, I guess that's it. The yellow color that I used for the beak, but I'm going to take it down a little bit. It's more, put a little tiny bit of the natural tint in there. Yep, that'll do it. The top part of the leg is, or the foot or the toe is kind of dark gray, but the inside or bottom part is this neat yellow. And I may actually end up doing the other foot while I'm over here on this side. And then I'm going to take ivory black and go cut right underneath it. Make sure you've got a nice sharp edge. How's everybody doing? Everybody's like, I can tell, like everybody's so painting furiously.
Still working on the rock.
It's okay. That's all right. I'm going to put a claw there. A little claw right there. The claw.
Okay. Okay, I have lost my original leg color. I do not remember where it is.
It happens. It happens. The leg color. I used Van Dyke Brown, Ultramarine Blue, and a little King's Blue. Try that, and if you need to change it up with whether you need to add more blue or more brown, and then if you need to.
No, above the leg, the yellow part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I used yellow ochre and white, and it was too yellow, so I used a natural tint. I hear a lot of exhaling, guys. I know what that means. No, it means you're frustrated. I know that sound. I hear you, sister. I'm not going to put too much effort on this leg or that foot, but we'll know it's there. Okay, I'm going to jump in on the other leg because I'm pretty sure I won't have to run my hand through it once I move over here. I am going to try my best to get this done before lunch. And lunch may be 12:30, and we may just have to order something in and then I gotta get you guys, I gotta get it done. Okay. Back to my color. Hey, guess what? Oh, there it is. I found it. I was gonna say, I lost my leg color. Here, I was laughing at you, Deanna, and it's like I did the same thing. Okay, if you need to, try a little bit of the raw umber in it. It may help. Raw umber or even your raw sienna. Raw sienna is a weird color for me. I like the look of the color, but because of its transparency, it's so hard to manipulate. Now I've gotten this like really thick, but I'm going to fix it by coming in on this side of it. I've got a lot of the charcoal. So for whomever gets this painting, give it a chance to dry out. And once it's dry, you can take a rubber eraser, a kneadable eraser, and remove all the charcoal. Okay, so I'm going in with that original dark gray that I used from using the Van Dyke Brown, ultramarine blue, and a little bit of King's Blue. Boom, there's my color. Actually, I want it a little bit browner. So once you mix a color, and if it's like, you think, oh, I got it too cool, just add your warm value or warm color. Now these birds, we used to have a water feature in our yard. It's just, and it was one I built myself. Like I did it, and it was, it's only like 3 feet by 4 feet by 2 feet. You know, like 2 feet deep. It was not a deep pond. You know, it was just a water feature. But I had koi and I had goldfish and I had all kinds of stuff on there, and my little dog Phoebe at the time, she was standing at the back door barking, like, and I'm like, what could you possibly see? Well, there stood a great blue heron on top of my house. And do you know that sucker cleaned out all the fish out of my pond? I mean, like, talk about shooting fish in a barrel. He cleaned out my pond. And I had fish. I mean, I'm one of those people who actually establishes a relationship with their fish. So I was so sad. I mean, like, and so then I ended up putting a net over my water feature. And then I ended up catching one of my fish's gills in the net. You know, so it's like, you know, I could not win. Needless to say, I do not partake in the water feature situation anymore. Okay, I'm looking at, there's a little bit of a shadow right here on the inside of the thigh. Could have gone with a different color. I should have. I went a little too warm. You know, it happens. I'm going to take just straight on the natural tint. Kind of fix my little problem there, because sometimes I'm a little problem. Go ahead and, oops, that's a little too much, Sue. And sometimes if I got too much paint right here, if you clean your brush off and use some paint thinner, push it back a little bit, you can probably take some of that off, most of that off. And then go back, I'm going back in with the yellow that I had. Just like magic. How you doing, guys? Okay, good. I heard that. I'm doing good. I'm great. I am fabulous. That's what I want to hear. I am simply fabulous. And I'm taking my lighter gray and just doing some of the weird little detail-y things in the leg, leaving some of the wrinkles. Like I said, I'm not going to put a lot of emphasis on these feet because, well, we know how I feel about that. But we also, just for the sake of time, too. Okay, so we're going to go in between the toes here and make the dark parts. What was that? Oh no! Some of my little colors here, lighten up some of the area, and like I said, I'm not going to put a lot of detail into the rock. This is not a rock painting workshop. No, who said that? Who? Oh. Yeah. You know, I do think that using a flat on a rock is a good thing, though. You've heard me say I'm not a big flat fan. I personally am not, but there's times when I think they do come in really handy. And for me, it's usually stuff like that. I forgot a whole section of this little leg.
All right.
I'm gonna put a little bit of a light here just because I can't stop. Can't stop myself. I'm gonna come around here in just a few. Just take a look-see. Just gonna take a little look-see, that's all. I'm gonna put a little bit of light here. So every time I struggle with a value, again, if it's a value and that are too close to each other, for an example, I'm struggling with the value of where these feet are, I'll go ahead and either lighten the toe or darken the whatever. I have to, so I just did a lighter streak on top of this toe. And I mean, it's true. It's also understanding where the light is, et cetera, but I'm not going to go into any much more detail on the feet than what I already have. So I'm going to come around and take a look and see where everybody's at. Yeah, you could do it that way. Let's see. I'm going to just kind of walk around. I'm not going to be taking too many brushes. Oh, those are good feet. Those are good little feet. You're doing good little feet. That's the idea. That's the general idea. Oh wow, yours are really good feet. You're really tight. Yeah, you're very tight with your brush and your. Mine are very almost impressionistic feet. Let's go with that idea. Because I don't like feet. That's right. I'm kind of went with impressionistic. You know, they're bird feet. They're there. Oh wow, everybody's got good feet. Of course, you're going to want to go with gray towards on the bottom shanks of the legs, but those are looking. Oh, got good feet. Nice job. Everybody's got better feet than me. I just kind of was like, again, more good feet. Crappy rocks, but good feet. Well, you know, we have to make choices in life, and nope, your feet aren't bad either. You just got to put a little bit more paint down. You're getting the idea.
So, trace poorly, is this the right leg or this one?
I'll tell you what, it almost doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. So if you go, if this is where your knee is,
Yeah.
then just go down and make it one brush stroke.
Okay, this is black and comes in.
I think this is actually your leg.
My leg, right?
Right, here's your actual leg. So in the case like that, if you're going to change it, you can use your paint scraper and a little paint thinner and that'll come right off.
Okay.
No biggie. No biggie.
Suzanne, what colors for the feet? I didn't hear.
That's okay. I used, for the upper part of the legs, I used yellow ochre and a little a raw umber and titanium white. Try that first. Because it's funny, in this picture it seemed a lot brighter.
The yellow ochre, what?
Try the yellow ochre, a little raw umber, and titanium white. See if that does.
Okay.
Yeah. This we're going to work into. This is like from the other day, so we'll change. There's a lot of this is going to change.
But this is okay.
Oh, it's fine. It's hard to see the definition of the different feathers, but it's kind of like.
There's a glare too. It's hard to see.
Right. So I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it because it's even hard to see in this picture. The best thing to do is go up and look, but it's just knowing how to do the interior, but it's fine.
I just need to get.
That's it.
Get it done.
Go ahead, get it in there. Some more good feet. God, y'all feet. You know what? This piece seems like it's way easier for everybody. I wonder why that is, though. Is the background what threw everybody off on the Bobcat? Okay. And what did you figure out, Penny, from looking at your cat's eyes?
I don't have an idea what cat's eyes are shaped like. And they're
Interesting thing, right? House cats, they have vertical slits. Oops, sorry, I'm feedbacking. Have vertical slitted pupils. Not all cats are that way. All big cats have round pupils. The Bobcat, I think they also have round pupils. I don't think they have slitted pupils. So I'll have to ask Google about that. But like foxes have slit pupils too, just like cats. So studying your cat's eyes versus a bobcat's eyes doesn't necessarily work, but I'm going to find out if they have slitted pupils or round pupils. But all your big cats have, tigers, lions, jaguars, leopards, cheetahs.
picture is the way the cat's head is curved.
And it is. It's harder when you're trying to deal with different things. But no, everybody's feet are looking really good. Don't go up and look at my feet. Don't go up and look at my feet. Y'all are doing good. Look at you with a little brush.
I just got there. I was afraid I was gonna, put my hand down there.
I would say your leg placement, everything looks good. Your feet probably could be bigger.
Okay.
But you're doing a good job. Oh my gosh, Anne, nice feet. You hear that all the time, I know. I have to say too, I like what you did on the interior aspect of the wing. Yeah, it's a little bit more impressionistic, but you do have the light, and you're got the basic feel of what's going on. So that I like, and I like that you used the little purples in there too.
Okay, and I didn't quite catch when you said you were painting the dark values of
The lines of the
feathers, that's what I was trying to do there.
yeah.
Is that what you
No, and that was the idea. Yeah, you got the idea.
What is looking impressionistic about?
Well, you used different colors than I used, but like this is like jaggedy. I see what you're seeing, but it's actually two feathers laying on top of each other, and it's just a matter of understanding what's actually going on in there. But it's fine. It's actually very pretty, and I wouldn't change it.
Okay,
So it's fine.
yeah, I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah, we're good. All right, guys. This was an easy. That's good. That'll look good. Now, if you end up cooling it down, Reeves, it's a little bit. This part of the leg is a kind of a bluer gray, or yeah.
Which,
Try a little bit of the ultramarine blue. Yeah, and it'll probably do it for you. How you doing? You're in there. You're into other parts of the painting. You're my rogue. You know that, right? You just kind of do your own thing, but that's fine. If you're happy where you're going with it, I'm gonna let you be. Are you good with it this way?
Yes.
Do you need anything from me?
No, I think I'm good, thank
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you know I already finished my tea? Okay. Whew. All right, I'm going to start going into this interior part of the body and working my way across. I may go up here and then do this and then work that wing. I think that's going to be my plan of attack. So sometimes I just got to feel it a bit. Now you know those little long feathers are going to be the last things we do. So when you do your application of paint on the interior part of this part of the chest, go light. Do not use a lot of paint thinner and do not use a lot of paint. If you want This is one of the few opportunities where I'm going to tell you it's okay. Instead of using your linseed oil, you can use Gamsol. And the reason I'm telling you that is because I need it to dry fast, because you need it to dry fast when you use your dagger brush to do those long, thin feathers in front of it. So don't use, so the rule here is do not use a lot of paint, Penny, and do not use any oil if you can get by with it, okay? Because I want it to be as dry as I can get it in the time frame that we have to make those lines. So when we're working on this part, because we have all those long feathers to go over it, this is in this area, we want to use as little amount of paint until we get to those feathers, okay? So we keep the paint thin, and you can use your Gamsol as your, instead of linseed oil, if you need it to be, to run it out a little, so it's got to be a little thinner. I'll call it out as I do it, but I'm telling you this now, I'm telling you up front before I start, the reason I'm doing this is because I want it to dry faster so we can do the fun feathers, okay? The fun, long, skinny feathers. Okay, so the tricky part here, and I probably can jump into this without doing anything right now because this is dry. So I'm thinking about something first. I think everybody's got different layers, a different degree of completedness. Hang on for a second. Before I get into this, I'm going to walk around and look at everybody's thing again because I may tell you not to do anything. Okay, a lot of you may not need to do a thing unless it's shading or creating the body or form of the bird. So, you look cozy. Okay. Okay, see, you kind of were doing some of those. We'll get to that. We'll be getting there. All right. I think everybody might be okay here if you don't even do that much. The only thing I would ask you to do is just to get a little bit of dark right in this area. Just a little, instead of going across this way, just some of the...
So forget about the feet right now.
Oh no, you can finish your feet. You're fine. You got...
But bring the black.
You're going to use very little paint. And if you're looking at this, pretend you're looking at this part underneath the feathers. Instead of having to go, if you look, it's like there's dark, dark, and dark, dark. If you want to look at what I have, it might be easier. And you could look at that one, or you can look what I did here. See, I'm looking at the dark feathers. So this is all I have. But see how it's going down, it's not going sideways. And I'm going to start here. I may actually go in here and do a little bit of work in here, but I'm going to keep the paint super, super thin because I know I want to put all the fun detail in. So we're good. Okay, guys, I am going to do this area. Again, I don't want to use a lot. I'm telling myself this to remind myself not to do it. Because I have problems with like taking direction, even from myself. So I'm just going to kind of go in a little darker here. Again, I'm using paint thinner instead of linseed oil. I am using a smaller brush. I am using the number 2 Eclipse Long Filbert. The paint thinner, I'm using the Gamsol instead of the oil simply to keep my paint super thin. Because we're going to be putting all these long skinny other feathers on top, I don't want the oil to slow it down. So I'm using my paint very thinly. That's the only the reason I usually tell people do not use Gamsol as a paint thinner when you're actually painting on your canvas, because it will create dry, chalky, patchy areas in your painting. But because we have a short amount of time, and because we are going to be painting all these amazing feathers on top, I need the bottom surface to be a little bit drier, not soupy, not oily. So do not use oil in this part that I'm doing at this point. I'm using paint thinner. And I'm not going to really use that much. I'm just kind of putting in some of the darker values. And keep in mind the way the body of the bird, so you have these dark values going in these directions. And I'm just going to leave that the way it is. Going to make a couple little dark areas in here using paint thinner, not oil. And I'm using it's kind of the Van Dyke brown. But the neutral tint's going to be a little bit too purpley. But that is a good idea. But if you're going to do it as a glazing kind of technique, you don't want to use your walnut oil. A Galkid. I'm just saying use your Gamsol only because it's going to evaporate very fast. And it's not going to leave a tacky residue that the other paint's going to stick on, and then you're going to not get a smooth look. Oh, to get the darker value, as long as they're not purple. You could do it without making it look purple. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit of Van Dyke brown and a little bit of ultramarine blue. Just to cool it down a little bit, and paint thinner. That's all I'm using. And if you see a little darker, you know, I'm using a little bit of ivory black sometimes. Okay, with that done, I'm going to take that same light buffy color we were using up here, which I actually want that to be smoother. It's a little too much. Yeah, I'm using my finger. Yeah, don't use your finger, but yeah, using my finger. So I'm taking a little bit of that buffy kind of grayish white color and using paint thinner. And I say that out loud to remind myself. I'm just going to go, oops, a little too much. Yeah, just a good, and I'm really not using much of this paint at all. Okay, that's all I'm doing right now. I'm going to leave that alone. If you want to come up and look at what I did, it's not that much, but it's just enough that when I start laying down the other light colored feathers on, it's very minimal. This area is very minimalistic. So I went with the dark values in here, had these kind of in, and then just took basically just a smidge of color with paint thinner just to create that look. But I swept up.
What is this color?
The dark color is Van Dyke and ultramarine blue. And that's all. And just like let it go. Just don't even, we're not even going to talk to it
See,
again.
I've got a all this part way too dark. How can I get it lighter?
Okay, well, if you mix this, the color, I just took this color here and mixed a little bit of my paint thinner.
Which is kind of like the color you have.
Yeah, it is the very same color. And then just put that in there and use the paint thinner and just made that
And
little,
you're like in about a this kind of brush.
yep, same brush. All right, so while that's drying, I'm gonna move up here onto this part of the Quasimodo hump thing going on. The hump. Okay, so the same color I just mixed with to do some of this, I'm gonna come over here. It looks like a pretty neat shadow color. The ultramarine blue Van Dyke brown with a little bit of, it's, paint thinner. I don't know, whatever I had down here, and it might have a little King's blue in it too. Excuse me. Yeah, from talking a lot, and I'm talking a lot, I will start to lose my voice. I know it seems hard to believe for those who know me. Now you can start using oil again up here. It's fine. And I do like to use my oil. And I'm looking for areas that I might have missed before. There's a really dark value right here. I like that it has this little open area here. And I'm going to take a little bit of ivory black, just a tiny bit, and really emphasize, because this part of the head is actually laying on top. There. Okay. Now I'm going to just very lightly look for little areas that I can put some little dark value in. There's an area right here. Might be a little too dark. So I'm using mainly oil. It's almost like I'm glazing. I'm just putting that in there a little bit, using my finger, because I'm going to be putting some lighter values on top. This is not really the detail. And I'll get to the wing later. I just want to look at the areas around this area. I'm using oil now. I am using oil. I just didn't want to use oil where I was going to be running these feathers. And I did use my finger to smudge. Not that I recommend you do it, but we kind of sometimes do it. Okay, now let's go have some fun. Remember the initial kind of purpley gray we made earlier? It's actually, now I look at it and I'm thinking, I'm going with more brown gray, but I'm wanting to lighten it up. So, remember the grays that we made today? We have a kind of a mid-tone gray, a light gray. I'm using the number 2, Long Filbert's Eclipse, because it's kind of nice that it makes sort of like feather shapes. Yeah, I know, I do too. Yeah, I got you. And sometimes you could just use it in a different. The reason I'm using it that way is you can almost make the terminal end of your of the feather just show. It's number 2, Long Filbert, Eclipse. That's not warm enough.
And you're just picking.
I am sort of pecking. I'm being a pecker. But here's one of the few times when I'm saying it's okay to be a pecker. I'm using the very tip of this brush. If you look at a filbert, also it's somewhat cat tonguish, if you will. It's got that little slight curve, and it kind of looks like a little feather, like the shell of a feather, right? So this is a delightful brush to use because when you're using it, and if you use it, like see how I'm holding it this way, I'm letting the end of the brush kind of hit it. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But, and sometimes you'll see me just kind of brush it off a little bit. So in that original gray we made, that's kind of got that purpley color, and I think we used the Purple Lake when we made it. I'm actually putting a little bit of, let's see, the burnt umber. So if you don't have that color on your palette anymore, let me see if I can mix it tell you how to mix it real quick. If you take, I'm going to just try to do it real quick so we can use, let me be a good girl, use my palette knife. Take a little bit of Purple Lake. Oh yeah. Purple Lake is very purpley. Take a little yellow ochre. Wow. Cad yellow in it. See if that pulls it down. It's not making it. Ah, wait, we're getting there. Just took a little Van Dyke brown. More. Titanium white. Yeah, mine's not working, so I'm trying to figure out how we initially got that color. I was thinking we used the Purple Lake, but I don't think that's working because I look at that and it's too red, and let's see what happens if I put a little green in it. I know we didn't use green, but I'm just trying to see, the green pulls that red down. And it's getting closer. What if I use the King's Blue? I'm getting closer. If you do it and it's too pink, like too red, just grab a little bit of your green. It will pull it down. I was just trying to remix this color, and I'm coming close now, but it's not. I know that's not the way I rove at that color the first time. We do need to look at that beautiful bean footage, is what I'm telling you. On our first day when we mixed the color. Okay, I'm just going to go with the flow. Anybody got questions right now?
Mine's turning out like baby poop again.
Okay, try adding some titanium white, like a lot. Do it on the one little side. Woo, too much, like this. That's the idea. So, okay, you're one of those girls who uses very little paints out at a time. So this is very brown. So, oh, you're funny. Yeah, I usually have a messy palette. I'm grabbing.
That's the tint.
Yeah. We're getting closer.
Which color were we trying to copy here?
Oh, it's probably not on this, if this is the new palette.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my old palette. That kind of pinky gray that we had, that's too much. That's a gray. It's actually a really nice gray. But that's not the gray.
Here's
Hang
the
on,
purple
hang on,
gray.
hang on. We're going to grab this little bit of red.
Which one are you trying to mix?
Just a second, hon. It's one of the original grays that we mixed. I got it, but I had to go around the barn to get it. Did you what?
It was the orange sienna and ultramarine blue.
No, not the today color. The very first day, it's this color, but it's a very pinky, and that's not how we started off with any of the other colors. Oh no, I've got it, but I'm saying that's not the way we originally did the color. It was I thought we used the Purple Lake. Usually I'll start with a purple and a yellow, and that's why I'm confused, because it didn't turn out that way. But I came pretty close to the color I want. It's so we'll be okay. I'll walk around and see what everybody's got. How about that? Because there's more than one way to get a color. I thought I remembered how I did it last time. Okay, so is this a different palette too than the first day you started?
No, it's the same.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've maybe done a couple of things.
Okay, well, I'll let you, because because you haven't gotten to that place yet to mix that color, have you?
No.
Okay, so I'll let you. And I know this is a very blue gray, and I just have to think that this is what's supposed to be warming it up.
Kick everything on the palette.
Where is your white? It's like, oh, you're one of those girls. Who else is my little tiny bits of paint? I know Jenny is. Jenny's a little tiny bits of paint girl too.
Yep.
How do I still have new? It's like a little. There's a chunk on here someplace, and I keep. This is getting closer. But I still haven't, there's a fresh chunk on here. Hang on. Let's do this. I got it. I wiped it off. Yeah, see, this is getting closer. I knew we used the Purple Lake and the Yellow Ochre. I must not have grabbed the Purple Lake, though, is the thing. There we go. That's the color that if you look at that corner there. So it is Purple Lake and Yellow Ochre, guys. I just don't know what I did. I must not have pulled what I thought was Purple Lake. Might have been something different, and I was not getting, but that's the color. So you're gonna just want to use that with different varying degrees of. Yeah, I was just adding more. So I was going by my painting up there, where I have a lot more of the purples in it. So that's kind of what I mixed initially, and I had Purple Lake. Yeah, so I don't know what, I might have grabbed the violet, cobalt violet, thinking I had the right color, so, and you're good. You've got all kinds of good color, so you're good. Purple Lake, and so just do a Yellow Ochre with a little bit of Purple Lake, titanium white, and then we were able to get it. So, and I'll see when you come back and show me that you've got your color too. It's yellow ochre, Purple Lake, and titanium white, but it's very little amounts of Purple Lake. Very little. Well, when we start going through the body of the bird.
So I'll just mix up some.
Okay. All right, your colors are good. I like your colors anyway. And yours, show me which one you're going to be using for this part of the, as we move down.
I don't know.
Okay, as long as you have titanium white, yellow ochre, and purple lake, that will be your combo. Yeah. It is a little bit browner. It depends on which picture you're looking at. See how this is a lot purpler?
Yeah.
But it's okay because that might not be, I'm going off mainly the photo reference. Now she's got the colors. She's got it right there. That's the color I was trying to mix. Purple lake, yellow ochre, and titanium white. Okay. But it's got to be a lot.
Why have you done these paper carrots? Is that you? But look on your other side.
I'll be there in a second. You have the color. I'm just coming around looking for the color, and you already had it. Mm-hmm.
What color are you talking about?
Now that's what I was struggling with because for some reason, not when I started the palette on the first day, and I'm not. And everybody's colors may be a little bit different, is what I'm afraid of.
This is third sheet.
Yeah. You know what? We'll just go with a gray. Let's just make it a gray and not. Where's your green? Is that only a bit of green you got? There we go. If you go up to my palette, you can see it. This is going to be close enough. It's weird. Oh, you've got fast matte on there. This is fast matte. It shouldn't matter. The fast matte is a faster drying color. I don't usually use them, the fast mattes. Has anybody else used the fast mattes on Gamblin? This is the color I was just making sure we had, so you're good. Oh, so you're
completely lost?
Yeah, no, actually you're not.
That's what I just mixed.
That's good. Just give you some of that with a little bit more of the. It's weird, and I'm kind of having this like Twilight Zone moment where I'm wondering if different brands of paints are mixing differently.
Is this the area you're working on?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go down this side, and the last thing we're going to do are those little fun floop-de-doopy feathers that come across, these long skinny feathers. I just wanted to get all this done. So, no, that's very much the color. Let's give it a.
Do I need to get more dark dye using this bottom? It's okay.
You're fine. Do you have, is this your, yeah, let's just put a little bit of pink in there. There we go. This was kind of the color I was going for.
Gotcha.
And I'm just looking for your browns. Is that your?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we're good. You're good. It was a light purpley color, a purpley gray. But for some reason, they were all coming out different, and it was the same combination of color. Let me see your palette, honey.
I'm lost on what we're mixing this for.
Well, you're good because you're going off the reference. I have some people that are going off reference, and some of them are going off the actual painting reference.
Okay.
So on the painting reference, that whole aspect was very purpley. And depending on
Where are you talking about in here?
this up here.
Oh, okay.
But there's a little bit of purple in it. And I had mixed a color the first day, and I liked it, and it was what I wanted to use. And I thought, oh, I'll just go with the color, and I assumed everybody else had it too. Well, guess what? Nobody had it. So I said, well, just mix it. But everybody was coming up with different colors, and even though they were mixing the correct colors, it was not conveying.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if sometimes different, like a yellow ochre in one brand is a little bit different than a yellow ochre in another brand versus but Purple Lake is kind of, I only get Purple Lake from Winsor Newton, and so I don't know that there's another brand. For some reason, I'm going through here and having to remix everybody's, it's because they're not coming out the same. And I think it's a brand thing. So no,
Am I okay then?
you're okay. Because you're going off of this. And if you're gonna go more on towards the browner pink, then go that way.
Like that?
Mm-mm. Like this. See how there's like a little bit of a pinky or purpley cast, and that's what I was going for. But yeah, I mean you can use that, but the value underneath it is going to be a little off, but it's going to be fine. It'll be fine. Actually, I like the color that Lisa made. This color, these colors are what I was kind of in my mind going for, but. And for some reason yours came out the same. I told you what to mix, you mixed it, and it happened. That was it, right? But the thing is, if you were reading my mind, you would catch the confusion because I'm going around to everybody here, and everybody was making a color that didn't even come close, and they were using the correct colors. So I don't think it was a proportion. I really think it was a brand name thing. So it was, oh, your color came out good.
I didn't make it, honey.
We're-
I'm not there yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out this part.
Okay, this is going to be fine because when we put the colors on the top
Did
part,
I do it correctly?
it's going in that direction, so it's better, but you've got a lot of the lighter values. The thing that's confusing is these feathers are coming, so it's almost like you have to lift up those long skinny feathers and look underneath the bird, and guess what's underneath it?
The dark.
The dark. So it's like, let me see your brush for just a second. But I don't want to put too much into it.
Maybe I screwed up.
Oops, I got it too purple. Is this your black?
That should be black.
You didn't screw it up, honey. It's fine. I'm just going to go to pretend we've got these little in here. It's not coming out black. I must
You have a lot of purple.
Yeah. There we go. And we're just going to just suggest this at this point. And then the lighter area, I was just kind of using, like I can use this color here. Oh, that's too dark or too light. Because when we put the other colors on top, it'll all make sense. Maybe 30, 12. No, you're fine. I'm just worried about trying to get everybody. That's all you need to do. That's all you have to worry about at this point. So when you almost have to pretend you're lifting up those feathers, those long skinny ones, and just kind of seeing what's underneath here. But it'll be fine because when we put the light ones on top, it'll be easier.
So we're trying to mix the purple.
Yeah, but this color, and this is the thing, and this is
it.
That's it. But I thought it was Purple Lake, Yellow Ochre.
I don't know that that's purple lake.
Wherever I was getting this purple. Yeah, but I know I didn't have dioxazine, and I was pretty sure I was using Purple Lake. So let's see here. It's already murky. Yours is coming out.
But it looks muddy.
Hang on. I'll put a little bit of the blue. Just making sure that that's Purple Lake. No, that's not Purple Lake. We'll go ahead and put it a little bit. That is the, yeah, that's Purple Lake.
Yeah.
And it's doing it. See, it's weird. Yours came out, I don't know if it's, what brand is your yellow ochre?
Oh, yellow ochre?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the color I was looking for. That was super easy. For some reason, we struggled. I went all over the place trying to get it, and they're like, all right. Okay. Okay. I'm going to start moving pretty fast, guys, because I need to. Then we'll finish and talk about lunch. Y'all be thinking about lunch. And we're going to call it in, I think. Okay.
Should we go ahead and think about it, call it in, and call it
Oh yeah, we're going to keep painting, and when it gets delivered, then I'll run down and get it. Okay. All right, I'm taking a little bit of raw umber and King's Blue. And you know how I did this whole part of the wing kind of dark? I'm going to kind of suggest, hang on, that's not working. And I was going to suggest where the wing feathers are going, and it kind of did, but it not as.
Is what under the last one, the last brown we had at the bottom?
Yes. If you put yours out like me, yeah. Oops, I did too much. All right, I was trying to make it happen without adding more paint. I'm going to put Van Dyke Brown too on my palette, just a little bit more. I will oftentimes use Van Dyke Brown and raw umber interchangeably. I don't have my glasses on, but I'm going to put them on for a second so I can read it to you. Do I have a pair of glasses out? I haven't even.
So, King's Blue.
Hang on. Okay, so Van Dyke Brown is also semi-transparent, and raw umber is also semi-transparent. So I will use sometimes Van Dyke Brown and raw umber, not always interchangeably. I mean, there's sometimes you just got to have one or the other, but in this case, as long as you're grabbing one of those colors, I'll be happy. So what was your question?
King's Blue.
Yes.
Umber.
Or Van Dyke Brown, but you're going to use very little bit of King's Blue.
It's very dark brown.
Right. So I'm going on this end of the feathers here, and I'm going to actually take, and I'm using a small brush. I'm using back to the number 2 Rosemary Long Filbert, and I'm going to take some of the ivory black, and I'm going in close to the, remember I told you I had to clean up my leg a little bit here? And I'm going to just kind of go up, and I'm sort of suggesting where each one of the delineation of feathers is here. And I'm going to come in here and just clean that up a little bit. Okay. Now, where these little feathers scallop, I'm actually making the little scallops.
With ivory black.
Yeah. Just kind of suggesting that there's a little scalloping here. Okay. And there's, I guess this is part of the inside of the body. I'm not, and again, I'm just kind of going in. Oops, that got messy. I had some other color on that. I'm going on the inside of that little wing here. The color that I used to go, I just used ivory black to do some of the scallops on this little end of the wing. And then the color I made for going over it is either Van Dyke Brown or raw umber and a little bit of King's Blue. Yes, I'm doing this part right here. And I see that there's like weird little feathers that kind of come down like this, and I'm just gonna put them in. And I'm using the same brush and I'm making sure that the paint stays very, very focused on the very end and keep that edge nice and small. Hang on. Okay. What was your question? I did. I did the scallops. I welcome anybody who wants to come up and see what I'm talking about. So I did this. So this is the little scallopy area. So I went loop, doop, doop, doop. And it goes in descending order. So I did the delineation with the ivory black, and then delineation here with ivory black.
The other thing we mixed with the Van Dyke Brown,
And King's Blue.
is
That-
the top feather.
Yes, this.
Okay.
And then I'll be going much lighter on top of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to use a different brush, and I want something really blendy and soft. This is too big. I want to use, what is this guy? Oh. I guess was the red dot? I know I have a little red dot here. Here we go. All right, I'm going with a soft brush. I'm going with a little, it's actually a series 81, number 4 rosemary. And the reason I'm wanting to go with this is I want to be able to just run and do some of the lighter values that delineates the areas of the wing. And since I just painted this, I have kind of a nice gray that's made up. It's a lighter version of this color, the Van Dyke. Van Dyke Brown and King's Blue. And I'm just kind of suggesting that these are the... Yep. Yep. And I'm going to start backwards now. I kind of did that, and I kind of like it, and I kind of don't. How's that for an answer? I sort of like it, I think. I'm going to mix some dark values back in, because I'm not totally sold on that. There we go. That makes me happier. Now there's some darker values that's going to go on here too. And I'm wanting the exact right brush, but I'm not finding it. And it figures, like, I know exactly which brush I'm looking for, but I probably didn't bring it. Oh wait, I can use this guy. It's an old Escoda, but I don't think it's... Let me try this guy. I'm going to try this really big, giant, fat, number 5 rosemary pointed round. It's pretty big. I'm going to try it. Don't know if it's going to work for what I want it to do, but I'm going to take the Van Dyke Brown, and I'm going to put a little bit of ivory black in it and do some of these Oh yeah, that's what I needed. And the reason the pointed round is doing it is I'm letting the tip of the brush be the pointy part of the wing feather. So a filbert probably won't do as well as a pointed round. Yes, and I'm pulling it up because that's the direction that I want it to go. Okay. And then there's another layer. Try to keep the paint concentrated to the point of the brush. Okay. Now that may look weird at first, but we're going to try to make it look less weird. Because, you know. That nice colors that we had up here at the top. I'm going to go right in front of these. Oops, no, it's too much. I'm going to go in with something smaller. And I'm going in with that nice color that we made. The questionable weird color. Now you can use a little bit of oil. That's going to help it glide on. You're going to get less drag. And the way I hold my brush, because I'm wanting the distal end of the so much exhaling. Okay, we're going to put a little bit of a dark, and I'm keeping my eye on my reference. So the little area over the shoulder is a lot lighter. We'll put some of this, some of the other delineation in. Oh, church is letting out. So do we want to just order a pizza from right over here? Oh. Yeah, because it's closed. I think we might have a problem, folks. My thing just died. Well, we're gonna keep working, and we're gonna order lunch. Oh yeah, my battery went out. That's okay. I don't need a battery. We don't need those stinking batteries. We do not need references. We're gonna freehand, freestyle, free everything, because my battery just died on my reference. It's all good. So, I'm good. I've done it. I can look at my other reference. I can look at my other painting. So I may be going more towards the initial reference here on the original. I'm just kind of just creating some form. Okay, I'm going to purple up or change a little bit of my value up here because it's too light. Okay, so does anybody have a preference as what we get and just try to get it delivered? If we got a couple pizzas, I know we'll probably just get like a cheese pizza because I know some people aren't eating any meat. Anybody have any like dietary restrictions or anybody like totally opposed to getting a pizza? Diet starts tomorrow, folks, not today. Today is not the day. Who, me? Yeah. You are my peoples. All right, so I'm going back over where I painted earlier because my value was just too light. And I like the purple color. Now, it may not be like that in your reference because I know it's not. It's more probably brown. But I just kind of going off the, now that I don't have a reference to look at other than my painting, this is where I'm going with it, guys. I'm going to use a little bit of the natural tint, bringing that down on this side, create a little bit of a darker value. I'm going to put a little bit of that right in here. Boy, I hear a lot of exhaling. It's hungry exhales. I know it. She's saying, I'm starving. She won't let us eat. Matt, how many pizzas do you think we need?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
So how many people do I need for one?
How many people want pizza? Raise your hands. Count it for me, Matt.
I can't see it from this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Enough for 12, is that right? Reeves, did you raise your hand? Yes, I did. Okay. Just say 13 people. There's 2 people, I think, not eating pizza, right?
It's not a bad thing to have to fix, right?
Okay. That's what I always say. Got to have some pizza. I'm taking a little bit of raw umber, mixing it in here. Now I'm going to go and put a couple little dark values in here because when I start adding some of these light values, when we go in there with the sword brush and go to town with the sword brush, you'll see. Oy vey, who said that? I say oy vey too. And there's not a lot of us who say that, and oy vey. But sometimes I have to say it like, you know, I'm really old, like a Jewish old man. Oy vey. Can you do it for me, Matt?
Yeah, so I'm gonna call on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see what their line is. Is there any easier understanding?
The area of New York when I was a kid. I grew up in a little town called Spring Valley, New York, just outside the city, when I was very, very young, and it was basically Hasidic Jews. Orthodox and Hasidic Jews lived there. And on my street, it was just the Barrett family, the Tostos, who lived across the street, an Italian Catholic family, and the Cummings, they were Italian-Irish Catholic family, and the Barretts, the nondescript whatever family that just happens to not be Jewish. And my father and they were, when everybody else was getting out their menorahs, they were putting up the Christmas lights. It was kind of interesting. It was almost like, I don't know, it was silly, but I actually learned more about faith growing up in a Jewish town than I did at home, because my family just didn't really, you know, our way of saying grace as a kid was, God is great, God is good, let us thank him for food, amen. And then you just ate. God's great, God's good, let us thank him for food, amen. You know, it was like we didn't even think about it, and it was just something you did, but never really truly thought about it.
Domino's on Center Street's about 30 minutes. That's probably the best.
Yep, let's do it. Do you want to order it? Just put it on my card, and anybody can Venmo me or whatever's cash. So we need.
I'm gonna see what kind of deals. You know how Domino's are always at bundles. Might make it cheaper than.
Okay.
Look at all that work you're going to for us.
He's a good man. Matt, here's my card, honey.
I might have to see.
Oh, if you have it saved, that's awesome.
Which card?
I was just gonna do it on my Visa, my Eastman Credit Union. Excuse me.
Business lunch.
Yeah, we're bringing lunch in. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, sweetie. I'm gonna sneak past you. That's okay. So I'm gonna go back over this little shoulder area with the ultramarine blue. There we go. This little, it's funny, I've got a bigger shoulder patch here. And I'm using the ultramarine blue, Van Dyke brown kind of mixture here. Then I'm gonna, while that's wet, I'm gonna just take a little bit of King's Blue and go up on the top and create the shine that's maybe a little too much. And I'm very careful about rolling my edges, y'all. Roll it so it looks like you're creating the form of that shoulder. I'm gonna go back in because I got a little overzealous with some of my there you go. I actually put a little bit of ivory black in there. Mixing a little ivory black in the darkest parts of this area, where that part of the wing, shoulder. Okay. Now I'm going to put down a little bit more burnt umber, because I'm not really sure that my burnt umber is all that clean anymore.
Some of these deals have drinks. Is everyone good as far as drinks?
I have to have a drink. I drank all my drink.
Yeah, I'd like to have you one too.
Okay, these like I can get the $20 dinner thing and just get 2 of those. It comes with 2 pizzas, two one-topping medium pizzas. So we get 2 of those before.
Do you want to do a one pizza with veggie all over it, just a veg pizza? Huh?
Anyways, the next one. They're one topping. So
Oh, the one topping.
But you can add extra toppings to it.
Okay.
Do you want one with just cheese, or do you want?
Cheese is fine.
Oh, okay. That's a pepperoni and cheese, a cheese. What else? What is somebody absolutely can't stand? Oh, we're not gonna do that.
And a plain cheese, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do a plain cheese, a pepperoni. How about some kind of veg? Does that sound mushrooms? Okay. Mushrooms and onions. And then what is the other one? It's wild card. You pick, Matt.
So we're doing one that's just cheese,
Yeah, I'm not picky, so I'll let everybody figure out what they.
1 cheese, 1 pepperoni, 1 mushrooms,
Yeah.
and one. Do we need 2 pepperonis?
Yeah, maybe. And one Mexican one for Jerry. Because Jerry just said to me, I really wish they had a Mexican version of pizza, because she loves it so much that she just can't even imagine not having one again. So, yeah. And I am going to do one of these distal little weird feathers, because I'm looking at my reference and I kind of like that feather hanging down. I don't know if I had that in there, if anybody else did. But I'm going into, again, with my ultramarine and umber mixture. It's either umber or Van Dyke, whichever you want to. I'm going to bring a feather down this way. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off, guys. If you're trying to do a straight line, do it once and do it quick, and don't go back to it. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get that straight. It's very hard anyway, unless you're a much better artist than I am. Oh, shucks. Oh, heck. Oh, shucks. What's that? Yeah. There's very rarely any straight, but as soon as you try to go back to it, you're going to just keep, messing it up. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Anybody who knows me knows I probably I was going to say something else, but I'm being such a good girl. Y'all. Whose music? I like that. Oh.
So as far as drinks, you get 2 2-liters if I'm going with this deal, but they only have Coke, Diet Coke, and Sprite. And then they fill up cups of ice and all that.
Oh, but I think we have cups though. I saw stashes, like lots of stashes of cups here. Yeah, a Diet Coke.
So you want 1 Coke, 1 Diet Coke?
Is anybody?
Yeah, that's good.
It's fine with me. Okay.
Is it okay to use the mop? Or is this thing to be just all chocolate?
Well, I'm actually making individual feathers. The mop might be a little bit, if you're working on the wing, the mop may make it too blurry. It's not like the Bobcat where we want the softness. Here we want the definition of the feathers. Yeah. Okay, and I'm just kind of looking around here. And I'm getting close, guys. I'm getting close to calling it before I do all the fun feathers. And I can come around. All right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to walk around, because I know I'm gonna want to get ready to get into all the fun feathers. I'm gonna turn this off for just a second, see if it's any better to see. Not really. It's just a big glare on the head. Okay, you're doing okay. As long as you just, I still think this needs to be, it's a little bit long and long strokes. You probably want to kind of make it a little bit more uniform. That looks good. One thing, oops, whose brushes are on the floor? Oh my goodness, would you look at, just like manna from heaven. There's brushes, it's like raining brushes all up in here. Who? I figured because I recognize this one. It's like, oh, my lucky day. Just like that. One thing you need to look for is value. When you have two values really close, see how I kind of darkened the very top of mine up? Either lighten this up or darken this up.
Okay.
But you never want your values to be this like so close that you can't really, but that looks good. Looks good, Jer. All right, you're looking good too, Diana, so. Looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Good job.
I'm bringing it back to the classroom. We're working on
That's okay. I'm sure we're going to see this guy again. I have a feeling there's a few that I will be seeing again or showing up in classroom. Oh, you got your little long feather too. So I just added mine. That looks good. Are you pleased with it so far? Are you?
He could be better, but
Yeah. You know what? Yes, and mine could be too. But I'm pleased with the way it looks. You're doing good. You're doing good.
All right, so we've got, there's 4 total because it's 2 of the 2 pizza things with the cinnamon and all that. So one's got tomato sauce, cheese, pepperoni, and then one's got tomato sauce, cheese, onions, and mushrooms, no meat. Then that's the bread twist that come with it. Regular coat. So this one's got cheese, pepperoni. So there's 2 just regular pepperonis. This one's cheese and more cheese because that's the other topping. So that's just
Okay.
the cheese pizza and the bread twist that come with it. The total after delivery is $58.55.
Uh-huh.
And then how much tip do you want since it's a business that they're delivering?
Give him 15%.
15% of $60.
Fine, 60 bucks.
Can I get you to do one thing for me?
What's that?
His eye, it looks very angry.
Well, it should, because they have that really developed lid. The developed lid is going to make them look like they're pissed off.
Okay.
I would even emphasize it more. And so then you're going to come in. Your brushes are messy too. Let me see your hands, girl.
Oh yeah, I'm hard.
So I even would go back in here. There is I'm trying to say what this color is. Around it, because it's very elliptical. See, this is where I can't touch it now. And I don't have a... It's elliptical. Go with a little bit lighter up in the top. Shoot. A little bit lighter up at the top. Oops. It's very hard for me to do this. There's a lot of paint on here. It's not sticking.
Wow.
Hang on, and then where's the black? There it is.
Yeah.
And even the pupil is actually elliptical and not really round. Okay, it's not going on there. What I'm trying to do is make the edge, there's a, if you look at that eye over there, but I was able to do it where I can lean on it, and I could, but I'm afraid to touch your stuff and mess it up. But it is yellower,
Okay.
but I can't seem to get it on there because it's really wet.
Yes.
So,
I'll get it on there.
okay.
When you did this, I see it's lighter now. Did you go back over it to make it lighter with just white or?
I recommend you go up and take a look. I actually used that pink gray color we struggled with trying to get and added more white to it.
Okay.
So go ahead and take a look. All right, Penny, let me see what you got, girl. Well,
So I took it off.
okay, good. You've learned that, right? So you're going to want to get your dark shoulder, because it looks like you lost your dark shoulder. This dark part right here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You put that back in, and then you're going to just lighten this area up over here, okay? Don't put any paint through here. Huh?
This is black.
It looks like you got paint on your thing, though, too. Hang on. All right. It is light because you're looking at this picture, but if you look at my painting, which this is a copy of, it's not really white. It's this is blown out, so it's hard to actually get that reference. I recommend you just going up to the top and look, because you're going to see that it's not actually white. It's that weird color we were trying to mix.
I need a new table easel because this thing's like poking holes in mine.
Yeah, that's when you. Does this not come with a? I guess this is only made for doing little tiny paintings.
It's for a 6-year-old.
Which you can.
Well, I've got.
Well, the nice thing is we're getting ready to change, and the Bobcat's the panel, and it's not going to poke, so you'll be okay. But no, that's looking good. You did it. I like that you have the purple. I'm just saying, this is nice. You've got the definition here. You can go a little bit lighter over here on some of the aspects of the wing. Leave this part alone because we're getting ready to go into that. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Ann, I like this a lot. This looks really nice. Yeah, girl.
I think this is all messed up in there.
Well, it's different than the original, yes. This is going to be darker. Your colors are way more subtle. This is going to be darker here, you know, dark values. There's all this line. Remember, we're going to be probably changing your background anyway.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing
So there's going to be some stuff. If there's refinement that you need to do later in the studio, we'll be able to do it. If you're not really happy with the head or neck, we can. But the overall, it looks fabulous, I think. This looks great. Then we can refine some of this. We'll give it a little a cleaner throat. You're going to put a little dark here. This actually comes out a little bit more.
Oh, I see.
It's not a nice. It's easy fix though. But you got to decide if this is the day.
Well,
Because you know you're going to bring it back, and you know you're going to be fixing some other stuff. So at this point, don't worry about it, because we're going to get into this, and then we're going to be switching to the Bobcat.
okay, so don't fix the net.
No, we'll do that in the studio, because when it dries and we can fix the background, you're going to have to go oil on the background anyway.
Yeah.
So
Don't put any more.
don't put any more acrylic on it. We're doing yours differently because it kind of pulled up on it, and you can't paint acrylic over oil.
Okay.
You can do oil over acrylic. So anything you're going to use to fix something, it's not going to stick.
Okay.
So we'll change it up a little bit.
Don't worry about the head of it.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay. What skirt do you have on? You didn't do I almost did a rip. I almost did a rip skirt, but then No, but I was going to do a rip skirt until I had a whole different outfit picked out. I was going to look fabulous today on the last day. And then I realized I don't have any pockets or ways for him to put the speaker in on the other outfits. And I said, you know what, I got to do this. Let's see how you got. Why do you say, you're being a Reeves when you say stuff like that. Don't say stuff like that, because your pieces are good. Did you walk around and look at everybody else's? Not that I'm asking you to compare yourself to anybody, but your piece is good. Otherwise, I would tear it apart. You know me well enough to know that I will. So you've got this guy, this shoulder piece. So you might want to make it a little bit bigger. Bring that dark down here. So there's a little bit of dark here. This, you're going to end up, and I haven't gotten that far, but I'm going to put a little bit more of the burnt sienna on here. You're going to put a little bit lighter values, but be very deliberate in your value, like when you know that these are like feathers. So it's not just I'm making it like hair. It's not the same as hair. So you're going to use a brush. Well, you can use this one. Oh, man, that feels good to sit. That's not it. Yes.
The beak bugs me, but
Well, like I said, I
it
was...
looks like a Pinocchio. Kind of.
No, but that's,
But they kind of have a weird little...
Yeah.
but no, the face is good, it looks fluffy and really nice.
Let's see here. So like, let me go back over the...
What did you just pull together? Just
I'm
the
taking some of the
brown?
brown and ultramarine blue. A little bit of this.
Kings.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is just mixing this to reestablish some of this part. So I'm just going to go like one stroke. One stroke.
So you have some.
So you actually are making feathers,
Yeah.
and these are just like the primary wing feathers. And they probably can go a little bit lighter. Just go a little bit lighter. So just like initially, your ivory black is, I always get confused. This is ivory black.
This is ivory black, yeah.
This is ivory black. Okay, so you're going to come, I'll make yours a little bit different. Come up here, scallop, scallop. Just like that. Then there's like a dark something here. I'm just looking at that thing, whatever that dark thing is. All right, so then you keep going up to the next level. There's feathers over top of other feathers. So we'll try that again. And we'll go.
She makes it look so easy.
Well, I didn't really quite get it. That's how easy it was. I didn't do it right. So let me keep making some more paint. Oh, I screw up all the time. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, so then I'm going to go back with lighter color. And figuring that the light's coming from here. And then there's like, you've got some stuff going on here. There's lots of fun stuff, and it's kind of, I like the colors you went with, so I don't really want to mess. Where's your?
I've just been sort of playing.
Yeah, but it seems to have been very intuitive, in that I don't know that I.
Actually, I used some Payne's gray. and
Where's-
made some grays?
Let me see what this one is. Oh, good. No,
That's purple.
there's what I was looking for. Nope, didn't do the right way though. See, that's what's the thing. Where's your?
Purple eggs right here.
What is this one? What is that?
I don't know.
Let's see what that is. What is that thing? think,
known for my messy palettes.
yeah, she's so messy, let me tell you. She's really not that messy. She's not any worse than I am. And we're just creating a little definition here because your wing's looking good. I'm going to put a little bit dark right here. That can be erased later. Now there's a little bit of a darker value here, and I'm just going to go in here with, yeah. This is a nice little brush. Same here. Susan's going to be a Saturday student.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she'll be a Saturday student, so she'll be back. I'll see her again on Saturday. Yeah, Lapika, I wish we didn't live so far away. I know it's no big deal for you to. You just come on up here on the weekends and start taking Saturday classes. You know. What was funny, Reeves, is when I'm thinking, she's probably never painted before. What does she want to get into? And I started talking to her. She goes, I have some brushes. I said, well, show me what you have. She had packs and packs of rosemaries that hadn't even been opened. I'm like, girl. she had such a like, I'm like, okay, you got no problem. You'll be fine. You don't need to buy any brushes.
You're just fixing it, aren't you?
I'm looking for the dark values. You know me. I got it too dark here, so we're going to lighten it up a little bit. But see now, so what I did was I took ultramarine blue. I'm just going to make it over here. Burnt sienna. Well, not burnt sienna. Umber. And it makes a really kind of neat black, but I want it to be cooler, so I'm going to add more of the ultramarine blue. And that's the color I was making for this. And if it's too, we'll just kind of make it look like it's rolling in.
What did you say about me? I heard my name.
I said that you were going to be starting on Saturday. Because Reeves
We'll have
is
so much fun.
Reeves is one of my. Well, she's a private student.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's quite a. She's a Saturday. You'll see her on Saturday. You'll see Joanne on Saturday.
Oh, I mean not Deanna. Diana.
Diana, you'll see on Saturday.
I'm coming to the.
She's coming to the party.
Do I bring snacks as a new girl?
Yes. New girl always has to bring snacks.
No, new girl only brings snacks first time.
Oh no.
Snacks only if you want to.
Shh, Reeves.
So it's a question of what you consider snacks and
No,
what
you
I
have to
consider.
bring them until there's a new girl.
That's it. There you go. No, I like that idea. Just a little bit of just see how it rolls. And this brush does it. This is a good little. And just leave it. There's a little bit. There's like some little fun, like hangy down feathers that you can put in there. I see you drawn them in. I'd say, and then don't forget his little floop-de-doop.
With this color.
I was using it was this color, and it's ultramarine blue, and your burnt umber.
For this?
Yeah, you can do it there. You can do it for this floop-de-doop. And I did not use I actually just used a rigger for it, a liner brush. You could use if you've got a really tight dagger, you can use that. But I just happened to use what I had. I just used whatever I had. So you're good. Oof.
I hope you know what I like to make alcohol snacks.
I hope you like to know I like enjoying those things too. All right. So soon we shall have pizza. Matt, will they call you and let us know? They'll be standing down there and saying, "Whoa." Or they could just leave it there and then we're going to come and it's going to be gone because like scavengers will come and eat our food and we'll be like starving. They'll go inside. Is the carousel currently open?
No, the carousel is closed on Sunday.
Oh, I was hoping everybody can get a ride. Yeah, that's what I need.
No, they're in the south. Everything closed on Sunday.
Excuse me. Yes, we're going to get into the swords because they're so much fun. Hey, Reeves, when you get a chance, I'll need to go ahead and take money from you for the workshop. I think you're the only one. And paid yesterday. Either today or tomorrow, would you like to come? Thank you, sweetie.
How much money you want for the pizza?
I'm not sure yet. I will let you know though, okay? For the, yes, you can do that with a pointed round. funny. Yes. And she wanted to come the next day. She had a stomach virus. So Abby, if you're listening, I'm talking about you, sweetheart. She had a stomach virus, and she had gotten it from her daughter. And it was kind of one of those, I said, oh, I'm so sorry, and I'll catch you next time, because I'll just let her take the next workshop for free. And so she says, can I just come today and observe? And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure everybody here does not want your stomach virus. And she goes, oh, of course, She really wanted to be here. And Abby is a dear, sweet, sweet person. And I'm hoping she's feeling better. And stomach viruses are dissipating at her house. So, okay. And I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there again to the folks signed up for this workshop. I'm looking to do a workshop in October probably, and I will allow any of the people that are here today who think they might like to take the next workshop. If you sign up for it, you get to ride for the same price you paid for this particular workshop. We'll do, when I make it out to the public, it's going to be considerably more. So I'm just throwing that out there for everybody, because I appreciate you being here. And the workshop that we're going to do will be, again, we're going to do 2 pieces, but they're going to be smaller pieces, and we're going to do botanical and bird. So feather and flora kind of pieces. Because I don't want to work on, I'm thinking more like 12 by 12s. And the reason I'm saying that is I know how much detail and is going to go into, in my mind, I can already see the flowers, the plant life is as much a part of this piece, the next pieces that we're going to do. If we blow them up to be this big, I can tell you we're not going to get them done. Plus, I don't like doing animals or birds bigger than life. So I don't want to do a 20 by 20 of a robin, and the robin's like this big. It would look funny. So I'm going to try to keep it small and try to keep it manageable. And being that we're going to, and it's going to be a very deliberate. So if I say today we're going to do apple blossoms on a tree, we're going to do apple blossoms, not just little white flowers because they're pretty. We're going to be very accurate on our portrayal of that particular botanical that we're adding. And the same with whatever songbird that we're doing, bluebird in an apple tree, or whatever whatever bird species I come up with that we're going to do, we're going to do them accurately, very, very precisely. But I'm thinking that is going to be our next workshop. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. And I know that when we get ready to leave, we're going to have, Matt's going to have a survey go out to you guys. I should have thought to bring a piece of paper for people to write things down as far as email addresses. I think I pretty much have everybody's. I know how to reach everyone here, but if I could do it all in one big swell swoop, that might be how we. Is there a way we can do that, Matt? How did we do it last time? Do you have everybody's email addresses so you can send out a survey? Okay. Okay. Or you can just email, or you can text me, because I know everybody has my telephone number, is to text email addresses. Diana, I know I have yours. I'm not sure I have yours, Penny. Jerry, I don't think I have yours. Deanna, we were communicating. Were we doing it through email, or were we doing it through Messenger? Yeah, so I want to try to do it through email so I can do a big group, and it can be more private. Because if I do it on Messenger as a group, then everybody sees everybody's information. Not that everybody's, that shy, but if I send it as an email and people want to do their own survey, they don't have to let everybody else know what they think about it. If they have, oh my God, that's Sue, she's like terrible, then y'all don't have to know each other's business is what I'm saying. So, or you can say, oh my gosh, she's like so fabulous. Then that's fine, you share that. You got to share that. But you know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to keep it so that we can, and be able to have you come back. So when I start sending out these other, hey, I'm going to do the workshop and these are the dates. If you're interested, I'm going to only give the people that are at this workshop at this time the special deal, and it's only going to last for a very brief time. So once it's, I said, okay, thank you. I hope you're able to join us, and then I never hear from you. And then a month before you want to jump on, chances are you're probably going to jump on at the price that I'm offering it at the time to everybody else. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
When do you anticipate knowing the date?
I will have to check with the folks here at the carousel and find out from them. I was thinking I was going to do it in September, but September is going to be a crazy month because I may potentially be going to Vancouver at the end of the month, and I know I'll be going to Nashville for a weekend for a wedding. So I don't want to overtax myself for the month of September. So I'll probably want to do the workshop in October, but no, it will not be Halloween weekend. What day does Halloween fall on, Matt? Yes, I know, but what? Smart guys. Okay, yeah, because Halloween is a really big deal at our house, so we will never do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday that includes Halloween, because we are and then we probably won't even want to do it the one before. Ann's been to our Halloween. Our Halloween's crazy. We have up to 1,200 trick-or-treaters. There's, it's like a show. It's like dinner and a show. Not inside the house. It's all done outside, and it's all matte with special effects and all kinds of crazy stuff. So people come from all over to see Matt's production of Halloween. It is Linville Street, but let me tell you a little story about Matthew Justis. Ever since Matt was 6 years old, okay, was the last time or were you younger than 6? You were young, because it was the last little costume I got to make ever for a kid. He was an ADT security specialist, okay? And after that, he decided he would much rather hand out candy than to trick or treat. So we had the first 2 things we had were the ghosts. Woo! And then, Right, because we must have had 85 people come to the door. We thought that was a lot of people because we hated opening the door, going to the door. So we'd just sit outside, we'd have the ghosts, and we'd hand out the candy, and that was done. But each year it got bigger, and there was something else that was added to the event. Long story short, now we have, thanks to Matt, just a big show. And then other people in our neighborhood wanted to keep up with the Justices, so they were adding stuff and doing things too. So it became where Linville Street's kind of like a show. And people come from Virginia, they come from everywhere just to go down Linville Street for Halloween. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A special pole with a thing on it because he was killing it.
Yeah. Whole grids were going down. Yeah.
Yeah, so they come and install every year. They come out and put a special pole with a meter on it just for this Christmas.
And that's what makes things fun, right? But I always think, at some point we will, Matt's going to grow up, move away. We're going to sell that house, and it's going to never be the same on Linville Street for anybody who's. Yeah, because the expectations. Wait, what? I mean, we used to have the fog machine. I guess we haven't done the fog machine in a while. It gets sticky too.
The game I played, you said about the electrical box.
Oh, he has a way to count all the people, and then he does. There's always a camera on all the people as they come through, so he is able to do a time lapse, and you see him trickle through, and then it just streams and streams and streams and streams of people. And so for the friends that come to the house, we sit outside. We usually have a bonfire right there in the front. We have a fire pit. I usually make a bowl of chili, or we have pizza brought in, or everybody brings a snack. There's usually cocktails, and it's just a nice hangout time, and we watch all the stuff. Although last year Anne had so much fun handing out candy. Yeah, she came dressed. Okay, I am going to mix some colors, people, because I'm ready to finish this guy so we can start back on our Bobcat. You remember that guy? He did not go away. So I am going to take some white, and I'm just going to mix it into that kind of yellowy peachy color here that I had. It almost doesn't matter as long as it's not white. Since I don't have a reference anymore, I'm winging it. Bird, get it? Winging it. So I'm putting a little bit of oil here, and I'm just going with kind of this putty color. It's just a off-white putty color. So however you get to that place, and I'm dipping I'm grabbing some oil and mixing it off to the side, and I'm using my 1/4-inch dagger. And I'm going to see how this rolls. Now these feathers swoop down, okay? Gravity. Yep. There's a lot of them here, so how you place them. There is some here someplace, Matt. I saw some in the drawers. I can always use my and I'm just kind of following the body of the bird. My sword. It's the 1/4-inch sword. I think there's some in one of these drawers, Matt. I saw some cups. I know I did. Just the edges of the brush. So I don't know. Is there some in the party room? Do you have your card? So here's a trick. If you want to make these feathers really look like they're stacked, go with a darker color first, a slightly darker color. Of course, it just occurred to me to do that. But you're going to find this a really fun little tool. Yeah, if you're trying to make it look like you've got layers and layers of this weird feather situation here, you can go with a slightly darker color, and then when you stack on top of it, see this is slightly darker than that. It'll seem more stackable. So I can kind of go like this. Be careful, since I know that's wet, I'm not going to go back over it again. You could even suggest that some of these kind of go up.
I'm trying to see for like those long ones, how long do you keep your brush down before you flip it up? Just at the very end?
Yeah, just at the very end. I'm going with a darker version of that putty color that I started with up here and a lighter version so I can stack my feathers. So the combination, the initial color, you remember it was the color I had so much trouble mixing? If you want to go with a slightly warmer gray color, you can use, instead of trying to beat your head against a wall and try to figure out to make a color, you can use your burnt sienna King's Blue mixture and then do a middle version and a light version of those two colors so that you can stack your, but now the colors that I'm using for mine are the colors that I had here on my palette. That was that weird peach. And so this is where you're going to start to see the crisscrossing and all the different diagonals and that. Now I'm going to go back in with a little bit of a lighter color. Yep. Who is? Bonnie's right here. Oh, Bonnie McDonald is what?
Downstairs in the carousel. You're gonna let them know if she sees Domino's coming.
Oh, awesome.
There's no ice machine, but hopefully they come for free.
Okay.
If they don't, they're
Okay, thanks, Matt. And I am probably going to be done here in just a minute, folks. All right, I'm going to be done with it. I'm not going to go much over that. Maybe one feather over. That's it. Knowing when to stop is just as important. That's sometimes the hardest part. I used not a ton of oil. I don't want it drippy, but just enough to not create drag. The oil will help make less drag. I'm taking pictures. I'll even do my selfie because anybody who knows me knows I do selfies a lot. Turn this off for a second. Let's see. Got it. Done. It's weird, Matt. Today nobody's on live stream. But nobody's saying a word. What you need, honey? The inside? Okay, you've got that brush. So what you're going to do, since you're kind of you went ahead and did it all black. What's this part?
It needs to come out a little bit. To fit.
Okay, so you'll have to. So what I used was. No, because I'm going to let you do it, honey. I'm going to tell you what to do, and I'm going to let you do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Because you usually don't want me to do anything, so I'm.
No.
Yeah. So I'll let you do it.
I'll probably need you to show me a few times before I get used to it.
Oil here. Since this is all dark here, you made yours all the way black. I worked backwards, and that's not going to be. Let's put a little bit more. I'm wearing black. I'm wearing blue in there. That's better. So you're just going to use this brush and just make you some feathers. Oh boy. Just start making the ends of your feathers like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but how do you stack it like that?
Well,
Have the highlight. Do you just go back in?
yeah, just like, you see what I'm doing here? And then you can go back in with it since it's wet and say, well, here's one feather. There's a feather. Just like that. Does that make sense? And I just went, since it's wet, hang on. Put a little bit of the blue right on the tip. Now, that might be too much, but.
That's what I was doing. It just didn't look right, so I scraped it off.
Well, I got a little too blue. It's still too blue. How's that coming off when I keep wiping it off? Then just go back and put some of the dark in it. And you could probably put a couple little feathers in here. This is a little bit darker in here. But that's the idea. Does that make sense? Got it? How you doing? Yeah, you're doing the idea. Now try to do it as one, or what you just, they start up here and then just one long continuous loop.
Up here.
Yeah, start up, and then just take one loop, one swoop. There you go. That's the way to do it. Get your money for nothing and your chicks for free. Okay. All right, I see some really crazy hairy stuff going on. Some of it's good. Some of it needs some direction. It's not, everybody's doing okay. I don't want to freak everybody out, but it's just try to make it one continuous long stroke. Look how they all go in the same direction and downward. Do not put a lot of pressure on your brush, and try to. Yeah, that's the idea. Deanna, I was watching you. Did you find any pizza? She went to Town Park Lofts. Yeah. Okay. I know. That's the idea. So some of them are going to come down lower. Go with a lot less pressure. When they start getting fat, that's because you're putting too much pressure on your brush.
Yeah. Is there any way to unfatten them?
Yes. The way to unfatten a feather is go in with a clean brush and pray that your background color is dry enough. If it is not, then this won't work. But you can go in and go right next to it with a clean brush. See how it's taking it off? That's how you do it. But you got to do it with a clean brush and like dampened with paint thinner. Okay. This is crazy, whatever, that happened. And so you're going to need to do the same thing. Okay, well, I mean, if that's what you want, if that's where you're going with it. But that's not a bad, it's not a bad piece. Just know that you need to use your brush to be one continuous loop down.
Okay, but if I do more nose,
No, well, remember I was saying initially I used a darker color and then a lighter color on top of it. It looks like you consistently have a light color. And I can see that I'm looking, it's not just you, I'm looking around the room and I must.
I did have a little darker color.
Okay.
But it wasn't that much darker.
Okay.
I did that and that, so.
What you just saw, I just did it, showed her how you just use a little paint thinner and just kind of go in there and tweak it up a little bit, just cut underneath it. But everybody's doing it. It's just they just try to keep one continuous line. Less of it just like a bunch of hairiness, just a long continuous line. All right, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to the restroom. We'll put it all, pizza's on the stations here.
Four pizzas and then bread steak things.
Okay, I'm going to sign my piece. I'm going to let, real quick, and yeah, let me do this first. Because this will be going to somebody. All right, this is going to be going home with somebody. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. What's kind of exciting though is whoever gets this piece, know that the original is getting ready to travel. So it's going to be gone. That happened once the year we did and I do my new little sign here on top. So also whoever's getting this, I started doing a little weird symbol, just like a maker's mark. And eventually, this will replace my signature. But it's just something I just started like in the last few months. So I will explain what that little mark is. All right. Hooey. I'm going to turn this off. It seems like nobody's on there anyway. How's everybody doing? It's like feel free to go up and take a look. I'm going to make room for pizza over here. I'm going to take some of this stuff off. Whose piece is this? Do we know whose piece this? I think this is yours. I recognize it. I'm going to put it over here. And I'm going to take this one off because I have a feeling this is where the pizza's going to be. Hi.
That's a good, I guess these two platforms here.
Yeah, I'm just taking this one off here. And then this one looks like Jerry's piece. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, somebody else beat me to it. We can put the desserty. You're putting the desserty stuff over here. We've got. Okay. Is it cold?
Yeah.
Okay. At least it's cold. Let's see if we can. I wish we had ice. Thank you. You too. I found these.
Those are coffee cups.
That's what I found. Now I can drink out of my thing. But if we have to drink out of coffee cups, we could drink out of coffee cups.
If we have to. I think that's enough cups.
Really?
Well, there's not.
That doesn't look like enough.
10.
Okay, I have this one. I'll drink out of this. I'm going to go to the restroom, and then I'll put mine in there too. I'm thirsty. I can't believe I went through that tea that fast. Oh, I just remembered something. I wonder if I still have the tea that was in the refrigerator from when we were setting up.
Let me
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to. I haven't had a Diet Coke is like one of those things I drink. The only time I drink is usually if you go to the movies. If I go to the movies, I love a Diet Coke. God bless you. cat, this cat, this cat. Point to me, Matt, when I'm ready. I'm on now? Ah, so here we are. We decided today to go ahead and eat here because we don't have a lot of time and we've got to finish this Bobcat. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this Bobcat and hopefully wrap it up here in just a minute. Like that's going to happen. We may be here hours working on the Bobcat, but we're going to go ahead and start into this right now. So thanks for joining me if you're here on the live stream. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So everybody got their Bobcat up and at it, ready to rock and roll? You're going to laugh, but you know what I'm going to start with since I can let my iPad charge a little longer? I'm going to start back into the background a little bit because there's so much that I didn't do, and hopefully you can follow along and do that too. And I'm letting my iPad charge. So, and this will be, it's actually pretty dry. For mine is pretty dry. How's yours, Penny? Is it? Is it really? Okay, awesome. All right. So what I'm going to do, I have this whole area. I've got a lot of area through here that needs some attention. Let's see if I can, I'm trying to keep it on the palette a little bit. A lot of the colors that I was working with the other time, last time we were working on this, was down here. So I'm going to start forming my sage. So what I'm going to do, first I'm going to take my palette knife that, oh, there it is. I'm going to take my palette knife and I'm going to make several different values of a sagey green. And by making the sagey green, I'm taking King's Blue and sap green. And I'm going to add some Van Dyke brown to it because, you know, I do like to use browns in my greens. And I'm going to make just a mid-tone sage green first. And I am running out of sap, so I'm going to have to put some more sap green on my palette. And I am so glad that I actually organized my palette somewhat before I got here. I mean, organized my paints so I knew where my greens were. Otherwise, I would be fumbling through this thing trying to find the right color. And I knew just where to go. Because I'm smart like that. Not really. I was just, not really. Just that day I was. I guess if I've learned anything from doing workshops is try to do things that facilitate and save time. It's sap green, King's Blue, and Van Dyke brown. I don't know if you can see it. That's the color. Look at. Yeah, would you look at that? Would you just look at that? Well, make sure you've got enough, the color that's going to lighten it up is going to be the King's Blue, and King's Blue is an opaque color. Sap green is a transparent color, and Van Dyke brown is a semi-transparent color. So you've got, the King's Blue is going to have the most effect on the overall color, simply because of its opacity. I'm going to go ahead and put some more out. I'm also going to come up here where I have my my green. Oopsie. If you need more ultramarine blue, you go ahead and add some more ultramarine blue to your palette. I want to go ahead and get my background completely like where I'm cool with it. Because somebody wants it to be, somebody's going to get this painting and I know they don't want a yucky background. So I got to make it pretty for you. Whenever we get done. Whenever we get done. Yeah, no, not. Yeah, that Matt Justis, he said, next week. No, when we get done for the day, and you know what? I'm confident this is happening. We're good. Don't worry. And I know that some folks like Lisa are wanting to head back. No worries, we're gonna get it done. I don't want to freak you out. I'm gonna move quickly, just like I did with the Blue Heron. And we basically lost an entire day on the Blue Heron yesterday because we didn't even look at it. And we got it done. So that's where, well, we kind of did. Because if you learned anything, you're learning how to use a sword brush. You learned a little bit about color mixing. There's a lot of things that maybe, and that's why I go ahead and say up front. If you're coming here because you want to come out of here with an amazing work of art and everybody's going to love it, it might happen and it might not happen. But it's okay. You came here really, truly because you wanted to learn something. So that's what you should need to be coming away with, because you were put under a lot of pressure to complete 2 pieces. Some people do workshops and only work on 1 piece in this period of time. So I really expect a lot of you out of you guys, and so you have all done amazing, and everybody does their own thing. And so I also want to keep in mind that I'm trying to keep your own style intact. They all don't have to look like my works. As long as you're following along, you're mixing your colors, you're doing your application, and you're learning about how to manipulate the paint, how to blend color, all that stuff. Your own style is going to come into play, and that's okay, and that's great. That's what we want. You have to have your own voice. So, yes. You can, if you like it the way it is, and you don't want to revisit it, okay, then don't. I didn't. I have to go on with mine. If there's something that you feel confident enough to work on without listening to me drone on and on and on about something, go ahead, jump in, do your thing, do your own, and that applies to anybody else, as long as you are really confident that you know what you're doing and you're going to go forward and do your own thing.
I like to listen to you.
Okay, I'm a good droner, so that's good. All right, so I'm actually taking a pretty small brush just because it's the first one I grabbed. It happens to be the number 2 Eclipse Filbert. Now, most of this is all dry or dry-ish. And I'm actually looking right now at my Bobcat that I have over here, because I'm letting my battery charge a little bit longer. So I've got that sage color. I'm leaving it right there for now. I'm going to go up here and start to create some of these pieces here. And I want it to look like it's, that it makes sense.
What are you using that color?
It's just the sage green with a little bit of the brown in it, because why? Because I like to put browns in my greens. Right. And I want this to look nice for whoever gets to take it home. Now, this is one of the few occasions where I just was making some kind of imaginary plant. I don't care what this thing is. I really didn't. I was doing this piece mainly for a YouTube video. And so I just did a generic plant life. I definitely went off the grid on this one, or off the, yeah, I just made up my own thing. So I'm also looking to see if there's areas of this painting that have, and obviously I used a lot of paint thinner over here because it's really, really, really flat. So I'm, oopsie, freshening it up just a tad. And if I need to, I'm going to have an area that's going to have a little bit more of the ultramarine blue, which is going to cause my greens to set back a little bit. So I mixed ultramarine blue, Van Dyke brown, and sap green, and that's going to be my darkest value in my foliage back here. Remember, cool colors tend to recede or pull you back a little bit. Warm colors bring you forward. What's the question? Okay. And I'm not going to get too crazy here. But I do have some stuff that has to be done here. So I did go with some of the lighter colors over here. You could see kind of scattered out on the exterior aspect. I don't want to cover it up. So I'm going to go over here and put a little bit and make it look like it's just like some of these things are far off. Like there's branches that are far off. Now, I like to use burnt sienna in my sap green because it knocks it down. Since burnt sienna is very red, and again, remember we're talking about complements, it will actually pull down the green so it's not too like fakey green. It looks more natural to me. My darkest green is sap green, Van Dyke brown, and ultramarine blue. Then I have kind of a middle tone green, which is sap green and burnt sienna. It's kind of a warmer green. And so here I'm working on the interior part of this painting, just kind of making sure it doesn't have any weird areas.
And what size brush?
I'm using a number 2 Eclipse Long Filbert. It's perfect for just doing little branches and tree, you know. It's just little. So I can go back in and I'm going to take a little ultramarine blue and ivory black. And I'm going to look and see if there's areas of shadows or little things that I want to include that's not in here. Even in the bush here, it may have some shadows, and I'm going to be very careful not to get too close to the sides of the cat because I don't want to contend with that color. And I'm doing it just in little areas. You can see where I'm kind of going in here with a little bit of dark. And like I said, this is ultramarine blue, ivory black, and sap green. See, I could tell you that for sure that I definitely used quite a bit of what I tell people not to do. I must have used a lot of paint thinner because there's some flat areas in here. It's okay, but I usually recommend that you don't do that because then you have to contend with it later. I'm feeling it, guys. We got this. This is no problem. I can see where it's going. We got this. It's good. It's all good. All right. I'm going to put a little bit of King's Blue in here. And I'm going to make some of this stuff look like it's a little farther away. The King's Blue is going to lighten the value and cool it off a little bit because I'm creating depth this way. Remember, and I'm being very, what's the word? Not deliberate? What's the word? Random. Okay, well, there's all kinds of good words for this. I'm just trying to just not make it, I'm just kind of wiggling my brush around. I told you guys I'm a very intuitive painter, so I don't always have a certain system. Oh wow, hi Joylyn. We're a little jealous actually, out on the water. Wow. Sounds like you're having a good day. Hey Joylyn, just so you know, I'm planning on probably doing a workshop in October, and our subject matter is going to be botanicals and feathers. So we're going to do a bird and some type of wild flower or plant life, and it's going to be in October. Would love for you to come join us. Don't know the dates yet. Okay. Okay, I'm going to actually, I like this color, and it's kind of a mid-tone to where I started on some of these other leaves and stuff.
Suzanne, how are you treating going next to the cat's fur?
I'm sorry?
How are you going next to the, you don't need a cat's fur?
I'm trying to stay as far away from it as, and if I do have to get pretty close to it, keep the paint thin, super thin. Don't go in there thick at all. Now, if you're doing far away plant life, remember, if it's far away, it's usually also smaller too. Sometimes keeping the idea of relevance and size, it's easy to forget that kind of stuff. So keep it little if you're far away. Keep it little and lighter in value and cooler in temperature. Does that make sense? It makes sense when somebody explains it to you, but sometimes when you're actually doing it, it doesn't always make sense. I mean, you don't think about it. Trust me, I don't always think about it either. Until I look at it and go, why are my leaves as big in the background as they are in the foreground? I'm hearing a lot of things. What, Deanna? What is Blue Ridge? What are you talking about? Oh, yes. Well, and any of my students that are in my studio have heard me say this before. And a lot of them come from the Johnson City area, and they take exit 4 coming in here. And maybe you took exit 4 coming here. I don't know. But I always tell them, I was like, you know what? When you're farther back and you're looking at Bays Mountain from far away, it kind of looks a little bluer, a little grayer. But if it's the springtime and summertime and you're getting ready to take exit 4, take another look at Bays Mountain, and all of a sudden it's bright green, right? So things that are in a distance will be cooler in temperature and lighter in value. All right, I'm not going to fool with this too much longer. I know this is not related to what we're painting today, but if you do a lot of landscapes, I really want you to look at the sky. It's always, 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 always lighter. Generally, it's always lighter at the horizon. And if you look straight up at the sky on a sunny, sunny day, look straight up at the sky, and if you're looking at the colors, you're looking at cobalt, maybe a little ultramarine blue, possibly some Payne's gray. And as you drop your eye down towards the horizon line, then you'll see a gradation of blue. You'll start to see it turn from those cool blues to all of a sudden turns to a kind of like a cobalt then cerulean. And as it goes down closer to the horizon line, it gets lighter and lighter and lighter. So if you're painting landscapes, please like really observe sky and the transition of sky. I'm one of those, you know, when we're driving or, you know, yeah, when I'm driving, regardless of who's driving, I'm oftentimes analyzing in my head, what colors are these? What is this? How would I, what would I squirt out on my palette if I was looking at this? Yeah, see? You can't help it. Nah. Once you're become an artist, it's like you see things differently. Okay, now I'm going to jump into this area. I'm going to use my midtone that I just made of this sage. And I'm going to start creating the structure. And the sage is kind of like a little tight, almost looks like rosemary. It's a little tight little. And I might even, you know, I'm going to do that first. And I usually tell people to save your detail for the foreground. Be a little looser in the background. Well, I'm not doing a whole lot more in this. But since this is kind of getting closer to foreground, I'm putting a little bit more detail in this plant life. Take advantage of contrast. If you don't have it, create it. So like here, I could be using a lot more contrast in some of this. Don't worry, I will get it. So if I'm just kind of moving through here like this, I could stop, clean my brush off. I actually grabbed a little by natural tint and put it in the green a little bit, popping it in here in some of these areas in here, and creating that contrast that I need, that I crave. I'm really all about that. Now remember something. Color theory is sort of like chemistry. So you're probably saying, well, but isn't that natural tint, you've not been using it in your greens. Why are you doing that now? If the natural tint looks kind of bluish purple, what makes purple? Blue and red. Okay. What have you heard me talking about putting browns in my greens? Red and green are complements, yes? If I put purple in my green, what have I done? What makes green? Right, blue and yellow. What makes purple? Red and blue. So if I'm mixing those colors in different variations of concentrations of either color, basically I'm doing exactly what I said I was doing initially. If I'm adding burnt sienna or some type of red to my green, but I need my green to be cooler and I've got a yellowy green, I'm going to add blue to that green. Well, what if I added purple to it? I'm basically doing all of the things at once with one color. So if you understand the components of what makes up a color, you can almost guess what the outcome's going to be based on if you just even added the complements. If you know what makes up the color you're asking to, you're going to mix in. So the natural tint does really nicely in this, even in the greens. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, so I'm going to keep moving fast. Ask questions if you've got them. So Lisa, you're looking to get out of here at 5, yes? By 4? Okay, I'm just trying to play my time. I'm trying to think. I do want to get a group picture before anybody leaves here today. So I've got to, if we have to stop and then before you leave, I want to do that.
Lisa, where are you now? At, May Valley. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 8 hours.
You're going tomorrow where? Back to Maryland on, oh yikes, I didn't know you were going back. That fast. I guess I thought you guys spent more time in Maggie Valley, no? Yes, so you do spend more time. Okay, I got you. Okay. All right, I'm going to move through some of this. I'm back to my mid-tone sage color that I made up. And I'm creating, remember I talked about creating the contrast. Ooh-wee, I'm hot. Is it a hot flash? I'm going to put this in, just go in solid here, not worry about so much texture. I'm going to go ahead and okay. I'm going to make a darker version of this color. I don't know if that was the color to put it in there. Let's see. I'm actually going to take ultramarine blue, sap green, and I need Van Dyke brown. But I need it to be cooler. There we go. So I got more ultramarine than the green. Just kind of moving it around. I'm actually looking, because I'm not wanting to use my battery yet until I get to the cat. I'm looking at my Bobcat piece. And since I went completely off the grid on the background, please do the same. Look at the actual, if you've got the painting. If not, just watch what I'm doing. Or make up your own background. Please use a different background. Don't do the tree. That weird, gnarly tree, as beautiful as it is. Okay. So sometimes when you do this, and I know it looks like I'm being very haphazard, but I am being quite deliberate. Trust me. There is a method to my madness, as they say. Okay. Going back in with some of the light color. Other than Bonnie having a bum leg, when you guys got done today, was there anything, or yesterday or the first day, was there anything on you that was especially sore? Your butt. Well, yeah, I can see why your back would be sore, Lisa. Who else? Shoulders. Neck. Arms. Ladies? Rear end. Yeah, for me, it's always my ankles. That's why I wear sneakers. I've got, this is one of those things you learn when you get old. I'll be the old chick going to like a formal event wearing Nikes or like, Brooks. Yeah, that would be me. I can already tell you. The older I get, the more I get more about, is it going to be comfortable? So the thing is, I know Matt and I have to tear everything down tonight, and which is going to take us a little while. But so for anybody who's wanting to get together afterwards, I'll be glad to meet you guys wherever. But like I said, Matt and I will have to tear it down. But I will be ready for some kind of something, if anybody is still ready for some kind of something. Just saying. For any of those who are not leaving right away. Now, anytime anybody wants to come up and look and see what I've done, please come up. Because I'm doing a lot of the same thing. That's why I'm not really talking about it. Because I'm getting ready to start adding white. So I'm taking some titanium white, adding it just in a little area where I can get to it of a lighter version, and I've got it right this little corner right there. I added a little bit of white to my mid-tone sage, and I'm going to start adding that in some places. I load my brush so that the tip of the brush does as much of the work, so I'm not having to press very hard. Do not press very hard or you'll get really blobby looking sage plants. Sorry? That's a filbert. Still using the same one I started with. Said I have been known to start and complete an entire piece using the same brush, if it's a good brush. Especially with some of my smaller pieces. Because I just get into it and then I don't stop until it's done, so it just happens that it's not like I'm not trying to do that, it just works out that way sometimes. So now what's happening is my sage is starting to take like an actual form. Don't bring your light values all the way down into your dark values, because it would never be that. You lose the integrity of why you put the dark values there in the first place. So you start to make forms. And as soon as I can get done with this stuff, we will jump into the cat. I'll take a walk around, just see how everybody's doing. Say, hey, what's going on? Ooh. I know what that other color was that I just kept getting on my brush by accident. That's Caribbean turquoise. I don't know, I put it out there thinking I was going to use it, and I don't think I did, but I just realized why that's what it is. Yeah, Michael Harding's Caribbean turquoise is a really fun, beautiful color. Oftentimes when I'm doing a piece where I have a reflective light in an eyeball, which I almost always do, it becomes I make my white or my shine out of Caribbean turquoise, or sometimes it might be King's blue and turquoise, but I like the turquoise. I think it's fun. Come on, Sue, get it. So yeah, last night it was kind of nice just to sit down. So it's the little things in life, right? And I sat down. I don't know at what point. I actually ate the rest of my Mexican food because that's one of the beautiful things about going to a place like that. Even though Jerry doesn't appreciate those good things like that. So ate the rest of my Mexican food, and I promptly fell asleep on the couch. Singer was definitely happy to see me, and I actually snuggled with my dog on the floor in the den because he's actually pretty good about, like, for him to really, and isn't it true, Matt? I mean, yeah, he'll get up on the couch because he's being silly, but he doesn't really like to be on the couch. He gets hot, so he gets down. Like Hannah's dog is on the couch and on your body, and I mean, almost too much. And I love my dog, but
She probably done wants her dog.
yes, she does. And it's funny, they're perfectly matched. But so I got down on the floor and I snuggled with my dog. Just so he was so good, such a good boy. And Matt, just for the record, I never did call Jesse. But he's been doing fine. Most dogs are home alone for 8 hours a day. Huh? Yeah, that's what he's doing. Now he's talking to the cockatiel. He's like, "You believe in this?" He usually comes to the studio with me, so he's used to always being where I'm at. Not this week. He's a good boy. All right, I'm grabbing some more of my natural tint and seeing if there's any little dark areas, little holes that I can stick in amongst my sage. Come on, Sue. And we'll do that. Okay, I'm going to be done with that. I'm done with my background. That's all I'm doing. I'm going to walk around for a second before I start loading up my palette for anything else. See how everybody's doing.
I'm ready to start with the markings and everything else.
Okay, so you opted to not do anything with your background. You're good with your background?
Yeah.
Okay. I am not even on the markings yet, so I'm going to have to think about it.
Yesterday, but I just
Remember,
scraped it off
what I did was we kept everything soft, and we used a soft brush. So some people had makeup brushes, which I started having a ball with. I know Deanna had one, and I believe Susan had one. Okay, so. Okay, it was Lisa had one, and we started having fun with that. And I was like, oh man, so I may have to go get me a makeup brush, y'all. Y'all did this to me. See, I always learn something from my students. Okay, and yours is looking pretty too.
I'm gonna do the background when I get home.
What are you gonna do to your background?
I'm gonna redo the color a little bit. And then
I would tell you, so when you do it, now like you're my student, right? So you can text me and say, hey Sue, this is what I did. What do you think? Do you have any advice? You kind of got that now, okay? So you can go in there and do that. That's nice, Jerry, but you're gonna make yourself insane. Because you're doing all this tiny little stuff. And don't put too much effort into that, because that is pretty, but that's a lot of little stuff. A lot of little stuff. That looks good.
When do you know when to stop?
Yeah, good question. That's the hardest question for any artist to answer. When am I done, or how do I stop? Yeah, that's a hard one. And I just kind of call it. I get to a place where I'm like, oh, I'm either so over it, or I can't find anything else. It's sort of like, if you start with a big circle, you know what? That ambulance has been over there for a long, long time. Over at Food City.
They might be shopping for a special meal.
I hope that's what it is. Yeah, the lights are on.
But it's not the big one, the big gun one.
But it's been there for a while. Okay, so think of it like this. You start with a big circle, and as you progress through your painting, it gets tighter and tighter towards you get to the center, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, and then you have to ask yourself, when you're in the middle of the circle, am I done? Is there anything I can possibly do, or how much tighter can I make this circle? I don't know if that makes sense. Right, and so you have to just know your limitations and say when you're done. So tell me what you were doing.
Step away sometime and come back another day.
Yes.
Um,
I'm drinking coffee. I'm hanging out, just like,
yeah, I'm just trying to make the background a little more cohesive.
Okay.
It's just obviously wild, obviously abstract.
I want to tell you what I think is pretty. I love the color that you chose back here with the greens. You'll probably want to kind of connect your stuff a little bit. But, use something that's a similar value. And by saying value, how dark or how light something is, don't go too extreme off the different value, and don't poke. Be deliberate. So where's your oil? I know you had, okay. So if you're doing something, and I you know me, I like to use a little browns in my greens. So if I'm talking about value, if I'm trying to keep it lighter, I'm going to add a little bit of white to it. Let's see what happens. So that's too light. Okay. So use a deliberate stroke. See, it's very close in value. But I'm not going poke, 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 poke. Don't poke it. Or don't be a pecker. Don't make me call you a pecker, Lapita, because I'll do it. She's a pecker. Call her a pecker. Call it what it is.
I need the pecker hat.
The
Corner.
Do you know in 3rd grade I had to wear a dunce cap because I talked too much in class? Imagine that. I know. But I thought, that's so mean. I would never do that to kids now, because their teachers would be afraid of getting called out. So see how I'm keeping it concise and close to the value, meaning this color about, this is just a little tiny bit darker, but not much, but it's a warmer color because it's green and not blue. So you can just kind of, but I'm not going to leave pieces all chunked out in the distance.
So then for this texture, should I cover it up?
You want to be deliberate, but I don't want you to, once I move on to off of this,
Yeah.
I'm ready to move on because I need to get to the cat. So, but that's the idea. That's what you're going to try to do. And if it helps you use a bigger brush, like a large round brush, like this is going to cover a whole lot more ground. And you're not going to have to load it as much. So if you're doing in here, you still have a lot where you can see your background.
Oh, that's because I just did this on top.
That's good. I like that. We call those little windows, those little window holes, and that's kind of cool that you did that. But I'm saying that's not the problem. I'm just saying where you can see it's smudgy.
Oh, I see.
So you want it to be solid.
Got it.
See, it's solid here,
Yeah.
but it's not here
Yeah.
or here. So, but I like that you made little holes. So you're just going to try to, and you don't have to make it exactly, see how I'm being very haphazard, but I'm covering it?
Yeah.
This is a good brush. You'll like that one. Uh-huh. So what you doing? Okay.
This one?
Okay. All right, try yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and titanium white. I like your background. That's okay, but use a bigger brush because you'll make yourself nuts doing that. And then you'll feel like, okay, oh my gosh, this just took no time. For that matter, if you're doing that, I mean, do something at least like this big or even this big if you're going to be working in large areas.
How about this one?
You could use that one, but really load it down with a little bit of oil too. Okay, so you're getting into the face. Somehow your cat looks better today. No, yes, your cat looks better too, but I'm looking at your cat. Tell me what you're working on. Okay. So what have you been doing since I was doing all the background stuff?
Been working on trying to make it look more like this.
Okay. So you're working more on the cat. You've not done anything on the background. Okay. Okay. No, it looks better than it did yesterday. That's why I'm wondering what you did. All right.
I have trouble with the eyes.
We'll get there. I'm going to jump into that here in just a little bit. And what brush are you using? What are you working on?
Oh, I've got a headache, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm waiting on you.
Okay, tell me what you need, honey. Tell me where you are.
Just waiting on you
Waiting on me, to get into the cat.
to get into
Okay.
the cat.
Okay, gotcha. And I hope your headache goes away.
Sorry.
Your cat looks like it's in Hawaii or in
Is that okay?
Florida.
Well, I
Yeah.
think there is a cat down there.
Yes, they have bobcats in Hawaii. I mean, not in Hawaii, but in Florida. So,
Weird, but,
not really. Not if you're a bobcat that lives in Hawaii. It's not. I mean, in Florida, he's happy. His life is good, and I like your background, Ann. I got nothing to say. Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about. I had scratched that out with my tool.
Whatever you did looks really cool. I like it too.
Okay.
I would leave it.
But this side is kind of funky. I kind of wanted it more behind it where it's
Okay. Well, what you could do, you could make some of the darker areas behind this plant, behind the rock part, to make it stand out more.
okay.
Um,
Also, it's more scratch looking than this. Like this is
okay.
more
Well, maybe that's closer to you.
Oh, this is supposed to be closer.
No, I would imagine this is almost, well, I guess it's up to you, however you want to say that it is.
Well, I
This-
see what you're saying because it's more.
Because it's more detailed.
Yeah. Okay.
So you could just say that's closer to you.
Okay. And then how about this?
I like it. I like it because it creates the distance. It creates the drama and it makes it seem more farther off. Remember, I'm not looking to change everybody's style of painting. I just want to make sure you're getting it and you're having fun with it and you're achieving what you're looking to achieve. Oh boy. Everybody's making it rain up in here, and I've got a big wad of cash here in my pockets. It's pizza money. It's pizza money. I'm going here. It's like, right. I'm not coming home with all this glitter on me, but okay. We're making it rain all up in here. I should make my son deal with this because he can deal with it better than I can. Oh, I know you will. I just need you to fold it and just put it nicely so I don't have to deal with a wad of cash in my back pocket. No, just hold on to it. Oh, there it goes. And make it rain up in here. Okay, I'm gonna start looking at. Let me see how my iPad is doing. All right, I got 70% on my charge. I think at least I got some charge. Well, we're getting ready to get into some Bobcat. Matt, how many people are joining us on the live stream? Okay. Hi, live stream people. Joy Lynn's probably out on a boat or out on a lake or something. Lucky girl. Yeah, Joy Lynn, where are you? Okay. Now I got a cat. Whew. It's funny what you see the second day, you know? I can see that my muzzle's a little off. It's a little crooked. Eye a little bit off and wonky. Yep, Mama's got some work to do. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna refresh in my palette. Putting out some more burnt sienna. Burnt umber. Raw umber. Yellow ochre. Put out some clean titanium white. I'm going to actually put it closer to my area that I'm working. My palette's one big old hot mess. Now, everybody else was saying that theirs was a mess, and I'm like, I always have a hot mess going on. Let's see. Everybody's got their King's Blue. Yeah, I'm looking at the fur and I'm just seeing the grays and I'm seeing all the colors bouncing around here. I'm going to put a little bit of ultramarine blue. Don't know for sure that I'll use it, but I'll have it if I need it. Ultramarine blue is kind of one of my almost always on my palette colors, along with King's Blue. Okie dokie. I'm going to add a little bit more stuff to my stuff, meaning I'm almost out of oil, almost out of, it's like I think I could get there and be okay, but I don't want to risk it. I'm going to add a little bit more Gamsol. I think I could be okay with oil. I'm going to put a little bit, I do need more oil. Yeah, I'm looking at my cat's muzzle and it's off. So that's going to get fixed, but I'll get it. I'm going to probably work from the face down. I'm going to work from the face down because in my opinion that's going to be the most important part everybody wants to see, depending on how our time frame goes. I want to get my face right, so I'm going to go ahead and focus on the face right now. Whew. Okay. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is work on this eye because mine is wrong. I'm going to switch to a small brush simply because I know I'll have more control. So I'm switching to a number 2 sable. The shape of my eye is completely off. You remember the color we made for the heron up here? That off whitish color? Since this is almost sort of dry, I can lean a little bit. That eye is, this is where I wish I can lean. I'm sorry? What was off about the eye? The shape. The shape of the eye should be very almond-like. And I had it too round on that side. All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump right in on the eye. I wish this, unlike on YouTube, I can always zoom in on the eye or the area I'm working on. I can't zoom here for you here, but excuse me, I will call it out. And I apologize, my voice will eventually give out. I'm going to take some ivory black. Because I can lean on the inside, there's like a little peak right here. And it's almost like it's slightly curved. Yes, I'm taking black and I'm actually making what looks like her eyelashes on that side. And her pupil is right about here. Oh yeah, I was gonna look. I'm pretty sure that they have round pupils, unlike a house cat. I have to look that up. Most of your larger cats do. I don't even know if some of the smaller cats like ocelots, I'm pretty sure have round pupils. I think house cats are the only ones that have slitted pupils, other than fox and All right, so the eye is green, right? But I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of lightness towards the bottom of the eye. And so I have all this nice fun green color here that we mix for the background. I'm mixing a little bit of yellow ochre. And I'm going in with kind of that lighter sage color. And I'm going to go in at the bottom of the eye, just a little bit. I'm not going to go all the way up, because I want the top. Remember, the eyelid itself creates a shadow. The upper eyelid. I'm sorry? Yeah, underneath the pupil on the lower part of the eye. And I'm going to go in with a darker color right on the upper part of the eye. If anybody gets to where they're like, I need to see this, please feel free to come up. I'm using a very small brush. Now, just because of the light coming in around the eye, remember I said I like Caribbean turquoise? You can use whatever blue you want to use. I'm using King's Blue. Actually, I'm just going to use King's Blue. Remember, the eyeball is round, and if light is hitting it, it's going to hit it on the, as the eyeball comes out, it's going to hit it on the top portion. So, right above the pupil towards the right side, if you look at your photo reference, there's like this little bit of a shine. Yeah, and I don't use white. I think I see some artists that just go in white, and I'm like, what? No. Because unless they happen to be in a stage room with ring lights or some kind of weird bright light, natural light's never going to be that white. Very rarely is it.
Are you just going in with straight King's Blue?
I did, basically. And then I went in with a little bit slightly lighter color. Just right over, or just a little bit to the side of it. Now, just because I like to be interesting and different, I'm going to go with a little bit of a lighter color still on the lower part of the iris. Because I'm not really, I want more. And I just went a little bit lighter, and so if you need to come up, please feel free. Did I what? I did. I just on that one eye. And I'm going to work. I'm good with that eye. I'm fine with it. So if you look above the eye, it's got a lighter color. Remember all those fun yellows we were using in the heron's neck? Yeah, I'm just going in with some of those colors with a lighter version, adding a little titanium white to it. The above eyelid, yes. See, if you're looking at your reference, you can see that light area right above the eye. It's just an off-white. Trying to keep it soft. But where it dried yesterday, it's not going to be very, very soft. Okay, I'm going to take some raw umber. Add a little bit of the ultramarine blue. And it happens to be in a King's blue area, so it's kind of turning into a brown gray. And I like that. But if you need to really know the actual ingredients here of this particular concoction, go towards a cool, flat gray, leaning towards brown. I'm going right underneath this area. And there's like little stripes. And if you think about the ruff that the cat has, there's a little bit of a rough area right around here. So the actual skull is a lot smaller than this side hair that's coming off of it. So this area is actually the skull. Do you see where I'm, this area? So I'm rounding up my colors to go up towards that area. And I wipe my brush a lot, y'all. I'm wiping my brush off. Okay, now it's a lot lighter here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to work my ruff. Now the ruff has this kind of, it's really yellow ochre, raw, it's really more like a raw sienna, but take a little bit of burnt umber, yellow ochre, and let's flatten it out. If it's too yellow, I'm putting a little bit of the neutral tint, then add some white to it. Yep, there we go. And I'm coming in on this side. Now I know that there's a lighter gray right on the exterior side of that part of the face that I said is like the skull. Okay, so you remember all those really fun color grays that we made for the, I'm moving my head out of the way, this color here, and it's the color that I used when I did the long feathers. I'm coming in on the side, it's too light, changing my mind, going in with a little bit, you know what, I'm gonna put a little bit of blue in it. I know, I'm tired too, I hear that. You guys are doing great, by the way. I know this is a lot to throw at somebody. So it's just this gray color.
That looks like yellow ochre to me from here.
This color?
No,
The one next to it?
Yeah.
It is. It's yellow ochre and burnt sienna and a little bit of the natural tint. Now I'm cleaning my brush because if I have too much, I'm actually trying to, this is where you learn how to have a really light hand. And the light hand is going to keep you it's going to help you learn to finesse your paint a little bit better. And finessing, and when I say finessing, it's knowing how to go light, knowing when to go light with your brush. And the fact that I'm working with a sable and it's really small, there's hardly any bend to my brushes, my brush hairs. It's not like I'm pressing on it to make it smudge. I'm tickling it until it gives me what I want because I'm working wet on wet, okay? And I'm pretty good with that. I like how that looks. And it follows the contour, as I was saying earlier, about the skull. So I'm going to go a little whiter on the edge. I'm taking the lighter color, that bluish gray that we had, and I said it was too strong at first. I'm going on the very exterior of those lines. Remember that's where I was talking about the shape of the skull? Yeah. All right, so now I have that little rough side of the face. And I have this kind of interesting little light yellowish. So basically it's if you have yellow ochre, titanium white, and maybe a smidge of the cad yellow light, but it's mostly white, but making a creamy white. Make it as creamy a white as you can get without it actually being white, just straight on white. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start, remember I said when everybody wanted to do all this detail, I said, I'll give you a chance to do detail, but not yet. Now's the time. So here I am. Doing this. And I'm lifting up when I do these little swoops, being careful not to pick up too much of the green. But it's there and I'm trying not to pick it up. I'm just going to bring that down. That makes sense? So I'm watching this upper part of the head, and I'm actually working backwards, and I really shouldn't do this, but because I know how my hand will work and I'll want to drag my hand through it. We shouldn't do that, right? But I'm going to take a little bit of the burnt or the raw umber and drop a line right here because that's what I see. It kind of goes right from that point. It goes straight down. So I'll be able to see if I need to line my nose up a little bit better because it kind of goes down and I need to bring my nose way over. So I kind of messed it on the nose, folks. There I was making sure everybody else's nose were good, but my nose is so far off right now. Yeah. From the tear area of the eye, straight down through here. So now I can see that my nose needs to be way over here, and the white comes out here. So I've got to move my nose, no biggie. Totally doable. I'm going to go in first with this light yellow color that I see over the bridge of the nose. It's just this nice little light color. And it goes right about here. So this should be the midline of the nose. So I can see how far off I am. So that silly little cat nose is coming on over.
So where's the nose supposed to go under the?
Well, that's it. I'm looking at this in this straight line. If you're looking at this picture,
Yeah.
the tip of the nose should be over here.
Right underneath that.
And I've got it too far over. That's why I'm saying I got to move it over. So if I look here, that tip of that nose should be right about here.
Okay.
And it goes down at an angle. So I'm just going to cover all that up. And it goes down like this. It'll get there.
Okay, thanks. So right under the corner.
Yeah. I had my nose off, y'all.
Mine looks like he's got, like his eyes are facing one way and his little muzzle is facing straight forward.
Like Jerry has her cat looking straight forward, but her eyes and her nose and her mouth are all looking in the same direction. I have some people's eyes looking this way and some people's muzzles looking this way. So we got kind of like a Picasso thing going on. So we don't want that in a Bobcat. It's great in some art, but not in this one. So we are going to fix that. Yeah, right? So I'm just saying, everybody thinks, oh, I always get it right. Nah, not always. Eventually I do. But I work my way around. And sometimes having that second day helps us see where our mistakes are. So I'm dropping a nostril right here, and it kind of goes down here.
So did you just completely reshape the nose?
I am completely reshaping the nose. I am for mine. It doesn't mean yours is wrong. Remember, I spent more time on everybody else's pieces yesterday than I did on my own. So until I get this fixed, I have no idea where you guys stand. I know where I am right now, and it's totally wrong.
No, now that you said that, mine looks off too.
Guys, it's going to get to a place where you're going to say, you know what? This is one of those things we're learning from the workshop, is that sometimes we don't always get it right the first time, and it's okay. Give yourself a break. Remember, and I told you this on the very first day, if you're expecting to come away on your first day with an amazing work of art, you're going to probably be disappointed. But I don't want you to be disappointed if you learn something. You're going to already have learned so much more than you probably think you did. So please don't put that much pressure on yourself to get it perfect, because I can't get it perfect. How am I going to tell you how to do it? And I've been doing this a long time. So give yourself a break. Okay, so I'm going a little bit underneath this part of the muzzle, creating the shape of the lip, and it's coming over more than what I had. And hopefully I'm starting to see it come together a little bit better. I'm going to cover over those little spots. I'm already feeling better about the nose now that I see that I've moved it. It's funny how you don't know that it's wrong. Sometimes you can look at stuff and you know something's not right, but you don't know what it is.
That's the thing, and I guess the better artist you become, then you realize what's wrong.
But sometimes it might be a day or two.
Right.
Now, how were we able to stick with this yesterday? Or, but sometimes you kind of need a day. At my studio, I often have 2 or 3 pieces going at one time. I almost never just work on one piece. And because I get bored easily. It's true. I mean, I do. I think there's, if it's an attention deficit disorder on my part, but I make it work for me. So I have 2 or 3 pieces going at one time. And I usually work better that way. Okay, I'm starting to feel way better on the face. So I'm putting a little bit of this warmer brown, it's a burnt sienna, over the bridge of the nose, blending that yellowy color I put on there. It's interesting, when I blow this picture up, it's a little fuzzy. So I'm not really able to get like sharp, detailed, focused. But it's okay, I don't need it to be. And everybody thinks, you know, like cats' markings are they're just pretty, but some of them actually have a function. Just like we think of when we see a cheetah's face, it's kind of similar to here on the cat here that we're working on. No, it's not a cheetah, but interesting enough, the dark lines and the dark recessed areas around the face or around the eyes actually serve to help prevent glare, just like when the football player puts that black stuff on their cheekbones. It's kind of the same idea. So trust me, the NFL didn't come up with it first. Okay, that's much better. I'm much happier with that now. It's funny, I didn't know, wasn't looking at it yesterday that way. Now I'm going to put this in here just a little bit. I know this looks really weird what I just did over the bridge of the nose, but I'm going to lighten it up now. And I'm taking the raw umber. Believe it or not, I'm going to take a little tiny, I'll be like a micro amount of the Purple Lake. A little bit more Purple Lake. It's not quite there yet. There we go. And just kind of hit it right there. And right here. How's everybody doing? I still hear a lot of exhaling going on in here. I know. Welcome to the club. Kind of feeling it. It's funny how things are, right? I don't remember spending this much time on the piece when I did it the first time. And it's a lot smaller, yes. Live and learn, right? I probably won't want to do this one again for a workshop. Although I've done wolves and we've done them as a 16 by 20. I don't think it's really the subject. It's just that I don't know. Because it's not just you, it's obviously me too. And you remember how we lose color sometimes? Oh, here it is. So that the raw umber, King's blue, and a little bit of that natural tint is going underneath here. But now that you have some paint down, do you not find this a little bit easier to work with? Is it?
Now that there's paint on it to grab the color.
Yes. That's right. It does make a difference. Right. You can't lean on it. That's the thing. So I'm only putting my hand like on the body part, because if I do it over here, I'm in trouble. I'll have green paint all over me. Now, if you look at the muzzle, you'll see the lower half of the muzzle is a lot bluer, a lot cooler temperature, kind of a gray, but it gets whiter on the top of the muzzle. I still got to get my little smile in there. And I'm going to take the raw umber, ultramarine blue, and a little bit of ivory black. And this goes down pretty straight here. And it kind of goes right up here, like almost like a little smile. Okay. That's about too much, and I'm going to take my smaller brush so I can refine that dark line, because it's way too much. I'm taking paint thinner, taking some of that dark off. So you know, brushes can take paint off too. It's just really, it's ivory black, ultramarine blue, and a little tiny bit of umber. Now I'm going to grab the, actually I can go back up here on the top where I have this the Payne's gray color up here. I'm sorry, not Payne's gray. King's blue that I made, that gray. It's kind of on the bluer side. All right, so I've got that little bit of Payne's gray. I keep saying Payne's gray. My brain is already stopping. It's starting to stop working. And trust me, this is it. It happens. It's the King's blue gray that I made. Okay, and I'm bringing it down. I'm cleaning my brush off. Bringing it into this, softening this up a little bit. I'm going to leave that for now. Now keep in mind, the nose itself is kind of two-dimensional. Well, it's actually kind of three-dimensional. And that the top part of the nose is a little bit lighter color than the middle range of the nose. And the dark down here towards the lip is a lot darker. So I'm going to take a little bit, just a tad, of the, dang it, wash your brush off first. Take a little ivory black, mix it into your nose color that you made. It's going to be pretty dark. And kind of finesse it into that area of the nose. Just on the very end, then go back up to your mid-range. Go to the mid-range of the nose. And then there's going to be a lighter area. Grab you a little bit of white. Mix it into that color and go right along the top portion. And I'm going to go even lighter because there's just a tiny bit of a shine right across. Wiping my brush off. It's almost like you could see where the nose was bending or came down. Now the nostrils are a lot bigger than what I have. I got to fix those nostrils. Make sure your brush is clean, that you're only loading the brush at the very point. There we go. I'm fine. I'm going to be good with that. Okay. How's everybody doing? All right, I guess. It's hard, I know. Trust me. I'm doing fantabulous. I am really good. Even after I finally got the nose where it needs to be, I think I'm going to be a lot better now. Okay. Now the top part of the muzzle, the little white part near the nose, it's a lot lighter at the top as it goes in closer to the nose. Do not bring the white all the way down. Same here on the other side. Now this is where I think all the detail really should go in on the cat, okay? I'm not just saying this part of the nose, but the face itself. Once we move on to the body, we're going to move pretty quick. Do not worry. Fear not. We'll get you there. Is anybody watching a really cool series or anything that they're like, oh my gosh? Yeah, I know, right? I get that. Good answer. Good answer. No, like really, on HBO? What is like a new story, like either a series or a movie or something you've recently watched on like Netflix or? Staircase. What is that about?
It's a true story. It's about a guy who was accused of murdering his wife, but it's extremely complicated. But it's very good. Colin Firth stars in it. He's wonderful.
Uh-huh.
And another good one is 7 Seconds.
7 Seconds.
That's actually a movie, I think. Bridgerton, of course. Yeah.
What was it?
Bridgerton? Yeah, so good. Did you watch that? Oh gosh, you need to watch that. It's beautiful.
Anybody else into watching a show?
Starry Night on Prime.
Starry Night. Is it like a Van Gogh thing?
No, it's Sissy Spacek and the guy that played in Juno.
Oh, is it like kind of like aliens and weird?
Yeah, it's kind of sci-fi, but not a.
I probably would like it.
Lupin. I haven't seen it. Oh, and just saying, of course, I've got kind of a weird sense of humor. The new Ricky Gervais stand-up thing called Superhuman. But I think it's hilarious. But that's Ricky Gervais. I don't know if you like it.
I never know what I'm gonna get to watch. Like I watched Gilded Age, and I really liked it on HBO Max. And of course, it's about the Gilded Age, and it kind of talks about old money versus new money. And it was, I didn't think I would like it, but then I really liked it. And then I started watching. What is it called? Not airline. What is it called? Flight Attendant.
Oh, I've been saying that.
I started watching it and kind of got into it. And I was watching it a lot when Kathy was visiting, because she was the one who got me into it. But then I stopped watching it and started watching Gentleman Jack. Now, Gentleman Jack is fascinating, and it's based on a true story. HBO Max. And so is Gentleman Jack. And Gentleman Jack is based on a true story about a woman named Ann Lister. And basically it takes place, it's a period show, takes place like in the early to mid 1800s in London, or England anyway. And she's basically the modern day lesbian. But what you gotta like about this chick is that she's so strong. during a time when women were even, less expected to do anything other than bear children. Here's this woman who's running companies and doing all this just stuff because she wasn't going to be told no. And she just wants a normal life, like to be able to have a spouse and be able to live and be happy. That's all. But it's actually quite fascinating. And I got into watching this show. So there's a lot of interesting, I'm always curious what other people are watching. But I'm into Gentleman Jack right now.
Did you watch the scandal of the scandal of something? You like
Anatomy of a Scandal?
The what?
Anatomy of a Scandal?
Yes, that was good. I like Sienna Miller. She's in it. I haven't seen her in anything in a long time.
I've already managed to put my hand in my paint, so there it goes.
So are you watching Succession?
Watching what?
Succession?
Not yet. Like I said, Matt and I when we sit and watch shows, the only show I've been watching has been Gentleman Jack lately.
Now, who's the lead?
Her name, I guess it's a pretty well-known cast, especially in Great Britain. But it's her name is Suzanne Jones, I think. But it really is quite interesting. It's a great. Yeah.
Well, it's getting so expensive. So I had to back off. I was spending all my money on TV.
Spending all my money on TV.
That sounds like a country song.
That's right. Been spending all my money on TV. All right, I'm going to jump into the other eye and start working my way out. I know I have whisker tracks. I know I have a lot of other stuff to get to on this face. But I'm going to make sure my eye is correct here. So I'm going to take some ivory black and kind of go around. There's a lot right here, this tall corner there. And the eyeball is actually right here. So this is all dark. Take an ivory, it's ivory black. This is going to go, it's a little flatter than what I have. So right here it should be flat. And then it goes up to a point here. There you go. And then this cat has like cat eyeliner on. It's got cat eyes. Isn't that funny? As if somebody taught this cat that was like a thing. Cat eye. It's got that little something, something there. Now I'm going to take a little paint thinner and I'm going to go right underneath this and flatten this out a little bit because I got too much paint here. All right, we'll fix that later. Okay, if you remember what I did last time, I took the lighter green, kind of moved it onto the inside part of the eye and kept the lighter color down low. I'm sorry? I didn't put the pupil in yet, no. Nope, not yet. It's coming. And I'm going to take ivory black and put my pupil in. Oh, somebody does not want to leave the carousel. Somebody wants to stay longer. Interesting. All right, I'm going to take my little bit of a shine here, put it over. Remember, the shine will go not, it kind of follows the contour of the eyeball. Remember, use a very light hand, especially if you're working into wet paint. Now I'm going to take a little bit, I'm going to lighten it up just a little bit because I like to make my eyeballs a little bit different. A little bit of that sage. Whoo, doggies, I am tired. My back is tired. Hi. We're doing it. We're getting it done, ladies. I know, I can't even wait. Killjoy.
What did he say?
He says, "It's okay, Mom. You've got to lift. You've got to all this equipment. It took us. We were here till 10:30 the night before, or 10 o'clock or so, and we started like at 4:30. Took us that long to get set up. It shouldn't take us that long to tear it down, but we do have to tear it down, and we have to have all the trash out and everything, Ah, thank you.
This really has been an enjoyable place to paint.
This is a good spot, I have to say. I really think that this is going to be something that I'm going to try to do at least once a quarter here. Now I'm supposed to go someplace in Cartersville, Georgia, if they can get their act together. They keep telling me they wanted me to come this summer, and they couldn't really. I'm like, I don't want to work that hard trying to organize one when I was organizing one myself. Usually somebody else will host me to come, and then they do all the planning, and then I show up. I got to pay for my own hotel, and I got to pay for, I have my own expenses, but it's the trade-off, right? Well, they're kind of wanting me to do all of it, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that just so you can have a workshop in Cartersville. I could say, I'm going to do all my workshops here, and if you want to come to a workshop, you're welcome. I like that one too. It's because I don't have the overhead. And then, I'm sorry, you guys don't want to hear me complain about stuff like this, but the thing is, I have expenses when I go there. So when I tell them that it's going to cost them $400 for the workshop, a 3-day workshop, they're like, wait, last time it only cost this much. And I'm like, the last time was 3-4 years ago, and it wasn't, the price of gas wasn't so high. So I hate having to try to explain myself to somebody. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be doing that to you guys, because that's like, you don't need to hear that, but that's just like the thing. And so you're trying to work with them, but I'm not going to go too far out of the way for it. Yeah, that's the thing. I do know that. And now I have to say, this has been a really much better than a gymnasium at a church, right, Matt? Cartersville. And it was musty. It was so musty. And it was moldy. And then you say, well, at least we didn't have to pay for a hotel room, right, Matt? No? Be careful, Matt. We're live streaming. Oh, my mic is not on? Okay, then you tell the story, and if nobody can hear me, that's great. No, it was really it was a good workshop, don't get me wrong. Come around. I'm going to turn this off for a second.
Suzanne, can you give me one last word of advice before
Okay, and I want to get you have to be.
I'm gonna watch the rest when I get home?
You have to be in the group picture though, okay? So what I'm going to do, we may take a break. Everybody hold up their, their heron piece, and I'll have Matt take a picture of us all. And what I'm going to do before she leaves is I'll do the drawing. If you happen to get the first one, Lisa, then I will be able to hand you off the heron. So, but the second piece will be the Bobcat. So if you have to leave, I'm going to at least do the drawing. We'll have the names picked. There you go. Your cat looks great.
I changed his nose.
I did too. Yeah.
But I'm still not. I still think the nose
It kind of comes in a little bit more here. So from this straight line, it comes in a little bit wonky. You kind of have it that way though.
But there's something here that's off.
Think of it like a triangle. This nostril is here, but then it's not exactly straight. You see how it's
Or maybe it's the color. I don't know.
so like if you were drawing one, it would be kind of like shaped like this. Then the pupil. Listen to me.
Yeah.
And so the other nostrils in this. So it's not exactly a triangle. So
Does it look off to you?
I think you need to take some off down here.
Make it
This
shorter?
is a little bit. It's a little bit more narrow on the end, maybe.
All right.
Okay. Oh, can I take one of your butterscotches? Before you even say yes, I already have it in my hand. Thank you. I'm stealing her butterscotches. Diane, that looks really good. Mm-hmm. And your cat's looking forward. And I'm looking at my eyes from here and I'm like, oh my God, what is wrong with me? One of my eyes is off. I'm just going to keep going with it, guys, and try to get it. Your cat's looking forward. Your cat looks more like a male. I'm leaving it. You're good. That looks good. Your eyes are going, everything, all your body parts, your eyes, nose, and mouth are all in the correct direction.
Good, I've changed my nose.
I changed my nose too.
Am I sort of on the right track?
It's going to be flatter here, but I think it looks good. You're going with white. Don't go with white.
Yeah, I was going with, yeah.
Go with more the King's blue,
Okay, well,
the shine. This part of the eye, it's not that flat. It goes more up like an almond. It's more almond shaped this way. Do you see?
yep.
Okay. Okay, I feel you. I know when it's getting late. Yours is almond shaped. Put the little eyelash area up here. If you go up and look at mine, it's got that. See how it's wider up here?
Yeah. Like a thicker
Just
line
give it
there.
that, and I think you're going to be good. Watch. I know you haven't gotten to that eye yet. Your nose actually looks pretty good. You're okay, honey. You're good. But I think that you do need to raise this eye up. And I know you're using this.
So I make it down?
No. Bring the eyelash. See how it's like a little angle? See how it's like,
Yeah.
so,
Like into the green or?
no. Like that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Put in whiskers, hoping that would make it look better.
Okay, I was going to wait till the end of it for whiskers, but I'm not going to. At this stage of the game, I'm not going to get on everybody like, you're getting ahead of me, because I'm not there yet. But that would have been a great reason to use your, the dagger. Did you?
I did, but
It looks like you pressed too hard.
that may be what I
At my studio, when my students are working, I have a board behind every painting, and it's like a practice board. so they can try the lines out a few times before they do it on their canvas. I wish we had practice boards here because I can tell you press too hard. And the thing is, unless you're finished with this behind it, you can't go back around it. So you always work from the background to the foreground first, and then those are usually the last thing you put on is the whiskers.
True.
Right. So, and this eye here, a little too round. It's more, it goes down more here on this side, and it goes up. But it's, at this stage, I mean, if you do the darker area on the top, lighter area on the bottom of the pupil of the iris, and do your shine across that way. If you go up and look at mine, you'll see the shine. But then I'm looking at my eyes and they're not right from here. I can tell they're not right. I'm hoping I can fix it before I get... Probably... Can we do it right here?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
There's a wasp on the window.
I need help with this. I think I like that one, but it don't.
Right. It actually, because the other one looks blurry, like it's got a lot of gray in it. No, the other one, yeah. I like the shape of your eye on the right. Now, let me see your reference. Oh, the reference, this is actually a beautiful eye. Penny, I'll get over there in just a second. I'm gonna, because I know she's getting pushed. Now, you'll just want to lighten, I'm sorry, I need a reference.
Here you go. Yeah, I didn't work on any of that part because I kept getting.
Okay, thank you, sweetie.
Yeah. Do you want any brushes or?
No. I just want to see it.
So how late are we done?
Lighten that up over there.
Yeah, you've got a lot of dark area here. I like the eyeball, but it's probably a little small.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little small, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful eye. You've got, everything is looking in the correct direction.
Okay.
So Lisa, you did it. You did a good job.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then when you get a chance, you're going to go in and put more fur in.
Totally. I did nothing today, so I'm going to watch the video.
Watch
what
the
you're gonna
video
do
and
this
send me a
afternoon.
text
Yeah,
when you finish it.
Yeah, well.
And say, see, I did it. I actually finished it. Because I won't believe it until it's done. Okay. Let's see where we're at.
So we decided this little guy's gonna break into song in a soft shoe. Because he does not look like he lives in the wild. He looks like he lives on Broadway. Jazz hands.
His jazz hands. Meow. I like that. I like that. I like them though.
You do? I've been working on eyes things.
You can put a little bit more eyeliner if you want to around, since our jazz cat is, performer. He might have a little bit more. I mean, if you can go up and look at mine, although I'm looking at mine now and I'm going, what the hell am I thinking? It's just a little bit rough. I'm having trouble with this cat. I don't know why.
Right.
Because you have
the wrong size. It's funny, you don't see it until
You take a step
you see
off.
it, and then you can't unsee it. It's like, okay, that's too big.
At least your eyes are the right size. I think the thing is you've got a little too much light on the top part of the pupil.
Okay.
I mean, not the pupil, the iris.
Uh-huh.
Keep the light down on the lower part, the lighter part of the pupil. And then when you
I
do the
did the
shine,
opposite.
when you do the shine runs up that way, but it's gonna, when you put the shine down, the reflective light, it's gonna be on a darker background. So go up and look at my
okay.
eyes. Even though my eyes are wonky, the color's right. All right, since everybody's kind of taken a step back, everybody grab your heron. If you can grab your heron and come over here, we're gonna get a picture. I need to get a group picture.
What if it's not done?
It's okay. Everybody just needs to grab their heron and show their heron painting. And I don't know, Matt, is down there a better place?
Wherever.
Or is there too much light over here?
Probably backlit over there.
Okay, go on down there and we'll all arrange ourselves. Birds and birds and more birds.
Where did I put my bird?
Where's Bird? You don't want anybody giving you the bird, do you? That's right. So, bird, bird, bird is a word. Bird, 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 bird is a word. Who's the tallest? Yeah, how old? You are pretty tall.
I'm tall.
Jenny's tall.
Jerry's tall.
Diana's tall.
We have to hold over our head.
No. I'll kind of be like,
Interesting spot to take a picture.
well,
There's a flat wall here.
or right here where we can.
Or yeah, I guess we could. No, it's not. It might be back a bit.
How about here? How about here?
Well, like maybe I'll stand in front of this white thing. We have to not backdrop.
I just want to know if you can get us all in.
Should some of us sit on the ground in this one? Like, would that help?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, then who's gonna get us up?
Is this gonna work?
Well, that might even pizza in it. Oh, there's the marinara sauce.
My boy.
Right balls.
Oh, good for teardown.
All right. I think we've got everyone in on wide angle.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
We don't want to be wide angle.
One, two. This thing's kind of in.
Every last one of us has to be happy with it.
Oh. I wish this was.
Stand up on it and take one
Can you
from
sit on it?
take one from looking down, Matt.
One, two. All right, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Has that got everyone in?
Yes, you did.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, tell me what. So you're wanting to leave here in a minute. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get everybody's name. Everybody write your name on a piece of paper and give it to me.
Ooh, okay. Can my paper have tape on it? So it
That's it. That's it. Paper towels, fine. Whatever you get.
Not the best idea.
Well, what else do I have?
My paper towel is like sticky.
That'd be fine.
I got the reference photo.
There you go.
You can tear it into little pieces.
Here we go. Paper bag. Here's a paper bag.
Yeah, I'll just tear this one into little pieces.
Okay, that's fine.
That works too.
All right. So she's got a piece of paper. She's gonna break up in little bits.
It's some of it's got writing on it, but alright, you do that half, we'll do this half.
I'm gonna pass a piece of paper around. Put your name on it. Put your name on it. You're gonna put your name on your piece.
Yep.
Put your name on it. Here, honey, I'll do it for you. You can't walk around here and do this. You got one?
I got one.
Okay, got it?
Yep.
Piece of paper. Put your name on it. Here's your piece of paper. Piece of paper. You know what? I'm going to give everybody 2 pieces of paper because I need you to do it for both.
Okay, I need Lisa's too, please. I'm gonna do it for Lisa.
Oh, wow. That's a smart. Boy, she's a smart one. Never mind.
Okay, but I still need one for Lisa though.
Okay, I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, who got 2?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, everybody's got one.
One, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
One or two?
You just need one. I'll just do it twice. Now I'm going to pass the little cup around. Everybody write your name down. This will be a drawing for, let's see. However you want to fold it, and I can't see it. I'm just going to put my hand. Here's a cup. And I don't have a bowl. Cup. Got your name?
Yep.
Okay, so where's Joanne? Okay, there she is.
Thank
Boop. 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 Say hi. I can make all these fun noises. Boop.
Thank you.
Boop. Where's Lisa? Okay. All right. My name? Okay, is everybody in here? Okay, so I got to go in front of this live stream. I got to be in my little spot. Because we're going to do the drawing for the first piece. I'm mixing them up. Mixing them up. Mixing them up. Okay, I'm taking one out. The first winner of the Jerry. Jerry gets the heron. Yay! Yay! Congratulations. Now we've got Jerry's got one. This one will be for the Bobcat. Mixing it up, mixing it up, mixing it up. I have this little one here. Lapika. Yay! She's going to get the Bobcat. So, yay! So, when the Bobcat's finished, you get to take it home. So, yay! So, that's good. So, everybody who came to the workshop, yay! The Artists for Conservation. Yes, so that's wonderful. And I'm looking at my Bobcat. Just sorry, Lapika. Go ahead and apologize right up front. The eyes are wonky and weird. I'll keep working. Thank you. I'll keep working till I get this right. But we're going to keep moving through. Yes. Are you done? You're going to take the rest of the day off. We can finish it in class. And I will say this to a lot of my people who may be exhausted at this point, and I get it. Trust me. If you are my students and you are my in-house students, if you need to work on this in the studio, it's okay. It'll be all right. But for those who are not in my studio, we got to get this sucker done. Okay. And here I am looking at this cat going, oh my gosh.
And he's looking bad?
He's looking bad to me. Her eyes are off. But I have these awesome eyes, but they're just not. That's okay. I figured that'll be a thing. Okay, now back to the cat. I'm going to start using some larger brushes because I want to get this done. I'm going to stand back a little bit because standing back, when I'm in the studio, I am generally working like this. I hold my brush back here and I work from back here. I'm still using the number 2 Eclipse long filbert. Putting in a little bit of the burnt sienna. And then I'm going to mix a little bit of the yellow ochre. It needs to be more of a yellow ochre, a grayed down version of yellow ochre. Yes. Hey, love you. Be safe, okay? Let me know you got home okay. Thank you for coming. All right, so I've kind of lightened that up a little bit. Looking for areas on the ear. So I'm going to go ahead and taking the, I'm going to work fast, guys, because I think that's what's keeping me. I start dawdling a little bit.
Dawdling or dawdling?
Dawdling.
Peckering.
I'm being a pecker. I'm being all these bad things, y'all. I'm going to teach you all my bad habits. Actually, I don't usually peck. This is not a pecker. I'm not being a pecker. Somebody's got to do it. Okay.
At least you're a woman.
That's being called a pecker?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been called worse. All right, so I'm squinting. Sometimes I have to go back to basics when I start messing up like this. And I'm putting in my dark values. So it's okay to take a step back and ask yourself, what are you doing? Okay. While I can, I'm still able to put a little pressure on my painting here. I'm just working on the ears, some of the dark values inside the ears. If I see a little dark value, I'll pop it down. We're going to get this sucker. This cat will not defeat me. Okay. Now, going back into the interior part of the ear, since I have that. When I started this, I didn't really have the color, and then I put it down for another reason. And so I'm using a little bit of the magenta, mixed it in a little bit of the red, basically the same color that I made the nose with, going into the interior part of the ear. Wipe, 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 because I like to wipe my brush. Going in with a little bit of a brown or gray. Grabbing a little bit of the natural tint, because, you know, it's a great color. Putting some of that in there. Because there's like a little weird folds in the ears, there's like a weird little fold that comes out there. If you ever look at it at an ear is such a weird thing, isn't it though? All right, I'm going in with the blue-gray, and I'm just going to kind of create the grayness that's the hair inside the ear. And I'm going with a, I'm doing it on a curve because, that hair's somewhat curved.
Filbert.
I'm sorry?
Filbert.
Always. Today, I've been using this one mostly, yes. It's the number 2 Eclipse Long Filbert. It's probably my most used brush in the studio, honestly. It's just the best. Doing that little exterior part of the ear. Now I happen to be using the same filbert. I could be using the small, but I'm keeping it super flat as I follow the contour. Let's see if I can keep doing it and not mess up. Because, I wouldn't want to mess up Lapika's painting. You could. You sure could. And I'm actually thinking maybe I should switch to the that number 2 that I was using also, but I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to use it. I'm taking a little bit of the white, mixed a little bit of the yellow, but obviously I got way too much. So I'm going to mix a little purple into my yellow and take it on down with some, so now it's a more doable color.
Is that dagger too big to use for Superman?
It depends. If you have a new dagger, probably not. You probably could use it. I'm not using it yet, but my dagger's older. And with any brush, with age, comes deterioration on how well it performs.
Yeah.
So mine is not going to perform as well as a new one. Okay. Now the exterior part of that cat's ruff is very white. Right here. Okay, so I'm going around that ruff of the face here. And it does have some areas that are pretty, I'm just going to go a little chunkier in some areas. And I'm starting to feel a little bit better. I'm going in with the bluer gray here. It's a little too intense. The bluer gray, because when I want to put those whiskers on, I want them to stand out. I'm going to go just a little bit darker, using that neutral tint. Go a little bit darker through here. Put a little bit more in there. I want it to be a little bit darker, and I'm not getting it dark enough. And we got this. We're going to soften that up, just bring this down. Okay. I don't want it to be like this too. I'm going to soften that in. I'm just bringing some of the hair down into this area, just making it a little bit softer. All right, I'm going to take actual white, straight on white on the very ends of this hair, and it's going to be how you can start to create some of the dimension by pulling it up into the darker fur. So you kind of have a sensation that there's a little lift to that cat's face there. Okay. I got some in there. Just moving it up, and I'm kind of following the contour of the face, and just kind of giving it some of the hairy, very lightly hairy stroke. And it's not a pecker stroke. It's a slight hairy stroke. And I could say something really nasty, but I'm not going to. Something about because you don't want to have a hairy pecker stroke, but that would be gross. But I think you understand, I'm trying to create hair, and I don't want you to bop up and down with the brush. The brush needs to be very controlled. Okay. And then a lot of times I'll put the paint down, and then I'll just move it around until I get it in the place where it needs to go. And I just kind of, it gives it a softer appearance. Now I'm taking a little bit of yellow ochre and burnt sienna mixed together, and I'm warming some of this up on the top of the head a little bit. And let's see here, over here, it's a little bit lighter here. Now here's a good place where you could be a pecker. Okay. I want to get a picture too of my winners. So I can have each of my winners with their painting. So don't leave until you get your picture taken, because you know. That's right, until this piece is done. Not a bad way to get a piece of original art. Well, you come to the, and you've been to workshops before. Not yet. But your chances keep getting better and better. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and put some light values in around the ears. I'm going in with a very light off-white color. I'm still using the same brush because I'm lazy. I don't want to change, and I just want to keep going. Trying. Are you leaving? I'm just looking around where all the things are here and seeing where I need to put dark values. And give me a hug, Reese. I'm good before you leave. I know your hands are full. I love you too. You've been great. You did great, honey. No, you're good. You're okay. It's late. I get it. Okay. All right, I'm just looking over my cat here a little bit. I'm going to start working my way. I know I have some whites in here, so I'm going to go in with the smaller brush. I'm switching over to the little 2 sable and going ahead and making this a little bit brighter here. Oh, it's so quiet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this. How are we doing, guys? I'm okay. I know. Fabulous. Put some hairs in here. And some hair in those ears. Okay. Believe it or not, I'm going to actually, some of this is like, oops. Part of the ears that just never got paint on it where I used the wipeout tool. Okay. All right, I'm going to jump on the body of this cat. I'm sure I'm going to come back to the whiskers and stuff, but for now, oh yeah, I want to do the one little thing. The little whisker tracks, can't forget those. The little whisker tracks.
What should we use?
I'm just using the little pointed round.
Hands afraid of the point round.
Embrace it.
I sort of am too. You know, I'm like that Johnny.
It's a good brush, right? It's a really nice brush. Say that again? Mm-hmm. But they are lines that they usually run along a nerve plane. It's funny, you find all kinds of whisker tracks on your dog's face when you shave off his whiskers. And I'm sure they're very sensitive when you nick them. He hasn't complained yet, but you know, I know he's probably like, damn it, why did you do that? That kind of smarts. They look like little warty places too, like little warts that have whiskers come out. That's kind of a funny thing. Okay. I'm going to just take a step back for a minute and just start laying it in here, guys. And some of these spots may be in a little bit different spots than other spots. Now those who have their makeup brushes, you can feel free if you're trying to create that soft look. I do not have a makeup brush, but I do have a nice brush that I can use.
You know, you were talking about the makeup brushes. I had a friend one time. I couldn't believe she did it. She painted a whole settee of wicker furniture with a number 2, size of a number 2.
What?
And it was a makeup brush.
Why?
She painted a whole
Why would you do that to yourself?
and I was like, she said she got started and she couldn't stop.
Sounds like an illness. A little Xanax might help.
Are you going back over the dark?
Yeah, because you remember, everybody else had a lot more time on their cats than I did. So I'm going over my spots. Oh, no problem.
Do we need to also go back over our spots?
If you need to, if yours are streaky. Now I'm not going in with straight black. It's ivory black mixed with brown. And I'm taking a little bit of the Indian yellow, mixing it with yellow ochre, taking some of the burnt sienna. Now I'm going to give this the legs a little bit more attention. It's a little too intense for me, so I have to ask myself, what intensity is it? It looks too orange. So if it's too orange, I'm going to add a little bit of blue. Not too much blue. And I got it too yucked up. I'm sorry? I'm just using the same brush. I'm still using the number 2 Eclipse Long Filbert.
So ours need to be wet, or is it okay to be dry?
It's okay to be dry because I'm dry.
And you know how the inside of that leg is where it's lighter?
Right?
That's not the light source, right? That's just the,
That's the white on the interior part of the cat's leg.
so the stripe stays the same dark.
Yes. Good call.
Well, I kept trying to make it like a white.
So I'm going up to my spots. I'm not going through my spots. So where I'm putting it down more of this color, this leg color, I'm just going up to the spots, but I'm not going through them. I'm not blending over the spots that I just painted, because I didn't have enough paint down on mine. Yeah, I've got streaky paint. Y'all have a whole lot more paint on your piece than I do. So I got to catch up. I'm catching up. And I'm actually going to use a much larger brush to put some paint down on the body. So I'm switching over to a number 7 Ivory Filbert. I'm dipping it in oil first because it's a pretty strong brush. And I'm going to mix a color that looks like the body fur, just all this fur here. Yeah. Because I have a streaky hair here too. Now I'm just putting this in. It's yellow ochre, titanium white, burnt sienna. There's other things that are mixing into it. I got to be careful. Oh, that was not enough. That was too much. There we go. Even if it's too yellow, grab a little bit of purple, knock it down a little bit. I happen to have, any kind of purple you have will help knock it down if it's too yellow. If it's too orange, use a little blue. If it's too light, too dark and too orange, use King's Blue. Okay, since I'm getting a good coverage here, I'm going to kind of try to work on this side because I think this is going to take me a little bit more time. Put a little burnt sienna in there, the raw umber. And since I've got this, so I'm going to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And I'm creating the fur texture into this wet fur, where it looks like she's got like just a little roughed up hair area, and it's not really spots, it's just roughed texture in the hair. Whew. It's not really stripes, it's just variations in the fur on the back. There's not a lot of stripes. You know, it's funny, you can see 10 different Bobcats and they will have 10 different types of markings. Some don't even have stripes at all. So they have more of what's called an agouti pattern, or salt and pepper looking. And then some are really tawny like this one. And I believe this cat is in a desert. And so it's funny, depending on the region that they live in too. Now, if I have it too orange, I'm going to take a little bit King's Blue, just a little bit. Yeah, I'm going over it just lightly with a little bit of King's Blue because I had it too orange. It's a form of color correction. I'm just knocking that orangey down. I'm happy with it. Now I'm going to go back and start lightening it up. And it's picking up some of the green, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to leave that part alone and say it's going to be over here on the shoulder. I'm really trying to use a big brush for this, and I should go to a smaller brush. Guess what? I'm going back to the number 2, Clips Long Filbert. Because guess you can tell what my favorite brushes are.
Which is smaller, 2 or 3?
2?
Never remember which way the numbers is.
Well, it depends. I'm telling you through Rosemary.
Yeah.
That's a good question because I have gotten like a number 2 in another brush, and I'm like, what world is this number 2? Yeah, there's not, and that's why what's really nice is if you do order your Rosemary brushes, please use my affiliate code. That helps me out a lot. But ask them to give you a catalog. Once you get your catalog through them, it will show you exactly the size of the brush because they have a picture of each brush. It's probably the best. It just works. It's wonderful.
I swear I think your affiliate code helps us get them faster. And I'm not just saying that.
I'm what?
It helps us get them faster.
I hope it does, because I've had a lot of people just say, "Oh my gosh, they got there already." And if you're, it could be, they know. Right, that's where they're made, right?
I sent them a little personal note that said, you know, can you please get it here in time for this workshop? And they sent me an email back and said, it's shipped, get it in time for your workshop the next day.
Yeah, I did the same one. You're like, they're wonderful.
Oh, that's nice to know. And I'll tell. I talked with Simi is Rosemary's daughter, and she's kind of like the business person. And then there's Janice, who's like, she takes care of a lot of the shipping and stuff. It's just a family-owned business. It's not like there's. Okay, so what I'm doing here is kind of important. I'm lifting up and I'm creating that soft fur. And I may be creating a little bit more than I need, but you know, I like to do that. So I'm going in with the lighter, since I have this color down, I'm going in with the lighter fur, following where the fur is, looking at the body, making my way down this cat's body. But yeah, that's good to know. I'll have to tell them what y'all said, because I'm wanting them to, what you need to do is start asking them. Every time you order, say, hey, in the personal notes, we're really curious, will you ever have a Suzanne Barrett Justis set? Are you listening? Because I want my own set, because I can't tell you how many times I have my students and I'm like, okay, then I go through each brush again, and it's like, it's kind of, you know. Well, it would, and if people could just order brushes, but let me tell you, there's been people who've been at this a whole lot longer than I am who are just now getting their brush sets. So, I mean, I am asking for a lot, but you don't know if you don't ask. So, but it would be, you know, in the little special note saying, just curious, will you be having a
Oh, yeah.
Suzanne Barrett Justis line of brushes, like, you know, an actual set? Because I'd be interested.
What does it take to get that?
I don't know.
So many people ask.
Being a lot more famous than me, I suppose. It's just kind of like, I'm just, you know.
I'm sure money talks though. Like,
Yeah, if I had to order a lot, have a lot of people ordering brushes using my affiliate code. I think the more I start doing workshops too.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of the ones that are, not that I know of, that have their own brush sets, are teachers. Well, they have big followings on like Patreon and,
Right.
whatever.
Well, and they didn't entertain this until they knew I was on YouTube. I was already monetized. I mean, they get it. They're smart. Because they asked that question. Let us know all your social media. And one of the things that I just learned, see, I'm really new to a lot of the, I know that this is his haunch or his like knee area, his hip and knee area. So I'm kind of making this so it's seen as a separate unit. I'm going in with much lighter. But yeah, they know. And what I was saying is I'm very new to knowing how to work like even YouTube. And since I just I just released the membership program on YouTube. Since I feel like, and I've been talking to Matt about like, what kind of computer am I going to need? What do I need to do this right, you know? Because I want to do more live streams, and I have a bunch of wonderful, very patient people on my Patreon channel. And I was able to, when I was doing a smaller, shorter videos, I was able to stay on top of Patreon a lot better. But since my videos got so long, I was having trouble getting them uploaded. And I lost like a lot of the data that was going in. And so the things like I had one for, you know, painting a German Shepherd. And I was going to post it to my Patreon channel. But it just, it says, I don't think so. We're not doing that today. Just was like, nope. And I had people that were like, but that's why I came. That's why I wanted to be here. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Because I don't know I don't know how to fix it. Well, it's my fault on my end or on trying to, because I have to upload it to YouTube and keep it as a private video just for you. So a lot of times with my Patreon videos, they are my YouTube videos, but they're the full-length versions. Okay, I'm going to switch to a brown and start making some of the smaller spots. And I'm still using the same little brush. I will be putting in, I've got to get that hind foot. How you guys doing? You guys are wonderful. I know you're pooped. I still got to do a rock. And either you're a cat fan or you're not a cat fan. There's not a lot of in between with people. I mean, cats are okay. I don't hate them or anything. It's just I don't have cats. Everybody in my family, just about, is allergic to them. Well, I had them growing up. Some of my favorite animals were cats at one point. But one of the things I don't like about cats is that if they're in your house, they almost always pick your clean laundry to lay on. Not your dirty laundry. They want to be right in the middle of your clean laundry, and then they leave all the cat hair.
I like cats, I do not like litter boxes.
Well, that's the other thing about cats. The fact that they use a litter box and then they use their paws to clean up after it and then they walk on your kitchen counter. See, I just can't. I just can't even. So it's just kind of a weird thing. Okay, this is much darker in here, and I'm going ahead and doing that. I took a grayish blue color. And it seems very extreme, because it is, but I can correct. But I need to be able to see this part. Okay, I'm going to start, I got to put the, okay. What, oh. Mm. So I'm taking this bluish gray and starting to make starting to loosen up the spots here. I'll go back and forth with that. I am. I haven't changed. I have not changed. Hey Matt, when we pack it in today, let's put my stuff in last so we can stop at the studio first and drop it off. And so I don't risk damaging my painting that's got to be shipped. we almost ripped a hole in the Heron traveling today, yeah. When we were traveling it in, oh yeah. Matt even warned me before, and I'm like, it's not that far a distance, we'll be fine. And then it didn't take much for it to slide. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, it's like, no. I'm like, it'll be fine, just let's go. So, yeah, listen to your son. Okay. How's everybody doing? Oh, yeah, me too. Okay, we're going to put this line in here. Oops, too dark. Bless you. Which piece is that? Oh, good. Are you done? Are you bringing it to class? Oh, I hear you. Well, let's see how much power I have. 28%, guys.
And I was down to 29 and you had 70, so.
Right.
I had to call. Yeah, so I will be bringing it to class.
Okay. Who's not here? Jenny left already? I know Reeves left. Lisa and Jenny. Jenny was behind you. I didn't hear her. I didn't see her leave. Aw, I'd have given her a hug. I'm a hugger, folks, and I hope you're not offended by my weird behavior. If you are, it's okay. You can tell me. Thing is, my daughter is not a hugger. I mean, she is not a hugger unless it's me.
I was not a hugger, but I've learned. When I moved to the South, I learned how to become a hugger.
Must hug everyone. Oh, that's my daughter. She's not a hugger, but you. But then I don't like the people, and it's funny because this is coming from somebody who's probably one of those people. But you know, the person who assumes that, come on, bring it in, especially if it's a man, and I'm like. Some guys you're like, okay, yeah, I can hug, you're fine. And then you're like, some guys, yeah, no. Yeah, I'm good, thanks, you know. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, just. And then you just say something like, COVID. Whew.
Yeah, you just want a cheap feel.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I feel like sometimes it is. Like you got those creepers. Trust me. We've all had them. We all know the creeper dude. I'm probably going to get messages, like my iPad's already killed out, so. Right, what are you talking about? It'll be a creeper dude. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're talking about you again. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, my lower back is saying, oh, Sue. Oh, Sue. What were you doing?
So I don't have a fluffy brush. I have these stick board brushes.
Do you want to try one of this? What do you need? Do you want something soft to blend?
Would this work?
Yes, that's the same one I have, except yours looks newer.
And just use it dry?
Yes, but dip it in oil.
Did you go up and down strokes or around and around?
It depends what you're blending.
The back body?
I go with the fur. The way the fur is growing. So however you see the fur growing. Oh, we're getting close. How's everybody? How many people just are done and they're just like, I'm done?
I'm just done, but I'm videotaping the parts that I super need help with. I'm going to work on it tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, I'm lucky because I can come to Suzanne this week.
Yes, a lot of my students will come back into the studio with this piece. So I'm blending off to the side and I'm just kind of trying to establish where so you can tell that this is the shoulder, this is the chest. There's all these different aspects here. Oh, doggies, I was tired. Yeah, I generally do for workshops, and I feel it. I took a bath last night. Usually it's my ankles, but right now I'm starting to feel it in my back. I don't. I do have a jetted tub, but I don't use the jets. I just sit in a hot tub. I just sit in a hot bathtub. Okay, we're going to put a little bit. What's that? Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. Oh, we're getting close, guys. I need to work on the rock too. Ooh, the leg here. This is kind of a... Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you. I hope so, and I hope that you. Matt's gonna, and Matt will want to give you I couldn't do it without Matt. I really couldn't. I don't know, Matt. I think wherever you're working, you'll just say, "I'm sorry, my 70-something-year-old mother needs my help today." Yes. I need my son is going to come do my. Yeah, he's good. He takes. Well, it'll only be a Friday, once every quarter. I think it'll be okay, right? Right, Matt? He's a good guy. But it won't be the same. Yeah, right? I remember we had a station. We always had station wagons. I remember one time my brother Ron, who was just a little guy, I mean really young, like 5, 6 years old, and my father, they'd gone out fishing, and they had the station wagon out. Well, then they had to pull over because the car started smoking, and then it just basically burst in flames. Luckily, they were out of the car. Well, it was kind of like, oh, you're trying to get the stuff out of the car. And so Ron says, even as little as he was, he goes, take the ice chest out and throw the ice on it. And my father said, good idea. And it put the fire right out. But it's funny that it took a 6-year-old to figure that out. No, that's my brother Robert is an ENT, or EMT, not an ENT. But he was like, oh no.
And I'm like, pull the seat out of the car. He goes, oh, good idea. Before the whole car goes.
Sometimes.
Oh, I think I'm spent.
I feel you, sister. I'm just kind of like, I gotta get done. Gotta get it done.
I'm gonna have to finish the rest of this at home.
Well, I always tell anybody if you do take an unfinished piece home, you're welcome to text me, ask me, what do you think? How am I going? How's this going? And I'll tell you, yeah, that's going great, or what were you thinking, or, you know. Yeah, you suck. Who is this? I don't know you. That's right. There's no way you're my student. Yeah, right? There you go. I think But look where you are now, though, with your art. You've progressed so much with it. Well, she's doing phenomenal flowers right now. I'd like to see you do, start thinking about doing more. If you're going to do stuff for the galleries here, be thinking about doing botanicals more. That seems to be your thing. I would definitely say that the botanicals are beautiful. Right.
No fur. And see, I'd rather paint fur than flowers anyway.
Okay. I'm going to put some whiskers on this guy. Oh, look at this, all this paint that I got on these other brushes that I didn't even use. Dun dun dun, the whisker. Once you pick it up, you pick up a little bit of that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not gonna put too many whiskers. Now here's where I have to flip it, because my hand doesn't work well that way, in that direction. Works better in this direction. Yes. And so I followed those whisker tracks. Sometimes I'm trying to get this a little bit brighter. Especially over here. Okay. All right, feeling good, feeling good. Oopsie, come on, Sue. Now I gotta do this rock, and then I'll sign it. And then I'll be like, yes! That's right, you'll be like, she's out of here, wham! Okay.
What size did you use to do the whiskers?
Quarter inch. I'm just gonna.
Oh yeah, I do too.
Get this in. Well, she's got a signed Suzanne piece at home. She's going. That's how we got. Well, you were on my YouTube, and then you were on my Insta, but you had two different names, and it's something Lime.
Yes.
And so I was confused, like, who's this Lime person? And then you told me off the side, this is Lapika. I'm like, oh. And you said, I'm also a Charlie and Lapika, blah, blah, blah. And that's how, then I was like, okay, I got it. And so I'm just filling this in. I got to start with something. And this is how I'll.
What's an idea
Yes?
Class.
What would you like?
Sorry, he's talking.
What?
Matt's asking.
It's in my purse. Excuse me. Here it is. And what is that?
It's textures.
Okay.
So, one is like fur, like feathers, whatever, right? Just texture.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're basic things, and then they're like texturing things.
Right. That would be a good thing. Now, I'm actually thinking about, after our conversation, is doing a color mixing and color theory class.
Yeah.
So texture.
Yeah, I think for me that would be very helpful because I can see what's there, but I don't know the specific brush strokes you need to get that effect.
Right. And the thing is, there's lots of different things you can do. Okay, what I'm going to do now is just go over this with a little bit of this color. I'm looking at my other one. I had a lot of striation in the rock. I was just looking at it. I put even moss and mold in it, or moss on it. And I'm just going to see. I'll put some more there. And I'll end up signing it right here for you. I'm going to leave that dark. Oh, yeah, my back.
I follow Michael Harding paint because of you. Because you mentioned it online, and I go out and buy that color.
I love it. It's expensive, and some of the colors, actually, for Christmas one year, Reeves gave me a tube of paint that I've been curious about, but I was too afraid to buy it. This tube of paint, the genuine Chinese vermilion, that's about $102 worth of paint right there.
Are you serious?
102. It depends on what day. Sometimes it's 80 something. Sometimes it's 102. It's got mercury in it.
Wow.
Part of the reason it's a lot of heavy metal. Yeah, a little bit. If it's got some of these other things in it, but it is and it's You think, well, what makes it so special? I just wanted to try it. I just want to see why a tube of paint could cost $102. That was really my curiosity. I didn't think she was going to buy it for me.
That's so real.
That's a reason. It's nice. I mean, it's great, but it's not like I lived all this time without it. I think I would be okay not having it, but now I have it, and it's like I can go, I have it. Just like throw it around like I'm really cool. Yeah, because I'm just going to pull a little Chinese vermilion out. Michael Harding's Chinese vermilion. And act like, that's better than a Louis Vuitton bag in my world.
I have a couple tubes of Old Holland I got on eBay.
There you go. There you go. All right, now this is the other neat thing that you can use your wipeout tool for, and it's signing your pieces. And I often sign my pieces with it. It's probably the easiest.
That's a cool new signature.
Yeah, that box is so cool. Why didn't you add the J to the box?
Because some days you may drop the J. Just saying. I don't say this in front of Matt. He's probably still got me mic'd. It's no mystery.
Would you mind if I took a picture of it?
No, not at all. Not at all. There you go. Okay, guys, I am finished. Are you still rolling, Matt? Okay. Folks, are you ready? All right, folks, thank you so much for joining me. We actually came, we got it to 5, so we went an hour over today. I appreciate you being here. You know, you can watch this as many times as you like. You can stop and start, and you've got 3 to go to. So go ahead and check everything out. And yeah, I thank you so much for joining me. Know that there's going to be another workshop, hopefully this fall, probably in October. And I will be putting up the information for those who might like to attend. I'm pretty much already deciding in my mind it's going to be botanicals and feathers. So we're going to have indigenous bird species with flowers of this area. So if it's like, if you're taking a state, for example, you might have the mockingbird with the magnolia, you know, or the cardinal with the dogwood for North Carolina. So we're gonna mix it up like that and make it fun. So be sure to join me then too. And until next time, from Kingsport, Tennessee, I want to say thank you for joining me. Bye. It's a wrap.